Mm-hmm. That's just what I do.
You can put on a glove and some iPhones and go into a synthetic world,
Maybe the
let's
biggest reason is
say a
because this cat over
lavishly
here is cute.
furnished
She's
mansion
on the
on a
pillow
hill,
by a tree.
but in that mansion a painting hangs over the
And the otters are cute.
fireplace,
That's why.
and by pointing your finger at the painting,
Oh,
you
my
go
background's
through
cool.
it
That's another reason
and
why.
break through onto a pine-dotted plain with a fountain in the center of it. And then by going to that fountain and walking through it, emerge back in the kitchen of the mansion. Where does reality begin and end? And how can we at this moment satisfy ourselves that we are not in some kind of solid state matrix of some sort? How can we satisfy ourselves that this is not itself a simulacrum? And the answer is you can't. We only assume it isn't because that's called Occam's razor. You all know what Occam's razor is, right? It's the idea that hypotheses should not be multiplied without necessity. The simple way of saying that is the simplest idea should always be preferred. But notice that this will lead you into deep error in most human situations. If you prefer the simplest explanation for what's going on, you'll never understand what's going on. I mean, you see two people and they're falling in love. If you assume they're falling in love because they like each other, you're probably missing the fact that one just inherited $10 million and the other is a rat. And, one was abused as a child and the other is able to manipulate people all over the map. So Occam's razor is fine in the formulation of physical theory, but it doesn't take us far in understanding human motivation. What the psychedelics seem to me to argue for is that reality is not reality. There may be no reality, but certainly this is not it. This is some kind of highly provisional, culturally sanctioned hallucination that we are all participating in. And whatever it is, it yields ultimately to non-entity. I mean, our realities are sustained by our being. And from looking at what happens to other people, we know that eventually you get laid into the cold, cold ground. And then what is your reality worth? So reality, whatever it is temporary and yields to non-existence. That seems to be the primary ground of being. Yeah, over here.
In putting out something that's a question to be explored as the week goes on. I mean, I've had that experience of, quote unquote, reality being this very subjective thing. My question is, even if it's not real, how could we use that fact to create a reality that's more enjoyable? And when it occurred to me was you talked about these Amazonian tribes and how what's happening on Wall Street isn't real there. Yet, um, at some point, that whole seemingly infinite forest could be cut out from under them because of what's happening on Wall Street. So I'm interested in how looking at this sense of reality not being real, how that all plays out with one reality intruding on another.
Well, I think that what it points us toward, and this is where modern philosophy in large measure has gone, is realizing that the primacy of language, that it's up until fairly recently, people have accepted the idea that you're born into the world and that's the world, and then you make the best of it. It's the hand you've been dealt. But what they didn't understand was that this is a card game where you never have to show your hand. So you can claim to be holding 8 aces. You can claim any damn thing you want.
Talking to myself.
Reality is made out of language.
Apologies.
Some people understand this and use it to bully the rest of us. I mean, we think, you have to show your cards, and they know that you just claim to have aces and 8s, and everybody gets out of your way. So as a culture, what we have to do is, and I'm definitely not big on this whole French thing, but nevertheless, there is something to be said for this deconstructionist method. We have to get down to the bedrock of reality, which appears to be words, meanings, and ideas, and then build back up from that. We can, otherwise, what we get is the momentum of past error. We think of the people in the past as tremendously naive relative to ourselves, but it's their intellectual world that we're living in, because they thought up all this stuff. And then we are acting out the consequences of it. How can we take control of the reality-creating machinery and then direct it in a way we want to go? No culture on earth has ever done this, or even conceived of the ideas, so far as I can tell. There's a lot of fun poked at feminism for its preference for words like chairperson and stuff like that. And these examples seem somewhat trivial, but in fact, the effort to reconstruct the language is very genuine, because thought can't go where the roads of language have not been built. So you decide where you want to go, and then you build a linguistic path there. This whole thing with the psychedelic experience, the way cultures lose touch with it is by not being able to say anything about it, And then it eventually gets so unsayable that if you start babbling about it, they throw a net over you and say, oh, well, he became schizophrenic. They had serious delusions, had to be locked up, didn't understand that the universe is, a half sphere on the back of a turtle being carried by a dwarf, or whatever the sanctioned cultural reality is. So our political dilemma and our cultural dilemma is a linguistic dilemma. And we need to take hold of language and build it consciously. Now, so far, the only people who have understood this very thoroughly have been bad people, fascists, and other people with some hideous agenda that they wanted to displace the ordinary, haphazard way of doing cultural business with. But it is not intrinsically compromised. It's simply that the sly among us figured this out ahead of all the rest of us. But we can learn from them and can begin to sanction realities that never existed before. I mean, you've probably all heard me talk about memes and how the reason I teach, the reason I write, the reason we all get together is because we're trying to launch new memes. You all know what a meme is, right? A meme is the smallest unit. This is how I define it. Somebody told me recently, you define it wrong. It's all right. My definition is better. A meme is the smallest unit of an idea, in the same way that a gene is the smallest unit of organismic existence. So the meme of Marxism is made up of sub-memes of class struggle and return of the means of production to the workers and so forth and so on. These are Marxist memes.
I was saying, why does you're kind of getting into the point that it's language based. Why can't this meme be visual?
Well, I define language so broadly that it can be visual. I mean, what it is it's the signifier for cognitive activity. And I don't want to get off into this kind of linguistic vocabulary about this stuff, but language means dance, sculpture, painting, poetry, song. It means cognitive activity. I mean, this is the glory of our species. This is what we do so much better than whoever's in second place. I mean, I guess the gorillas and the dolphins are a mile and a half behind doing whatever they're doing. But I just don't buy the notion that there is any other species on this planet, with the possible exception of mushrooms, that is involved in this language-making enterprise in quite the way we are. And it's how we escaped the iron constraints of organic existence. Culture is a kind of environment that we have learned how to interpose between ourselves and whatever is really out there. And we don't know what it was, because we invented culture 50,000 years ago and nobody's seen anything else since. But there was something there that was so frightening and so alarming to us that we invented culture as a membrane that we would place between ourselves and it. And then there have been other membranes invented since. Urbanization. Let's all crowd into cities and jabber to each other. That will hold it even more at bay, and so forth and so on. I mean, we really behave as though we fear something tremendously toxic or something which has a dissolving force over our being that lies beyond the frontier of language. And this relates to the ego. The ego is this cultural invention that we have created. People don't need egos. I mean, you need one in this culture because everybody else has one, and so you have to use yours to navigate through it. But it's not a necessary concomitant to being human. We could operate without them, but somehow we became traumatized by the experience of raw, unlanguaged nature, and we created this strategy. And it's no different than, I mean, some creatures create nests underground, and some creatures coat themselves in toxic slime. We also did that, by the way. Because there's something that has to be held back and suppressed that's very alarming.
It seems to me you're, on one point you're saying that, we're way ahead of the dolphins because we created this linguistic thing. And on the other hand, I see it as, but I mean, you've also just said that we created this linguistic-based hallucination that's isolated us from a perceptual-based, I hesitate to use the word reality, but whatever you want to call it. And so why is this culture an improvement?
Well, I'm not saying it's an improvement. It's an experiment of some sort. No other creature ever took this particular tack. Now, evolution seems to have its own set of values. What evolution is seeking to maximize is expression of the individual genome. In other words, there are two ways that a species can be successful. It can either evolve into an unoccupied niche of some sort. that it then can tenaciously take hold of, or it evolves strategies for generalizing its existence so that it can occupy all sorts of niches. And this is what we've done. And when you look at the two possibilities, you see that creatures which follow the maximize adaptation to a single niche strategy usually become blocked. Cockroaches are a good example. Evolutionarily, we could say that they are tremendously successful, but all they do is persist. They haven't modified or changed themselves in 150 million years.
By your definition, if there's more cockroach genes out there than human genes, they're more successful in it.
Well, not my definition, but the definition of biology, and cockroaches are always held up as this tremendously successful evolutionary adaptation. We have set out on a different course, and it's a course of continual redefinition. We can retool our culture very quickly. We have thrown away the mechanisms of genetic change and natural selection through modification of mutation, which was very, very slow and apparently a random walk. It didn't have any kind of telos. But cultures can actually set up goals and move toward them. Even very large and unlikely goals. I mean, like the Third Reich, their decision that it would be a good idea to eliminate Jews from Central Europe. And this is a crazy idea. It would never happen. Nothing like that would ever happen in a situation of organic evolution. But in a situation of cultural evolution, the idea becomes the guiding image for the society, and then outrageous things are done, and the consequences of that are played out. I would like to think that that we have not escaped from the yoke, the controlling yoke of nature. In other words, we aren't off on some demonic tear where we are just like evil incarnate, but that actually nature requires a species such as ourselves to basically to harness energy. We are on a higher level doing what the mitochondria did in the abiotic oceans of the earth 1 billion years ago. We're energy storage and release mechanisms sanctioned by nature for some purpose, which will be visible somewhere downstream in the flow of time, but which is opaque to us. For us, history seems a kind of a nightmare, but it must, I think, have a happy ending, or it would never have been allowed to happen in the first place. I just don't think that a monkey species had the wherewithal to evade the mechanisms of control and constraint that guide and direct everything on the planet. There is a purpose to history, and I don't want to go into it tonight, but as many of you know, I've spent a lot of time thinking about this, trying to figure out something good about the human race, something that can be said of us that will redeem the sins that we have visited upon the planet. And it isn't easy, but some of our best people are working on it. So, you know what I mean? Yeah.
In fact, part of what we are is the unveiling of the world, or nature, as you're referring to now.
Well, maybe what's going on is that nature, you see, we as individuals can remember the past and model the future, but it may be that nature operates in an entirely different way. This harks back to our discussion of Platonism. Nature may have a kind of viewpoint in eternity. Nature may actually see what needs to be done and can plan on a scale of 1 million or 100 million years. so that, well, this is slightly afield, but it keeps coming up, so it's worth talking about. Every body in the solar system, all of the inner planets, all of their moons, all of the solid bodies that orbit around the gas giants in the outer solar system, every piece of rock in the entire solar system has just been hammered to pieces by asteroid and planetesimal infall. And we prefer not to think about this. As recently as last January, what's called an Apollo asteroid crossed within a half lunar distance of the Earth. This is hair-raisingly close. And there's this crater out in Arizona. It's only 50,000 years old. Whatever came down there was only about 30 feet across, and everything within 800 miles died instantly when that thing came down. There's a scar on the Canadian shield larger than the crater Copernicus on the moon. Now, this crater is over 1.5 billion years old. The point being, the universe may be a fantastically chaotic and dangerous place. And so our cheerful model of what biology is about is that, you know, we've evolved over 1.5 billion years, and we have 1 billion years more, and there's no hurry, and it's all fine, and man has thousands of years to work out the problems of civilization and so forth and so on. But it may actually be that nature senses some kind of danger, and that a species like ourselves is a response to this danger. Our most astonishing feat as a species to date, besides language, I think, is that we can, though we are made of mush, we can summon to the deserts of this planet the light which burns at the center of the stars themselves. Not bad for anthropoid apes. I mean, granted, as soon as we do this, we then plot and scheme on how to bring it down on the heads of our enemies. That's not our noblest trait. But the fact that we could go into matter and wrest a secret like atomic fusion from it, and then carry that out, is astonishing. And it may be that history, which lasts in the technical phase 25,000 years, something like that. I mean, if you go back just 15,000 years, it's a pretty bare wire scene. So the whole thing is a wink of an eye, you know, a geological instant from somebody getting the idea that you could flake flint off a core to the idea that you could send a starship to Zeta Reticuli, you know, 25,000 years to do that. And so I think that we have a destiny, and probably our destiny is to save the planet. And, you know, it would be the final irony if we spent a huge amount of time hammering on each other to get rid of nuclear weapons and stop cutting the rainforests and stuff like that, and then one of these planetesimals contacted the Earth and we all died instantly. This thing that passed by at a half-lunar distance in January, it was not detected until 5 days later. Had it actually impacted the Earth, you would never have known what hit you. This thing which killed the dinosaurs 65 million years ago, it raised a tidal wave 5 miles high that moved out from the impact point at 5 times the speed of sound. Can you picture a tidal wave 5 miles high moving at Mach 5? I mean, we're talking major smush here. And
With a good girl.
yeah, right. And the evidence is there that this happens, that these things are not rare, that it will happen again. I mean, if you take a long enough time span, they say it's a certainty. Take it to the bank.
But still, the Earth survived. So when you say it
Well, it survived. This thing which killed the dinosaurs, nothing larger than a chicken walked away from it. On this planet, nothing larger than a chicken. Okay, so that's the bad news. The good news is the flowering plants evolved in the wake of that catastrophe. The mammals got their purchase. They were egg-stealing weasels up till that point. And then this opened up an opportunity for them to rush in and exfoliate all kinds of different forms. The Earth has faced outrageous crises in its history. At a very distant point in the history of the Earth, anaerobic life dominated the Earth, and then it began to produce oxygen as a toxic byproduct. Oxygen was as toxic to the early life forms on Earth as plutonium is to us. And yet, strategies were evolved, and this huge problem was gone around, and we then are the result of this. So, yes, there is finally no moral judgment. There's just, shit happens. That seems to be the rule, and then you can think it's good or bad or indifferent. But that's not the human point of view. The human point of view is that we have something very precious here that we want to conserve, that we want to carry through any conceivable catastrophe. And so, technology may be a strategy for this. This is why it's very important for us to think about reality on different levels. I started out by talking about philosophical reality, something for, elderly people to discuss in book-lined parlors. But there's also stuff like, what is the reality of our circumstance in this star swarm, in this galaxy? Are we safe or are we imperiled? What should we be doing? Is it okay should we be worrying about saving the rainforests, or is that preposterous in the light of what we're facing? And how can we know what is to be done? The Tolstoyan question. What is to be done? You can't begin to answer that question until you have some notion of what reality is. And at this stage, in trying to understand what reality is, all processes seem to me to be deconstructive. We need to take apart our languages, our cultural assumptions, the geological history of this planet, the biological history, the astrophysical nature, the structures in which we're embedded in. We need to awaken to our true circumstance. The dreams that culture gives us, that we should be good Nazis or good Buddhists or good Witoto, or these are just illusions that are temporary delusions which make possible the business of culture. But something now is happening that is different. We are becoming a global civilization. Power is being given into our hands that is truly power on a cosmic scale. I mean, what difference did it make when bronze-tipped spears were the heaviest thing anybody could bring to bear on any problem? But once you can blow the earth apart, like putting a stick of dynamite in a rotten apple, then you actually become actors on a cosmic scale. And this is the situation in which we find ourselves. This is why there's a certain urgency, I think, because I totally disagree with people who think that human history, can be seen wandering aimlessly into the millennia of the future with faster spacecraft and better packaged foods and more effective forms of psychotherapy and so forth. I mean, this seems to me preposterous. Obviously, human history is some kind of self-limiting process that is seeking to maximize something. And if you look over what we've been doing, it seems like what we're trying to maximize is an ability to release energy. Well, there may be more exotic ways to release energy than thermonuclear fusion, but thermonuclear fusion is a huge leap in the order of magnitude of the kind of energy that you can release. I mean, before nuclear fusion, the biggest explosion, the biggest release of energy that anybody could create was some kind of conventional bomb of some sort, which didn't amount to zip except in the place where it happened to be dropped. Nuclear weapons are a whole other thing. I mean, all our dreams, all our religious fantasies about the end of the world, that was harmless enough stuff when all we could do is split each other's heads open. Well, okay, so that's perhaps enough about the point of view of straight science, because I doubt there are very many people in this room who actually practice that kind of science. A point that should be made about reality that comes slightly closer to the experience of each of us is, for society to work, for reality, always in quotes, to work, we have to assume that we are sharing the same reality. And there are different levels on which this assumption operates. For instance, many of you have heard me talk about the slippery vicissitudes of language, that in fact we are communicating, we are most in agreement when we are silent with each other, because then our assumptions about how we're in agreement are able to fully unfurl themselves. But all it takes is somebody breaking that silence and stating the contents of their mind for the assumption of our shared reality to completely collapse upon us. Because it turns out, you know, I think it's one way, you think it's another, I believe we're doing X, you think we're doing Y, I think we're serving so-and-so, and you think we're serving somebody else. And this is why, you know, I think great relationships are built in silence, because then nobody ever finds out what's really going on. Did you want to say something?
Yeah, when you're talking about science, are you talking about science, the kind of science where in order for the science to have to repeat a certain situation has to be repeated and not get the same response, so that proves out to be a truth?
Well, yeah, I mean, that's a good definition of science.
And so that when you're talking about reality in the moment, that never proves out true, because if you're in that artistic moment, then you never get a repetition. You're getting a synchronicity where your reality is in tune with a flow that which in the word I use is like miraculous. That people start showing up when I need them to chop, and with what I let go of my ego and my need for a specific thing, that flow starts to happen. And in the scientific world, we need the same thing repeated several times in order to get it to be a truth.
That's right. I mean, a good definition of science, not one that any scientist would be comfortable with. I mean, they think they're doing God's work or something. But the fact of the matter is, what science is the study of those phenomena so crude that a return to initial conditions will cause the phenomenon to repeat itself. Well, if you think about your own life, there's nothing like that in your own life. Love affairs, careers, disappointments, nothing that we experience as human beings has that quality. So science, this is the problem with science, is that in the pursuit of explanation, it has cut itself off absolutely from making sense of anything in our own lives. That's why in efforts by science to move into the domains of our own lives have not been happy. Sciences like psychology and sociology are pseudosciences as far as I'm concerned, because the objects they seek to explicate, personalities in one case and human group interaction in another, are not scientific phenomena because they don't fall under the rubric of restoration of initial conditions allows the same situation to unfold. But I want to point out, go further than this. Well, first of all, let me say one more thing about that.
Maybe what you just said is not quite true, because if you were able to provide the whole set of same initial conditions, which is impossible to provide, but if you were able to provide exactly the same circumstances, there is a chance that that may happen. The problem is that you are not able to understand what all the initial conditions are.
No, I think that since the invention of the probability calculus, that's not even believed anymore. In other words, the idea used to be that if you think of the universal history as a film, that if you ran it back to the beginning and then hit the start button again, everything will happen exactly like it happened before, and I will be born in poor but humble circumstances in a Colorado mining town, and it will. But I think now the understanding is that only generally would the same things happen, and that even in orthodox science, probability allows for slight deviation from, so it isn't an absolute determinism.
Well, I don't believe that, because my feeling is that what we are just saying is that we don't understand what's happening, and probability is just saying, more or less, I guess that it's going to be around there. I just have some idea of what's happening, but it's saying, I'm not understanding the process really well, and therefore I can guide the person before they go on.
So do you think that if we could return to the initial conditions of the Big Bang and have it happen again, that 5 billion years later, I would be sitting here with the same amount of change in my pocket as I have right now?
That we could do that.
Well, you brought it up.
We could go back to the Big Bang and be back there, but what I'm saying is that the fact that you're saying that if you go back to the same initial conditions, the sun will release itself, that statement is not true. It's not true either. Because,
well, see, the problem is there's only one set of initial conditions that are truly initial, which is the Big Bang. All other sets of initial conditions are embedded in some larger surround where everything has changed. I mean, for instance, if we say, well, we can never restore initial conditions. The planets have moved. The stars are older. How can we restore the initial conditions? Everything only happens once, and then it never repeats itself. But I'm plowing toward this thing. But I want to say one more thing. I'll subvert myself. That is, in order to do its work, science had to, and this happened with Descartes, it had to take the things that are most dear to us, colors, taste, feeling, tactility, and it defined those things as what it calls secondary qualities. And basically, this is a way of saying they're not important. None of that is important. Now, what is important are primary qualities: spin, velocity, angular momentum, charge. Strangely enough, things none of us have a very intuitive grasp of, nor do we ever encounter these things in any naked form. They're always embedded in matter. So science, in order to do its work, basically had to define the universe of feeling, emotionality, and immediacy as somehow peripheral, derivative, epiphenomenal, unimportant. And we all live with this legacy, unconsciously or consciously. We are the victims of this kind of denigration of what we intuitively feel to be important, which is immediate experience. And immediate experience is not an object for scientific inquiry. Never has been, never will be. I mean, these pseudosciences fiddle with it a little bit, but the first thing they do when they study, for instance, human behavior, is they don't study, they set up an experimental situation, which is not like any human behavior you've ever dealt with before, like either, looking at screens and pushing buttons or receiving electric shocks if you get right answers and stuff like that. I mean, how many times do we find ourselves in a situation where if we get a right answer, we avoid an electric shock? I mean, it's absurd. However, then, there is a further distancing from reality that takes place that is not to be laid at the feet of science, although to discuss it we have to use scientific terminology. And that is, it goes like this. We all assume that if we are, I just stated what a great thing silence was for building shared assumptions. So if we are all silent and we look around us in this room, we do tend to make the assumption that we all see the same thing, that we are all sharing the experience of the room. But when you analyze perception, you discover a very weird thing about perception. For instance, let's take the primary sense in human beings, which is sight. We trust our eyes. We believe that that our eyes tell us something about immediate reality. However, if you analyze what sight is, what seeing is, it's that light reflected off surfaces pours into a sensory organ and then is transduced through a series of neurological transforms into an interiorized model of the immediate surround. The problem with this is that the light which enters my eyes is entirely mine. You don't get any of it. And the light which enters your eyes is entirely yours. Not a single photon is ever shared by two people. If it's my photon, it can't be yours, because photons can only be in a very discretely defined area of space, in this case in my retina. So everything I'm seeing is entirely opaque to you, hidden, occult, and everything you're seeing is entirely opaque and hidden to me. We are truly prisoners of our unique perception. So it's a miracle that we can build models where we get any sort of shared consensus out of it at all. Sure. You're driving the tape editor mad, but she's...
That's right, because the twin photon experiment shows, in fact, that there's no way that a photon can be considered as an individual object. I mean, what the experiment demonstrates is that every photon fills the entire universe.
Well, it demonstrates it by the fiat of a fishy formula, don't you think?
Well, I think it's...
Well, why not?
How to explain the interference pattern?
Well, I think that explaining it, it's not really explainable in the sense of, if you mean how do you reduce it to a linear logic, you don't. It's pretty mysterious.
It does come out of a linear. I mean, it ends up you have to assume that the photon goes through both slits, and you get the interference pattern as a linear superposition of the... so it is, in a sense, linear. But what I would argue is, since a photon is not a little particle, it's something else. I mean, at least one of its properties is that it fills the entire universe and can interfere. One could understand that we're all receiving, in fact, the same photon. Every photon that goes in my eye.
Well, but when you say it fills the entire universe, it fills some parts of the universe much more than others. Yes, and that's what gives it its particulate nature, is that it tends, it is technically everywhere, but and it's only technically everywhere. In any practical sense, whenever we carry out a measurement on it, and seeing is a kind of collapse of this quantum vector, then it appears to be particulate.
We've only ever observed photons as particulate, but the effects we observe, like the interference pattern, is not particulate. We can't expel it this way.
And that's right, but
That photon that goes through your eyes mostly goes through yours, and only a little bit goes through mine. You can't ignore the bit that goes through mine, because there are lots and lots of examples of quantum.
But don't you think that the experiments which prove this kind of thing are depend on such a vast chain of assumptions that the experiment itself becomes highly questionable? I mean, first of all, the first assumption that's made that is absolutely outside the realm of proof is that mathematics has something to say about reality. And we could actually have spent the entire evening on this, except that it probably would clear the room of all but the most hardcore. But no one has ever shown why operations with numbers, which are after all entities only met with in the confines of the minds of anthropoid apes, should somehow have this overwhelming relationship to reality. What is the relationship of mathematics to what we call reality? The fact is, nobody knows. It's a deep mystery. Well, then when you talk about experiments, the assumptions, the hidden assumptions behind any experimentalist approach are usually so great that once made explicit, the experimental method is seen to be simply the servant of a formal theory and can't be seen to serve truth at all. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I do. I mean, that's what you end up facing, is the fact that it's our concepts that are creating the reality. And so, and even the assumption that there's a surface out there that's reflecting the light, there's not an assumption that a physicist would make.
Yeah, well,
As if we made that assumption, it couldn't be anywhere. I mean, it just doesn't work.
that's right. I think the purpose of this evening is to show that reality is a naive concept and should probably be abandoned as quickly as possible.
Well, you think reality from us,
that's what I hear is reality from a standpoint of physical explanations, which seem like red herrings in some way to me, is that if there's, speaking from sort of what would be more spiritual viewpoint, that sort of the physical plane and things, matter and everything falls out from more archetypical or something that has a less or more spiritual meaning, which I don't have so much of a reality problem with.
That seems more real to you, this invisible dimension of eternal objects that are casting a lower dimensional shadow into the stream of time and giving rise to appearances.
Took the words right out of this. Yeah, the experience.
Well, I think this is why Greek philosophy was able to do business so successfully, is that this seems intuitively true to most people. It's sort of like campfire philosophy. If you just sit down and try to figure it out, there's something in the human mind. I mean, I suppose it's self-referential if we call it archetypes, but there's something in the human mind that causes us to gravitate toward this Platonic point of view. The problem is it's very naive, and the naivete of Platonism has never seemed to erode its success. I mean, it's been converting sophomores for 3,000 years almost. But in a way, the great victory of modern thinking, and I'm amazed to hear myself say this because I'm a Platonist through and through, but you have to be a modified Platonist or you will end up running up against impossible problems with it. For instance, if these archetypes are eternal, well then what was there? If the archetype of the human love affair is eternal, then are we asked to believe that the archetype of the human love affair existed before the Big Bang? Did the law of gene segregation exist before the Big Bang? This is what Rupert's always at such pains to talk about. Natural laws. I mean, what is the status of these natural laws before the appearance of the universe? Is there a kind of hyperspace of eternity? And then why are these natural laws as they are? It seems much more economical and intuitively less problem-fraught to assume that the so-called laws of nature are actually habits of nature that are changing through time as the universe evolves and changes. And I mean, I don't think it makes any sense to talk about the law of gene segregation before there was organic life. I mean, how could there be a law of gene segregation? I mean, it just gets too patched together as a theory, don't you think?
I think that you're introducing those are loaded problems that you're to talk about the Big Bang as itself, and the whole time and etc.
Well, what do you think the status of these archetypes is? Do they require a universe, or are they there whether there is a universe of space-time and matter?
I don't know.
So it seems that that's only a problem if you're thinking of time in a normal type of regression and normal types of causal relationships. So it seems that's to refute the idea of an eternal archetype because of, well, do they exist before this?
So you want to substitute a Boolean logic here. Well, we could say, for instance, we could invert the causality of the universe and say that the Platonic objects exist at the end of time and that they cast their influence backwards through time. And we could even define an archetype as that class of objects whose casuistry runs counter to the ordinary arrow of time. I never thought of that before. It's probably fraught with epistemic peril, but somebody might want to work out the consequences of that. It's the idea, you see, that is now very hot in chaos theory, that there is an attractor rather than an impeller, that it isn't that there was a Big Bang and everything is moving out from the Big Bang and physics is the unraveling of the consequences of this initial improbability. It's rather the idea that there is a telos of some sort, a purpose that is drawing phenomena into some kind of concrescence that occurs not at the beginning of the causal process, but at its end. And I tend to lean toward that, but not in so hard a fashion that I would want to locate the archetypes at the end of history. I think, I think Platonism is a naive view of reality, and that it's something we pass through in our intellectual process of maturation, and that you always want to maintain the idea of the archetype, but it has to be severely modified to meet some of the problems that have been discovered in the last couple of thousand years of doing that kind of philosophy. Sure, go ahead if it's saying.
An altered state that I've been in where returning to a more ordinary state, I have the sense clearly that everything is all this material, all the events and everything is a fallout from some drama that I'm a part of. All my ideas, including, whatever I might construct about time and the whole thing. And so then I'm left with that sort of quandary about no matter what I construct and what experiments might do about a physicist, it's all to just confirm this other drama that's happening.
Yeah, well,
It happens an infinite number of times with infinite variations, etc.
Sort of the point that I would like to make is that is the point you're making, that reality is, if if explored at all, if stressed, if pushed, it breaks apart. The concept isn't viable. The first thing to realize is, where is it writ large that anthropoid apes should be able to reach the bedrock of reality? Why should we imagine that beings like ourselves are somehow divinely charged with the opportunity to perceive the truth of the matter? This is what modern philosophy has come to understand. This is why Wittgenstein could come up with the notion of what he called true enough. That's a much more reasonable approach to things. I mean, after all, we're monkeys. And so what we need is models that are true enough, and leave God alone in his or her heaven, and just work with the things that are rationally apprehendable to us. You mention altered states. And I think if it weren't for altered states, our epistemic naivete would be much greater, because we could all just fall into the culturally sanctioned hallucination that this is in fact reality. But we all know from experiencing altered states that this is just some kind of agreed upon, socially sanctioned construct, that when you lean against it with drugs or philosophy or insight, it breaks up under the pressure of that. What we really are, what we call reality, is in fact nothing more than a culturally sanctioned and linguistically reinforced hallucination of some sort. And we can go outside of that hallucination, either by using drugs or physical practices like yoga, or simply by going outside of our reality. I mean, when you go to an Amazon tribe, all these things that you think are so important, you know, how the giants are doing, or what's happening on Wall Street, or how the Democrats are getting their act together, nobody knows what in the world you're talking about. It is literally not real. And what's real is, you know, how the fish are spawning in the river and honey production that year. They have their own culturally sanctioned hallucination. Well, then when you take psychedelic drugs, you seem to dissolve the sort of the software of neurological processing. And language is that software that has been created to handle certain kinds of cultural modalities. Well, then you like penetrate beyond the screen, if you want to use a computer metaphor, and instead you discover there's assembly language in the machine. And it's deep in the machine and is rarely encountered except by hackers. I mean, that's what you're doing when you're taking psychedelic drugs, is you're opening the cabinet. You're going into the machinery, all those areas where it says the warranty will be voided if you remove this plate. Those are the plates that you're unscrewing and poking inside of, voiding the warranty on your model of reality. And we don't know to what degree this can go on. I recently was approached by the publishers Underwood Miller, and they asked me, some of you may know the science fiction writer Philip K. Dick. He came in the last 5 years of his life to believe that he was, in a sense, trapped inside one of his own novels. And he was the master of the parallel universe novel. He worked this theme so many ways. I mean, he was brilliant at it. And he underwent a series of experiences that we can't really judge. I mean, it's too facile to call it a psychotic break. And he spent the last 10 years of his life trying to understand what was happening to himself. And he reached the conclusion that the year AD 70 was followed immediately by the year 1948. And that the intervening couple of thousand years were like a textual interpolation by a demiurge, and that none of that ever happened, that we're actually living in the last years of the Roman Empire, that we are living in patristic time. And he saw superimposed over ordinary reality another reality which he was fully engaged in, living in. He was a person in this place and this time. Well, is that a serious delusion or a breaking through?
Something that occurs to me as you're talking that might be interesting to pursue a little bit here is that that's when we're just starting an arts program, and then in fact tomorrow we're having an auction for a dance platform. And I've heard you say that you think that the arts creativity is sort of the answer challenges. And so that might be a topic or comment, at least, of something about what you have to say about the arts and how the arts are going to be an answer.
You mean, how can doing art save the world? Yeah.
Or a smaller version of that.
Oh no, we always go to the top of the... If it doesn't save the world, why bother even discussing it? Yeah, well, it's an interesting question. I mean, in a nutshell, and I'll go back to it, but the reason I think it's so important is because when we grapple with the problems that are, you know, many and complex around us, the tendency is to go for rational solution. But you might bear in mind that the consequences of rational solutions are what we are dealing with at the present. Rationalism has been the dominant paradigm for problem solving for about 500 years, and it has led us deeper and deeper into, contradiction, resource mismanagement, dehumanization, misperception of each other, so forth and so on. That's why, in a way, I think that the art reflex is more important because, or more efficacious, because if we act from the point of view of wanting to create art, what we're really saying is that reality has outrun apprehension. We can no longer make rational sense out of reality, so the ego is set aside and the logos or the muse is invoked, and then we produce art. And almost the distinguishing characteristic of great art is that it not be fully comprehensible to its creator. So we then act as agents of the logos when we create art, and the art that is created is then put out into the cultural environment of meaning, and is then subject to a kind of natural selection similar to the kind of natural selection that goes on in in an environment where biological species are competing. The shorthand way of saying this is the best idea will win, but it won't win unless it competes. You can't win the race unless you run the race. So rather than beating our brains against the end of history, trying to create rational solutions to what is essentially an irrational situation in the first place, it would be, I think, much better to become servants of the logos, servants of the Gaian mind, and then to let the chips fall where they may. Let the selective pressures of intellectual history sort out among the many options, and those that are important will come to the fore. Does that get it as a brief pass? Quiet's important. It's important because it's anti-rational, because it's anti-ego, because it says we are vessels and agents of the solution, but we can't, it doesn't spring from our ability to integrate data and reflect it back. It's much more irrational than that. This sort of goes to what I thought I would talk about a little bit tonight. I used the phrase a few minutes ago, reality outruns apprehension. This is actually a phrase from Moby Dick, not the part of Moby Dick that I will probably end up reading to you tonight. But what I thought would be interesting to talk about, basically because of its intrinsic interest and its recent intensification, is sort of the question, what is reality, number one, and then what's so great about it? And
Why bother?
yeah, why bother? I mean, we really have a bee in our bonnet about reality. When you get out of touch with it, this is considered not a good thing. Reality is the unmoving reference point in a universe of flux to which we are always supposed to go back and re-reference ourselves. And it's a funny concept. First of all, it is a concept. It's not an object with its own interior ontos. In other words, it doesn't have being outside of the culture's assumptions about it. This is the first big news about reality. The reality of the Witoto is a completely different reality from the West European or the Canadian. And yet the reality is, we assume that there is a kind of bedrock, and we call that reality, then everything is referenced back toward that. Well, I wanted to talk about it tonight because it's an incredibly slippery concept. I mean, I would say getting your hands on reality is about as likely as getting your hands on true love. You know, you're always going toward it or looking back at it, but you rarely have it in front of you in the moment. And yet the moment is where we spend most of our time. So we're kind of run ragged by the nostalgia for something we never knew, is what it almost comes down to. So, first of all, whenever we want to talk about something seriously and profoundly, we have recourse to science. However, reality is a term that, if it's used at all, it's used in philosophy, in ontology, and epistemology. It is not a concept that you hear very often on the lips of scientists. Well, why is this? Well, it's because science, which is the enterprise which seeks to carry out a complete investigation of reality, has quickly satisfied itself that the beast can't be caged. It's very hard to actually come up with something concrete. And that's an interesting notion that any discussion of reality will tend to come back to. It wasn't until the 1930s that Alfred North Whitehead, in his book Process and Reality, created the great phrase that has now entered the language, the fallacy of misplaced concreteness. You've all probably heard this phrase, or maybe you haven't heard this phrase. But anyway, the fallacy of misplaced concreteness is the belief that there is something somewhere which is real, which can be depended upon, which everything else can be referenced back to. And as long as you are victim of this fallacy, you are philosophically naive and probably not at ease psychologically, because, you know, it's like, as I said, nostalgia for something you never knew. The way science's method, which worked very well for the first 450 years, and by science I don't mean science going back to the Greeks, I mean science since the Renaissance. Mathematically based Cartesian materialism is basically my notion of science. Its method is what's called reductionism. This is the theory that if you want to understand something, an atom, a plant, a society, a geological formation, what you do is you take it apart, you deconstruct it, you dismantle it and catalog its parts, and then define their relationships to each other. And then somehow when you recombine all these maps of this deconstructed object, you then somehow possess it. And this worked very well up until well into the 20th century, because it was assumed that matter, which was taken to be somehow a primary constituent of reality, that matter was made out of tiny billiard balls that were called Hamiltonian atoms, and that these distinct and concrete billiard balls could be located absolutely in time and space, and their relationships to each other defined as charge, force, momentum, spin, so forth and so on, and that out of these primary qualities, adhering to these elementary particles, notice these words primary, elementary, that are telling us we're getting close to bedrock, out of this you could reconstruct the world. The problem is, and I won't bore you with this because so many people have, quantum physics showed that these hard little billiard balls were the most tragic example of the fallacy of misplaced concreteness. They don't exist. There isn't such a thing. When you go down and down and down, suddenly everything becomes paradoxical. Ordinary logic no longer applies. And without beating a dead horse, I would remind you that quantum physics, quantum electrodynamics, which is always held up as the greatest intellectual edifice ever constructed by the mind of man, is a complete mess in terms of the aesthetic of its logics, because it requires two logics operating simultaneously. You have what is called ordinary logic, the logic that we as animals intuitively gravitate toward, logic which says things such as, if it is A, then it is not B, if it is now, then it is not then, if it is after, then it is not before. This is kind of logic that assumes concrete objects in a linear time stream. But quantum physics then, to solve the problems it sets itself, it requires another kind of logic, an extremely exotic logic called Boolean algebra. And so what you get when you look at a quantum mechanical explanation of nature is you get what are called aisles of Boole embedded in ordinary mathematical logic. So there are actually transition zones, very distinct transition zones, where you simply switch logics in midstream, literally in midstream, in order to solve the problem. Well, this then gives you a nice set of numbers in an experimental situation where you're trying to calculate the charge of the electron or the displacement value of the particles or something like that. But it rests on this completely inelegant switching back and forth from one logic to another as the case requires, which means the human observer is brought in and you get to decide which logic to use. And then you can use one for a few minutes and then switch back to the other and go back and forth. And upon such shifting sand as this, the entire edifice of science rests. Okay, well, that's really all I want to say about the scientific view of reality. It's just to, yeah, Paul.
I don't see science that way, and I think because many want us to search science and physics because uh, in the 19th century there were many physicists who realized and argued against the possibility of a mechanistic universe. And quantum mechanics was the final death call of that point of view, but it was argued for ideas maybe 300 years before that that mechanism can't exist, the reality doesn't exist.
You mean, are you thinking of vitalism?
No, I'm just thinking that it was clear to many physicists, at least in the last century, that worked on real. In other words, this notion of atoms was very clear to the beginning model. People, at least the self-physicists, didn't infuse the notion of a longer concept with reality. And in fact, argued quite clearly with these concepts of reality. In fact, will never find a mechanism for our.
Yeah, well, the great enlightenment of 19th century physics occurred around the issue of fields, because until James Clerk Maxwell and Lorentz and these people wrote the equations for the electromagnetic field, it was denied that such a thing was possible because it had this quality, this apparent quality of action at a distance. And that completely freaked out 19th century expectations of how nature should behave. We take this completely for granted. I mean, there's a radio sitting in this cabinet that we could flip on, and if we weren't in such a benighted geographical situation, we could hear hundreds of AM and FM radio stations. Well, those are wave mechanical systems that are filling this room, that are invisible to ordinary perception. To the 19th century mind, this was completely occult and astonishing. We take it for granted. Marshall McLuhan at one point suggested that the worldwide electrification of the planet through the spread of radio and television and electrical systems was actually the descent of the Holy Ghost into history, that electricity was the Holy Ghost to control and to understand, because we can do it. We don't need the second coming of Christ. We don't need divine intervention to destroy this planet. We can do it well enough on our own, thank you. So, a huge responsibility evolves upon people within the global culture to try and come to terms with what is possible and what is to be done. And I think we have to doubt everything that we're told. All the theology that we have inherited served a different kind of world. I mean, don't forget that as recently as 100 years ago, people believed that the earth was created on September 15th, 4004 BC. I mean, the steam engine was the most powerful form of technology that existed. In the last 100 years, we have gone more than half of the distance that we've traveled in the last 50,000 years. And you can actually begin to see the outlines of what it's all about. As caretakers of the earth, as caretakers of intelligence, because this is all the intelligence that we know of, we must, in fact, come to terms with what is being asked of us. What is it that we are supposed to be doing? How can we rationally order our societies to maximize the values that we inherently and intrinsically feel to be worth saving? I mean, what is to why did we fall into history?
Create culture with what we afraid of.
What were we afraid of?
Afraid of. I've been reading Camille Paglia, and she says it's that we go the rascal. Well, you know what she.
Oh, I know what she says. Yeah.
The big chaos, the underworld, that quality is. the violence of nature, the disorder.
Well, I think what happened, and you've all heard me talk about it in operational terms, that we were as embedded in nature as the fox and the leafcutter ant and the polar bear until 100,000 years ago, or something like that. And then this ability to signify, it has something to do with our relationship to shamanism and psychedelic drugs. You see, when you look at primates of all types, going clear back to squirrel monkeys, you always get male dominance. Male dominance was not invented in the Middle East 3,000 years ago. Squirrel monkeys have alpha male primates, and anthropoid apes. All of the primates have this problem, but I really believe that we temporarily overcame it. About from, let's say, 25,000 years ago to 10,000 years ago, we temporarily overcame the tendency for male dominance to occur as a natural part of our being social animals. And this happened because shamanism evolved as an institution which relied on psychoactive plants to dissolve the male ego. And it's not only, we don't have to call it the male ego, that just polarizes and genderizes the thing. It's the ego. The ego is this strange transference of loyalty from the group to the self, the individual body. And then we call that the self. The reason so that psychedelic shamanism, specifically the use of psilocybin on the plains of Africa, was like a chemical inoculation against the formation of ego. And under the influence of psychedelic compounds, we evolved language and social roles and rudimentary agriculture, nomadism, all of these things. But then the psychedelic substances which made this possible began to become less and less available. This is simply because of climatic change in Africa. You see, the Sahara, what is now the Sahara Desert, was a veldt of grassland throughout prehistory, as late as Roman times. The Roman historian Pliny referred to North Africa as the breadbasket of Rome. It means that climatologically it was entirely different. And in that African theater, we emerged out of animal organization and into a world of language, cognition, ritual, ceremony, so forth and so on. And it was a style of psychedelic shamanism complexed with an orgiastic religious style. Now, the reason this is important, this orgiastic style, is because it makes it impossible to trace lines, lines of male paternity. Women know who their children are because they see their children come out of their bodies. But men couldn't know that. And so all values were group values. The tribe was as identified with true being as we now identify our ego. So people were altruistic, not in any holier-than-thou or pietistic way. It's just simply how they were, in the same way that the members of an anthill are altruistic. Ants don't flee from a problem because they're trying to save their own necks. They hurl themselves at the problem until it is solved, because conservation of the group values is the most important thing. Well,
Wait, so what instead of being a male society, why then couldn't you couldn't this be passed on by the female? I mean, the female knows who her offspring is. Why? What?
But the female has built into her physiology a boundary dissolving experience in the form of the birth experience. And in these African tribal societies, it didn't happen once or twice in a woman's life. It happened a dozen or 20 times. So women, by virtue of giving birth, and by virtue of this experience of seeing another person come out of their body, can never get so firmly embedded this notion of their inviolate and unique self. So it's just biologically scripted into femaleness that several times in your life you're going to be melted down into this situation, and it's a very deep imprinting. In the absence of psychedelic plants or drugs, a male can go from birth to the grave and never have this experience. And millions of people do that. And millions of people go from the birth to the grave without ever discovering the relativistic nature of the ego. They entirely identify it with the self, when in fact it isn't that at all. Now the mystery in all of this is the fact that it's kind of reductionist to say that taking these psychedelic plants dissolves the ego, because there has to be something then which rushes into this now empty space where the ego previously held sway. What rushes in to that liberated space is what I call the Gaian mind, that there is actually a hyper-intelligent being on this planet, or in this planet. It perhaps is this planet, but it is sentient. It thinks. It can communicate. We are like atoms inside the body, or cells inside the body of this enormous organism, which is the cause of our religious obsessing. The reason we're always running around looking for God Almighty is because we evolved on a planet inhabited by a super intelligence that we have lost contact with, and so we deny its intelligence. We, at this point, even deny its vitality. I mean, the Judeo-Christian shtick is that nature is to be at the service of man. And, this is a complete inversion of the idea that human beings should be the active hands of the Gaian mind. And this didn't happen for there's no bad guy in this scenario. It's simply that the climatological conditions which allowed this social mode that was characterized by nomadic pastoralism, orgy, and psychedelic shamanism was gradually replaced by, because of drying of the African continent, these psychedelic substances were no longer available. And there was even an intermediate phase where the psychedelic substance, if it was the mushroom, was preserved in honey, so that the great festivals became further and further apart in time, and the ego enters then like a tumor. It begins to form in the personalities of human beings. If you're engaging in psychedelic intoxication and orgy at every full moon, there is no chance for the ego to get a hold. I mean, it's just an aberration that everybody jumps on and is gotten rid of. But if these ceremonies become yearly or less frequent, then these funny notions get going in the more powerful males. Why shouldn't I control more females? Why shouldn't I have more of the food supply? Why shouldn't this area, in fact, be for me to hunt in alone? You get all these concepts of mindness that arise out of the growth of this tumorous cancerous, maladaptive, self-defining, because that it doesn't serve. And we have committed ourselves to this thing so whole hog for the past 5,000-10,000 years that now we're so deep into it that it's not clear we can ever extricate ourselves from it, except, and this is the raison d'etre for my career, is we have to go back to the archaic solution, which is, and it can't be orgy. That can't be the archaic solution that we implement, because we're not a nomadic tribe of pastoralists, only 70 or 80 human beings. We're a global culture of 5 billion people. If we tried to resuscitate lunar orgies, we'd have a wave of social and sexually transmitted diseases that would probably finish us once and for all. So the orgy thing is not the answer. But the psychedelic option still exists, it still dissolves the ego, and it still puts you in contact with viable group values. So this is perhaps an answer. And I don't advocate it because I think it's a sure thing. I advocate it because I think it's the only game in town. Hell, if hortatory beating on people could have worked, then we would have solved all our problems thousands of years ago, because Buddha and Christ and all these other people, they had the right idea. It's just that ideas don't cut the mustard. It has to be an experience, a real experience. And a boundary-dissolving experience is so corrosive to all the institutions of dominator society that no religion in the West since has been able to come to terms with the psychedelic experience, because it mitigates male dominance, hierarchy, and all the other things that are the methods by which we do business.
Why do you think that to rehab it, that there would be this window of opportunity to develop an ego to begin with? What?
Well, it was that we had a chemically mediated symbiosis with the Gaian mind, and it was it wasn't a locked symbiosis like you get in lichens or something like that. It was a kind of flirtation with symbiosis. It was that we took these psychedelic plants and contacted this hyperdimensional mind of nature, and discovered that because it was hyperdimensional, because it wasn't constrained in space and time the way we are, that it had useful information, very practical information. Where has the game gone? This is what shamans are good for, is to tell you where the game has gone. How will the weather be next year? Classical problem for shamans. Well, how do they know this stuff? You see, shamanism is essentially a going into a higher dimension to obtain information that then feeds back into the group destiny. Well, how can these shamans know this stuff? How can they attain to this superhuman level of understanding? It's that they get in touch with a different kind of intelligence, an intelligence to whom where the game will be next year is as transparent as where the game was last year, because past and future don't exist for that intelligence. And our relationship to that intelligence was one of devotee to goddess, or supplicant to mystery. But eventually the connection was broken, and meanwhile the ego was arising, and the ego is like a mirroring of this larger psychic function. In other words, the ego is our pathetic attempt to create God on our own. This was Julian Jaynes' theory. He thought, you see, that up until as late as Homeric times, which is 800 BC, that if you got into a tight spot and were about to be offed or something, miraculously a voice would appear, would come on. It would just turn on in your head, and it would say, "You should get out of there." And people thought this was a god. It was a god. But eventually, they were able to assimilate this psychic function into the personality. And then they said, well, that's not God talking. That's me. That's myself. And this is the idea where God is then located inside my body. And I take orders from this inner God that I call the ego. And if it is allowed to develop, and it's strange, it always develops along these patriarchal lines, you know. It brooks no babbling. It's not interested in argument. It knows what is to be done. And then the only time you get a problem is when you place one ego in contact with another. And then, of course, they go at it hammer and tongs. But originally what we had was a symbiotic relationship with this Gaian mind. And this is the mystery that haunts this planet, haunts our history, haunts our psychedelic experiences and our dreams. It's that there really is a controlling super intelligence that can be contacted through psychedelic drugs, presumably religious practice, when you see how long they've been making the claim, although it must be a high noise signal when you do it that way, because they seem to get it always skewed off in some weird direction that then reinforces paternalistic institutions. But this is what all this goddess talk is about. Is either we are becoming more sensitive to the presence of the Gaian mind, or the Gaian mind, under pressure of the approaching apocalyptic crisis, is beginning to raise its voice louder and louder and louder, so that now, you know, when you go into nature loaded, every rock, every tree, every stream is saying, awaken, awaken, come to focus. There's minutes to go, as William Burroughs likes to say, you know. So we have to connect up. And so we are, in a sense, the hands of this diffuse supermind that is spread through nature. And our presence as thinking, reflecting, culture-building individuals is not simply an amazing but meaningless set of circumstances. Our presence as a global technical civilization signifies the onset of the final crisis. It's as though, you know, you watch a pond and the surface is smooth, mirror smooth. Well, then the surface of the pond begins to churn. This is the signal that something huge is about to emerge out of the pond. And human history is that turbulence on the still surface of nature. Nature would never have allowed a phenomenon like human history to get going were it not in response to a deeply felt planetary crisis that is approaching at ever-accelerating speed. And I have enough faith in nature to believe that when the moment finally is upon us, we'll be ready. But the tools are being laid up right now. The ultimate tools, not the prototype tools. The bow and arrow, that was a prototype. The catapult, that was a prototype. The B-17, that was a prototype. But thermonuclear tipped intercontinental ballistic missiles, this is not the prototype. This is the actual instrument by which you could save a planet as well as destroy it, because you're at last dealing on the level of energies necessary to make those kinds of changes. And I think the evidence is all around us that the historical mode cannot persist. It can't. Just draw all the curves. Output of petroleum distillates, output of energy, population growth, proliferation of weapons. When you draw all of these curves, they can't be propagated 500 years into the future. Sometime in the next 50 years, we're going to have to make or break what history was all about. And the arising of global culture, the arising of an integrated electronic awareness, high-speed computational machinery, tremendously powerful weapons, spacecraft, all of this stuff looks to me like the raw material for a salvational exercise. And notice that it's not only a way to save the planet, it's in a sense a way to save not only ourselves, but to save our ancestors as well. This, if we can act in a moment of great crisis to preserve the planet from ruination, we will redeem human history. Then it all makes sense. The pogroms, the migrations, the brutality, the stupidity, it was all toward a purpose. And then somehow those lives that were lost in those pogroms and invasions and migrations and so forth are given meaning. A meaning which they will totally not have if we simply blow the planet apart and wreck nature and ruin the oceans and blow off the atmosphere. Then it just looks like a tale told by an idiot, full of sound and fury that signifies nothing. So it's as though the meaning itself is in our hands. What shall we make of this? Is it just, as James Joyce said, atoms and ifs? Or is there a plan, a process, a plot, and a role for us that will give us some dignity in this situation, which otherwise, up to this point, as far as I can see, we totally lack? I mean, it's all very well to spend an afternoon wandering around the Louvre, but on the other hand, spend the next day wandering around the slums of Calcutta, and you just really have to wonder about what the human enterprise is about. Now I will read you this little quote from Moby Dick, which sort of gets to some of this. Are you all familiar with Moby Dick? Are any of you familiar with Moby Dick? You should be. I mean, this is the greatest work of prose ever written by an American, without contest, I think. I mean, I like to think that when human history is written, Americans will be remembered for two things. They went to the moon, and they're the people who produced Moby Dick. I mean, this is our Odyssey. This is our Odyssey and our Iliad. Nobody's ever gone past it. Okay, there's a scene early on. You all know that it's a whale hunt, right? Okay, so there is a scene where the captain, who is running this show and driving this thing, this hunt for this whale, to a truly apocalyptic conclusion, because for him this is no hunt for an animal, this is a confrontation with an alien god, and he is determined to murder this thing because it, as he delicately puts it, dismasted him, meaning it bit off his leg and destroyed his sexual machinery. And his first mate, who functions as Christian right reason, wimpy little Starbuck, says, "Vengeance on a dumb brute," cried Starbuck, "that simply smote thee from blindest instinct? Madness! To be enraged with a dumb thing, Captain Ahab, seems blasphemy." And Ahab says, "Hark ye yet again the little lower layer. All visible objects, man, are but as pasteboard masks. But in each event, in the living act, the undoubted deed, there some unknown but still reasoning thing puts forth the moldings of its features from behind the unreasoning mask. If man will strike, strike through the mask. How can the prisoner reach outside except by thrusting through the wall? To me, the white whale is that wall, shoved near to me. Sometimes I think there is naught beyond, but 'tis enough. He tasks me, he heaps me. I see in him outrageous strength, with an inscrutable malice sinnowing it. That inscrutable thing is chiefly what I hate. And be the white whale agent, or be the white whale principal, I will wreak that hate upon him. Talk not to me of blasphemy. I would strike out the sun if it insulted me. For could it do that, then could I do the other, since there is ever a sort of fair play. And that was the point I wanted to make, about 2 points: striking through the mask to achieve reality, and that we can do it, because there is ever a sort of fair play. The field is level. The cards are not stacked against us. If we play our hand right, we can take the whole game. They wouldn't have it any other way. That's right. By the way, I'm getting into that book by Camille Paglia called Sexual Persona, and it's definitely the read of the season. And I didn't realize the publication date is listed as September 1991, so it's hot. And I read the section on Moby Dick, which comes very close to the end, and if all of it's as good as that, then it's really something. I mean, there hasn't been that much fun between the covers of one book since Marshall McLuhan wrote The Gutenberg Galaxy. So, you know, if you think of yourself as a feminist, an art historian, a literary critic, an egghead, all these things, she's just outrageous. I think we have to get her here as fast as possible, because she's really freewheeling and makes a lot of people mad, which is always a good sign, I think. It's called Sexual Persona by Camille Paglia. Maybe some of you saw about a month ago in the Image magazine, which is the insert in the Sunny, there was an article about her, and they put her on the cover, and she's very controversial and says lots of provocative things, and the article stressed her dumping on Derrida and Lacan and Foucault and that whole crowd, and saying, you know, all of them put together were not worth one page of William Burroughs, basically. And, you know, not that we care about this, but in academia, this is big news, because they're in awe of all those people. I tried to read Derrida, I couldn't make head nor tails of it, and it just seemed to me like anti-thought. All of this is inspired by a number of papers that have recently been called to my attention, if I can get this the way I want it. And one of them is called, and I recommend it to your attention, it appeared in the June 1989 issue of Zygon, and it's called The Omega Point as Eschaton, Answers to Pannenberg's Questions for Scientists. And this is, it's by Frank Tipler, and this is a very interesting article which tries to argue for the reality of Christian eschatological hermeneutics in the light of information theory, and actually makes a number of points that I thought I would be alone in making for my entire life, and now I see that I'm actually an infant in this department, and that these people have thought more deeply and more widely and with a more stunning commitment to radical ideas than I could have even conceived of. I mean, it's humbling stuff. I mean, they're talking here about computer strategies to resurrect the dead, not some of the dead, all of the dead, and a number of ideas that I confess were completely alien and exciting to me. And I also have a correspondence between Frank Tipler and Hans Moravec, the author of this little thing I just read you, and a paper by Moravec that apparently has not yet been published called Time Travel and Computing. And time travel is sort of what I wanted to talk about this evening from a certain peculiar perspective. One of the ideas that I've had to embed in my system fairly uncomfortably, because I think of myself basically as a skeptic and a rationalist, is the idea that the world is on the brink of a tremendous transformation, a transformation on a scale such that it can really only be compared to the events which created the universe in the first place. This is what ties this series of notions to Christian eschatology, because the unique preoccupation of Western religion, whether it be Judaism, Islam, or Christianity, is this weird insistence on the end of the world, the collapse of reality as we know it. You don't get this in Eastern thinking. As you all probably know, Hinduism is a theory of what is essentially a steady state. There are cycles of outpouring of phenomena and then regressive cycles when everything recondenses. But the universe is basically thought to be eternal. And this then poses no problem for rational expectation, because it's very easy to imagine an eternal universe. In Christianity, to preserve the rationality of expectation, the eschatological event, I guess I should explain that term. All these ESCH words, eschaton, eschatological, so forth and so on, mean we're referencing the final things. The branch of theology that is called eschatology is the study of the final things, the end of the world. And the way Christianity has handled it to preserve rationality, at least superficially, is by setting it far, far in the future. Then it doesn't irritate or, demand a great deal of thought and consideration. My notion has, against my own intellectual gravity, has pushed me toward the conclusion that it is near, which puts me in the same category as all those people in cartoons carrying signs which say, repent for the end is near. And it's the thing, I feel, I don't know, shy. I don't know if I have the decency to feel shy, but I feel always reluctant to talk about it because it is the most counterintuitive position in the system that I've tried to elaborate. Because not only do I think it's near, but I think that we can say when it is. And just so you aren't kept hanging in suspense.
Tomorrow at 8:30.
Close. December 22nd, 2012, at dawn, Eastern Standard Time, the universe will roll up like one of those blinds, you know? It will just roll up. The stars will fall from heaven. Reality as we know it will completely disappear to be replaced by something else. Now, why would anyone think such a thing? I mean, what set of rational premises could lead to such an irrational notion? Well, I have this idea that there is a counter-entropic principle built into the universe that has not been described by science at all. It may have been noticed, but never in its inclusive nature. And I call this anti-entropic principle novelty. Novelty it has been increasing since the very first moments of the birth of the universe. Whether you subscribe to the orthodox cosmology of a Big Bang, which I would like to sit on the fence about, it seems to me, I mean, you may think my notion is unlikely, but you should remind yourself that what science believes is that the universe sprang from nothing in a single instant from an area whose diameter was less than that of the electron. It seems to me this is almost like the limiting case for the incredible. I mean, if you could believe that, what would you resist believing? I mean, if you believe that, you may be interested in a large bridge over the Hudson River that my family has had for generations and that we're willing to sell you for $1. But this is what science believes. This is what most scientists believe, although in all fairness, in the last 5 years, this has gotten more shaky. Not everybody now believes in the Big Bang. Well, what I would like to substitute for the Big Bang is what I call the big surprise. And the big surprise, it doesn't come at the beginning of the universe. It comes at the end of the universe. Which seems to me, you know, if you want to, the battle of the singularities. Orthodox science says the entire universe sprang from a tiny area in a single instant. The notion that it sprang from pure nothingness. It sprang from a point-like dimension that was, so far as we can tell, utterly without any quality whatsoever. This seems to me the least likely environment in which to seek a singularity. I mean, how can we imagine, unless we call upon God Almighty, a perturbation in a flawless nothingness that would usher into, 10 high 47 particles of many types streaming outward, symmetry breaks, so forth and so on. It seems to me that all cosmological myths require a singularity of some sort, but some singularities are more likely than others. And so in my notion, and I call it my notion because so many people have told me I'm completely welcome to it, in my notion, the place to look for a singularity is in the most complicated circumstances imaginable, not an unflawed emptiness, but a world where you have atomic chemistry, polymer chemistry, organic chemistry, advanced animals and plants, languages, cultures, technologies, information coding and regurgitation systems. In other words, the more complexity that you can pile into a situation, the more likely you're going to get
I mean,
what is
good
called
for a while. Like, it's built to last. I
emergent
bought that stuff, and
property,
there's a lot of
or
it.
a singularity, or the big
Right.
surprise. And so, as I look back at the history of the universe, over any scale you care to name, the last 5 years, the last 500 years, the last 500 million years, the last 5 billion years, there is a generality which seems to hold, which is complexity, once come into existence, is retained and folded back into the interstices of being to produce yet more complexity. This is linked, and at least appears linked, to the cooling of the universe. At the Big Bang, the temperature of the universe was trillions of degrees, and there was there wasn't even atomic chemistry. There was just a plasma of electrons. And then after some time, measured in nanoseconds, the temperature of the universe fell sufficiently so that stable
Move the camera
orbits
angle.
could be established around atomic nuclei. And then you have the emergence of simple inorganic chemistry. Well, then after a further fall in temperature and a much longer period of time, you get the thermal disruption of chemical bonds falls below the limit where you can get complex molecular structures, and then a whole new set of emergent
Do you still need that
properties
up there? Or
building
are you done
on
with
the
it for now?
levels which
The
preceded
thing you
until
need to use?
finally you get the birth of stars.
Just barely
And
see.
that is
Just the
basically
top.
huge lumps of condensed hydrogen, the simplest of
That's
all
a good
elements.
thing, right?
The
Kinda?
hydrogen aggregates into stars in such amounts that tremendous pressures are set up at the center of these hydrogen masses, sufficient pressures for fusion to begin to take place, and fusion cooks out iron and other heavy elements, including carbon, and carbon then becomes the key to the next level of emergent complexity, and from there to us, it's only a series of these declensions. But what's interesting about these declensions into complexity is that each phase happens more quickly than the phase that preceded it, so that and we actually are not peripheral to this process. We're at the center of this mandala in by several different ways of thinking about it. The most convincing, I suppose, is that the density of connections in the human cerebral cortex makes the human cerebral cortex, without contest, the most densely ramified material in the universe. We carry within ourselves, then, the most complex organization that has been laid on to the material universe. And it seems to me this is a strong argument that we are at the cutting edge of this process of emergent novelty. Now, up until 1,000,000 years or so ago, we were just one more animal wandering around on this planet, albeit a sort of weird animal. Bipedalism, binocular vision, complex pack signaling. But on the other hand, wolves and dogs and ants have complex pack signaling. But then we began to elaborate. Notice that up to that point, the most sophisticated information storage system that novelty had evolved was genetic storage in long polymerized molecules that templated other molecules to reproduce themselves. Well, with the emergence of human language, you get what is called epigenetic storage and conveyance of information in poetry, dance, ritual of all sorts, artistic endeavors of all sorts. This is the unique domain of human beings, and it represents a vast acceleration in the rate at which this kind of informational business can be transduced. Well, then, so it flows forward, and then about 12,000 years ago, we really get going by building cities, beginning to notch wood with our observations of lunar cycles and stuff like that, and then you know the rest of the story. I mean, it's just a jump from, as I said the other night, chipping flint off a core to hurling an instrument outside the solar system so that it can look back at our planetary system. An elf told me that, now there's a fine thing for a scientist to say. An elf told me that time travel is possible, but it is constrained in ways which are not normally part of our expectation of time travel. The way in which it's constrained is, once time travel is discovered, you can travel as far into the future as you wish, but you can't travel into the past any further than the moment of the invention of the first time machine. The reason for this is that before the invention of the first time machine, there were no time machines, and how can you take a time machine into a domain where there aren't any? You see, it's just to preserve logical consistency.
Mostly we can't drive a car where there hasn't been a car driven before.
That's right, you can't take a car where there are no roads. When cars were first invented, the main objection to them was, what are you going to do with this thing? You know, there's nowhere to, you know, it can't go where a horse can go, so what good is it? So here's a fantasy scenario, which for a while I liked very much. It's that quantum physics and nanotechnology and all this malarkey is refined and focused toward the notion of building a time machine, so that then on the morning of December 22nd, 2012, at the World Time Institute in the Amazon, the first time journey is about to be taken, and the whole world is watching on holographic television as the Lady Temponaut is strapped into the machinery that will hurl her centuries into the future. And there's a countdown, and a button is pushed, and off she goes. Now, most people's interest would be to follow this woman wherever she's going, but let's forget her for a moment. The point has been made. She disappears. We assume she went off into the future. But what happens right there, right then? It seems to me in the very next millisecond, thousands of time machines would begin arriving from the future simply because they had driven to the end of the road. They had come back in time to witness the first journey into the future. It's as though you could take your Piper Cub and fly it to Kitty Hawk, North Carolina in 1906 to see the Wright Flyer take off. You see? Are you all with me so far? Oh yeah, right. Now, there's a problem with this, which some of you, I'm sure, are thinking, I hope anyway, which is what's called the grandfather paradox, which is the old conundrum that haunts all time travel schemes, which is, if time travel were possible, you could go back in time and kill your own grandfather. Well, then you wouldn't exist. Well, so then this sets up a logical impossibility. Either you exist or you don't exist. And some science fiction authors have assumed that somehow massive influxes of synchronicity would preserve your grandfather. You know, you would approach him with your Saturday night special, but it would blow up in your hand, or it would ricochet off the St. Christopher medal he always wore, or something like that, because he cannot be killed by you, because in that case you wouldn't exist, in which case he couldn't be killed by you. And this troubled me for a long time then. What exactly would happen in this situation if a time, because according to Hans Moravec of the Robotics Institute of Carnegie Mellon University, I mean, time travel is no big deal. The first paragraphs of this paper, the last few years have been good for time machines. Kip Thorne's renowned general relativity group at Caltech invented a new quantum gravitational approach to building a time gate, and an international collaboration gave a convincing rebuttal of the grandfather paradox arguments. Another respected group suggested time machines that exploit quantum mechanical time uncertainty. The technical requirements for these suggestions exceed our present capabilities, but each new approach seems less onerous than the last. There is hope yet that time travel will eventually become possible, even cheap. So I then saw another possibility, and this is the way we can fulfill the expectation of Christian hermeneutics, but not require the second coming of Christ or the intercession of God Almighty into history or all these other extreme unlikelihoods. And to understand it, we have to have recourse to physical model in a very simple realm of chemistry and physics, which is the Bernoulli gas laws. Some of you, I'm sure, are familiar with these, and they're very intuitive and easy to understand. We have a cylinder, and it contains a vacuum, and at one end of the cylinder we have a valve, and the valve is connected to a line which is connected to a tank of some inert gas, say nitrogen. So we open the valve to let the nitrogen rush into the cylinder that previously was a vacuum. Now, what happens inside that cylinder, I think, is intuitively obvious to all of us. The pressure equalizes over all points equally. In other words, you can't have 50 pounds of pressure at one end of the cylinder and 5 pounds of pressure at the other. We understand that in a gas, pressure distributes itself evenly in order to achieve equilibrium. Okay, hold that notion in your mind. Now think of our world in the late 1990s as a sphere or a cylinder of that sort, and think of cultures as gases at various pressures. And let's assign low pressures to the bare-assed folks in the Amazon and eastern Indonesia, and let's assign high pressures to the folks in Manhattan and at Caltech and Cambridge and Los Angeles and London. Well, then we can predict correctly, in fact, what is happening sociologically on this planet. What is happening is that the high-tech cultures are totally overwhelming the traditional cultures. The values of Manhattan and Los Angeles are flooding everywhere, and in spite of the tiny lip service we give to shamanism and body painting, the truth of the matter is Amazon cultures are not really making a major contribution at this point to the evolution of high-tech, global, information-dense electronic culture. Okay, that's the second level of this Bernoulli metaphor. So now let's go back to the situation where we send the Lady Temponaut off into the future. I'm not familiar with how they overcame the grandfather paradox, so we'll pretend that the grandfather paradox is very strong.
I want to say something with the greater.
Okay, I'm close to question time. Let me press forward relentlessly here. Because the coffee's running out, I can feel it. The equilibrium density is dropping. Okay, so we send the Lady Temponaut off into the future, but now, with what we know about the equalization of high cultures versus low in a temporal medium, what happens, from our point of view, is that the rest of the history of the universe happens instantly.
Okay, I'm gonna close the door on her.
That even if it's billions of years of human culture and downloading into machines and claiming star system after star system and so forth and so on, somehow that the state vector of all of those event systems collapses. I call this the God whistle principle.
Today is literally 1 week later.
Call God into history. We can summon the end state of human evolution to appear a millisecond after we successfully achieve the implementation of this technology of time travel in order to avoid all the paradoxes that would prevail if there was any extension to the post-time travel era beyond the moment of its inception. So this is
she's seeming a lot better, dude. She's not licking herself.
This is a way of, in a sense, forcing the evolution of the universe, and it creates the phase transition of the eschaton, and is, to my mind, a practical. It creates the basin of attraction within the domain
like, you know, that
of
tall piece of furniture I hang out on?
Is there any
down on the floor by that?
precedent for something like this, even metaphorically in our own experience? Well, it turns out, yes, there is, in a kind of bizarre anecdote which should sober us considerably as we think about these things. When the first atomic weapon was built by the Manhattan Project in the desert of New Mexico, Fermi and Oppenheimer and all these people got together the night before the test at Trinity, and Fermi had a
get you over here with
some
treats
on which he had scrawled some equations, and he had reached the conclusion in the week before
I got your attention.
They were not sure how high the temperature would go when they triggered this device, and Fermi had some back-of-the-envelope calculations which caused him to believe that the nitrogen in the atmosphere of the planet would begin to burn if they tested this thing, and that they would in effect ignite the atmosphere of the planet, and the fireball would spread around the entire planet and destroy everything. And they spent half the night going over these things, and they finally decided that the information necessary to make the decision was not available. And so they said, well, hell, throw the switch. You know, at least it'll get to show those Japs and Germans that we mean business. So... And then, of course, the test was carried out. The nitrogen did not burn, and instead we were ushered into the glorious era of weapons of mass destruction. So let me see. I've got some notes here. I think I covered everything. what's interesting about this is that for the first time in this article by Frank Tipler called "The Omega Point as Eschaton," he seems, and this is why Paul is here, and I couldn't really get into it because it's crazy to repeat what you can't understand. But by an analysis and interpretation of quantum mechanics, Tipler reaches the conclusion that there is an omega point, and that it does represent the funneling together of all the what are called world lines. And he, for purposes of mental comfort, sets it far in the future. But in principle, there is no reason to do that. 12 or 13 years ago, the Swedish cosmologist Hans Alfvén wrote a wonderful little book called Worlds and Anti-Worlds, in which he made the suggestion that
I know, but that wasn't the full
that
content.
the entire
She's so
universe is
nimble
what's
now.
called
She's walking on the little
a
bounce beam
vacuum
underneath the table.
fluctuation, ex nihilo, literally out of nothingness. However, there's a caveat, which is this creation ex nihilo can only occur if what's called parity is conserved.
I'm about to start playing my games. I'll keep an eye on her with you, but anytime you're curious, just shake the treat thing.
Particles which come
I say we
into
look at her every
being out of
15 minutes or
nothingness
so.
must come into
or 30 minutes.
existence paired.
I'm gonna look at her every
antiparticle.
close league match at least.
And so it comes into being. Let's say an
That's the way to summon her.
electron and an anti-electron, and they divide on separate trajectories.
She's teenager. She's 4 months old. She's still gonna grow, flesh out for like another 8 months.
In other words,
then they're going to be flow
nothing
sizing
really
the inside.
happened. No laws of physics were violated because they annihilated each other. Now, for a long time, a while, this was thought to be entirely a kind of a theoretical construct. But then it was noticed that the theoretical models of black holes, which we referred to a few days ago, seem to imply that no radiation could leave a black hole, and yet certain kinds of black holes were observed to be giving off hard radiation in the form of X-rays. And it was realized that what was happening was vacuum fluctuations were taking place in the vicinity of the black hole, and because one particle went one way and one the other, the black hole interfered with conservation of parity, and one of the particles was being sucked into the black hole, and the other particle was flying off into the ordinary universe and being seen by astronomers as hard radiation. So the fact that this process goes on has now been confirmed. Well, now an interesting thing about these vacuum fluctuations is that quantum physics places no upper limit on the size of a vacuum fluctuation. What it says is that the smaller the vacuum fluctuation, the fewer particles that are involved, the more
She's a tunnel snake. Tunnel snakes rule. You don't get that joke, but
and obviously, from observing black holes, we can see that very small vacuum fluctuations occur quite frequently. Well, Alfvén took all this and said, well, then is it not possible that the entire universe, our entire universe, is simply a very large vacuum fluctuation, a vacuum fluctuation involving something like 10 high 50 particles, and they have poured into the manifold in which we find ourselves, and an antimatter universe, invisible to us because it's in another dimension, was born at the same time.
Trying to keep your neck cold? I don't know.
So one universe went off into a higher dimensional manifold this way, and another one went off in the other direction. And what this sets us up for is the possibility allowed by this
Which monkey do you want?
interpretation
Or
of
both?
quantum physics that the entire universe could disappear instantly. Not gradually. You wouldn't see the stars going out, but because this is all happening in a hyperspace of some sort, which treats this manifold as a point-like entity. So what you would have is just click, and all particles in the universe would disappear, and the original unflawed nothingness would be restored. Actually, no. There's a further caveat to all this, which is all particles have their antimatter, antiparticle twin, except the photon. The photon is this mysterious particle which is different from all other particles. It either has no antiparticle, or somehow it has its own antiparticle embedded within it. So what would happen in the case of a universe which was a vacuum fluctuation, which encountered its ghost image and conserved parity and canceled all particles except photons, is that you would suddenly have a universe made of nothing but light. Nothing but light. And we then have to model the physics of a universe where the only kinds of particles that exist are light. Well, it's interesting that all these human traditions of transcendentalism make a big deal about light. I mean, light is the metaphor for spirit. And the supposition is that the rarefaction of matter and of the flesh releases us into a realm of light. And I am not a physicist enough by a long shot to say what the behavior of a universe made of light would be, but I do know enough to say that if you or I were made of light, our subjective experience of the universe would be ruled by relativistic physics, and we would have the impression that we could go anywhere instantly, and we would have the impression that the universe was aging around us at a tremendous rate, because you see, the time dilation of the general theory of relativity says that as you approach the speed of light, time slows down. Now, it's assumed that you can't reach the speed of light because as you approach the speed of light, your mass asymptotically increases, so that to push a single atom to the speed of light would require more energy than there is in the entire universe, because this particle would have become so massive that there isn't enough energy to propel it. But a photon never moves slower than the speed of light. It never moves faster than the speed of light either. So the photon, if you were made of photons and you went from here to Zenebel-Ganubi, let's say, a star in our galaxy with a wonderful name, your impression of the travel time would be zero. You wouldn't, and so again, here is a way, without invoking God Almighty, where physics seems to lay into our hands metaphors for the anticipation of the eschaton. Paul, do you want to say something at this point?
Fascinating. Interplayed with physics. You know, everything has to be conserved. No, it's not just parity. In the vacuum fluctuation, I mean, charged matter, antimatter, charged whole pair is just one of the conservation, one of a dozen conservation that has to be conserved in those phenomena. And they're happening all the time from the point of view of physics. Inside our body, there's trillions of these virtual reactions carry on coming, and they can be intercepted. I mean, you can have a gamma ray break into a particle and antiparticle, and you can intercept them before they come back together again. And that's how they're detected on photographic plates or cloud chambers. but everything to say is right. One thing, I don't think this notion of the Big Bang, I mean, I'm not sure whether I subscribe to the Big Bang model, but it's stuff's so far-fetched because if there was something in the universe, then we'd have a real problem explaining how it got here. So the simplest thing to assume is there's nothing here.
You mean that we are in a vacuum fluctuate?
Well, no, just that there's nothing here. I mean, that there was nothing before the Big Bang and there's nothing after.
This sounds like Buddhism.
Tradition includes everything, good and evil, male, female, the whole thing added together as a zero, just like it always was.
Well, then what are the complex appearances that impinge upon our senses, and what are we then?
Because we choose to pay attention to only half the situation, but if we will let ourselves be and experience the whole, then it's all unified.
It cancels. Well, this refers back to something you and I were talking about at dinner. We all assume that there is one past and one future, but it's not clear why we assume that. I mean, think about it for a moment. We're all here gathered in this room sharing this moment, but we all have different pasts. Not one of us has the past of another. And so what we have in this room is a convergence of pasts, and when this meeting is over, we will go our separate ways into a variety of futures. So the assumption that there is one past and one future is just some kind of convenient mental bookkeeping. We are tremendously under the spell of this illusion. I mean, we worry about the future all the time. Well, notice that you could just move to an island somewhere and get a brown-skinned girl, and then you wouldn't have to worry about anybody else's future because you would have made your own future. We can step out of the assumption of a universal history in which we're trapped. And I think realizing this is the beginning of a kind of liberation. Our assumptions are the edges of our world. And this is one of our strongest assumptions, the assumptions that there is a past and a future, and our destinies are all caught up in that. But actually, you can, a word that rarely passes my lips, you can deconstruct that assumption, and then you're given back a whole different way of looking at the experience of being, which is empowering. Because somehow, when we are embedded in the future, we feel we have no control whatsoever. We're like corks in a raging river. But in fact, that's a false model, I think. Anybody want to get in on this? And yeah.
Sometimes when I'm listening to you, I have sort of the troubling thought that I think Karen hasn't done enough psychedelics. I think I had a too break in some way, and when you get onto some of your scientific track, and that you put your rationalist, I started thinking, why get lost? I start thinking, I start referring to experiences I have had of being altered, where a lot of this seems incidental to the experience they have. One experience in eternity, or which I know you've had, and how do you reckon with yourself sometimes? I think when you say doubt yourself and think this is just my ego concocting things to make me feel good, and et cetera, whatever would be the worst case scenario for you. It's hard for me to express this sort of well, but there's something about when you're the way that you often refer to a sort of what seems to be a scientific model, because that is very linear, even as you talk,
Well, I would certainly agree that I haven't taken enough psychedelics. reading these people, it seems like, I mean, I doubt these guys are real psychedelic heads, and they're much further out than I am. The real...
Girls got energy now. Watch out.
The real truth is, and I've said it many times, that the world is not only stranger than we suppose, it's stranger than we can suppose. And in a way, that's either permission to suppose anything you want, or to just stop supposing, you know? These things are models. The real... Nowhere is it writ large that bipedal apes should be able to understand how the universe works. Still less likely is it written anywhere that Terence McKenna should be able to understand how the universe works. Were you here the other night when we talked about the black hole theory of enlightenment? It was 2 nights ago. Yeah. Well, that's the idea that the real truth can't be told. I'm very aware that all of this is just stuff to
getting out of hand.
support me. To make a living, in other words. You know? That, in fact, what's really going on defies rational apprehension. I hope. I mean, I would hate to think that we could understand what's going on. Nevertheless, there's something to be said for this modeling process. And I agree, I think I'm getting old. You can only push yourself so far. I mean, when I read one of these things today and he was off on some tear, and I just realized, you know, it struck fear in my heart. And I said, my God. You know, and I actually did a mirror, mirror on the wall, who's the weirdest one of all? And it said, Hans Moravec is the weirdest one of all. I said, Kit, you know, what am I should bring him here and sit at his feet. I don't know, am I talking about what you're talking about?
Get it.
Oh, good.
I mean, I find a fantastic parallel between the psychedelic experience and physics. I mean, I haven't found anything in the psychedelic experience that would be any problems to relate to kind of point of view of physicists. And actually, I think that all this stuff in physics got out of the bag because of the psychedelic, you know, breakthroughs in the 60s. You know, Fritjof Capra and others had psychedelic experiences and then started to ferret it out from, I mean, in 1920s, people were puzzling about these things and having the spiritual crises and throwing away all of their assumptions about reality and having these types of breakthroughs, and they got lost because we started to bag physics to use to the military. And it was only with an environment that opened up because the psychedelics that have come out.
But I don't think that that the purpose of science is to understand reality. This may go to what you're saying. I think the purpose of science is to advance technology, which is a heresy. I don't think reality can be understood, and that it's absolute hubris for science to, you know, cloak itself in the mantle of philosophy. All it's for is to make better toys, or if you're nuts, better weapons. And ultimately, there's not going to be any closure in the effort to understand. And I think that the thing that you take away from psychedelics finally is that all models are provisional, that there is no truth. We talked at one point in here about Wittgenstein's phrase, true enough. True enough. True enough to get you to the gas station, true enough to get your taxes paid. But there'll be no closure on this stuff. We have to live in the light of the mystery.
There we go.
But I think we also said in here, you know, it's the death of conversation if we glorify the mystery too much, because then, you know, I'll be just like everybody else here, and I'll announce that we're now going to have a meditation, which I've never done to you, I want to point out. Somebody wanted to say
that and I wonder how you can project an end to eternity at a certain time.
Well, I didn't mean to imply a nothingness beyond. It isn't like that. I think it's an everythingness. That when I talk about what I envision it as boundary dissolution. If all boundaries dissolve, then, you know, I am you, and you are me, and we are all together. It's a exfoliation of the human experience. I mean, the great boundaries are,
I suppose.
you know, the small boundaries are man, woman, self, world, and then the big boundaries are life, death, past, future. All of these will be dissolved into something like William Blake's divine imagination, and we will become, you know, our grandest dreams. And so the whole challenge is to dream a dream worthy of that dimension. I mean, it's a very interesting exercise. I don't know if you've ever done it. God, it comes close to being a visualization, I'm sorry to notice. But have you ever played the game, what would I do if I could do anything? First of all, you have to wrap your mind around the concept, anything. What would I do if I could do anything? And I used to think about it in terms of, for some reason, for me, it takes the form of an architectural fantasy. You know, first of all, I just locate myself in the house featured in last month's Architectural Digest. Then from there, I would begin to work it out. Well, if you could do anything within a few minutes of entering into that exercise, you're unrecognizable to yourself. I mean, you don't even have to exist in a forward-flowing casuistry of 3 dimensions. You can be a number of species, all possible sexes. You can be translocated at many points in time. You begin to realize that you are tremendously limited by your assumptions, and that and this is sort of what I imagine death is. It's release into the divine imagination, and if you're, you know, blown up in an airliner or something, then immediately after dying, you're just a dead person. But then you begin to unfold and test the boundaries. And, you know, as James Joyce says in Finnegan's Wake, up in the end, prospector, you sprout all your worth and woof your wings. And that's just in the first 30 seconds that you woof your wings, and then you are able to assume, to divide your consciousness, to assume any form, to be any place, to know anything. Anything recognizable as human, I think, would quickly drop away, or would just become a tiny and familiar touchstone that you would occasionally return to touch. And somehow the dying, which occurs to each one of us, that's the microcosm of the planetary and historical process that we're caught up in. It's the thing that we hate most of all. We fear it. We really get agitated when death is raised as an issue. James Joyce called it the Grim Reaper, a blessing in disguise. If you want to be Phoenix, come and depart. Meaning you have to die to fully exfoliate into this dimension. And sometimes I think, and I don't often say it to groups because I fear I'm misunderstood and I don't want people to go out of here depressed, but sometimes I think that what human history pushes for is the extermination of all life on the planet for the simple reason that we'll never be free.
I'm gonna look at her after this match.
That we are in some kind of hell world, and we are locked in a world of matter and energy and space and time, and that it is not, you know, my God, this sounds like, Southern Baptists, but we are living death at this moment, and that we must die in order to be born again. In other words, that somehow what we are has become trapped in a lower dimensional matrix, and our greatest delusion is to cling to this most tenaciously. Jorge Luis Borges, in one of his stories, has this idea that the species, any species, is somehow not completed in eternity until the last member of that species dies. And it is interesting that if you think about biology, 95% of all species that have ever lived on this planet are extinct. This is what happens to species, is they go extinct. And yet, you know, we're driven to pursue immortality. It pains us greatly to imagine the death of all life on this planet, and particularly the death of our individual selves or our species. But the fact of the matter is we don't know what death is. One of the puzzling things about the DMT trance is, you know, these creatures made of light in the mind that are so different from us but have such affection and love for us, they seem like relatives. They seem like, dare we whisper the word, they seem like ancestors. And yet, you know, we would rather believe that they were aliens from Zeta Reticuli or elves in a parallel continuum than apply Occam's razor to the phenomenon and say, since we are the only intelligent entities that we have ever contacted in this universe, these things which we contact in our minds in the center of the DMT flash, they must be human beings of some sort. But they don't look like human beings. But they love us so much and understand us so well. Well, is it possible that the kind of human being they are is a dead human being? That we're actually breaking through into an ecology of souls? I mean, if we say that the psychedelic experience is an experience of boundary dissolution, and if we say that DMT is the strongest of all psychedelics, then may it not be that it is dissolving the most resistant of all barriers, which is the barrier between the living and the dead, and that what you actually come into is the antechambers of eternity for a brief glimpse. If you were to take that rap and properly translate it into Witoto or Loinani or something like that and go to the Amazon and query those folks, they'd say, well, of course. I mean, your own Merciliade tells you that shamanism depends on the spirit ancestors. And for all the credit we give shamanism, we've never actually come to grips with the possibility that shamans really do work with the spirit ancestors, that there really is an ecology of transmaterial human beings in a nearby continuum that can be approached by a boundary dissolving drug. And it's because, you know, we, and certainly I, and certainly proven by this rap tonight, are obsessed with technological explanations of it and how it's going to be the flying saucers, it's going to be the time machine or the collapse of the quantum vector or something like that. But because the forward thrust of our technology is toward immortality. I mean, that's what's gnawing at the back of our minds. And yet what may actually be coming toward us, orthogonal, I mean, in its right angles to the historical process, is the dissolving of the barrier between the living and the dead, which is so unsettling and mind-boggling to us that we'd take a flying saucer invasion any day over having that happen to us. And yet it's very, very late in the game. You know, human nature is going to have to undergo a radical, vertical translation of some sort if we are to avoid the extinction of ourselves and all life on the planet. Well, so then, you know, maybe that's what it was for. If we believe that we were always embedded in the machinery of nature, that we could never act outside the purposes of nature, then this must be what it's for. It's very interesting in embryology. I think most people think, you know, of a fetus in the womb. As you all know, we begin as very fish-like creatures in the womb, and then out of what are essentially little paddle mitts, the human hand appears. And I think most people think that the tissue retracts tightly and that the human being emerges. But if you've seen fetal stages in bottles in medical schools, what's actually going on is that cells die off. A massive amount of dying goes on in the womb in order that the human form may emerge out of the fetal form. The webbing between the fingers doesn't retract. Those cells die and are released into the amniotic fluid. The growth of the fetus involves the death of millions and millions and millions of cells. So we are born, we are, you could almost say, sculpted into life by the hand of death. I feel as nervous about all this as you must. But, you know, this is what we're here for, right? To stretch the envelope.
Yeah. Yes, I would like to go back to something that you said about the beings of light and the shamanic capacity to see and to interact with these beings, and they could be the ancestors. Speaking in terms of those individuals who refined their senses to being able to see more than the average ability to see, and to be able to hear more than just the normal ability to hear, where there's a growing awareness of almost like interpenetrating plans of beings that are actually coexisting with us, but we just can't hear them or see them because we haven't refined those senses enough. And the more psychically sensitive individuals have an increasing ability in a non-drug state to be aware. It's just they could see more and hear more. And I hadn't heard you say that.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's a very good point. The perfect example of it in terms of a cultural tradition is fairyland. Fairyland is the pre-Christian Celtic peoples believed that dead souls stayed around in the immediate vicinity, and that there were thousands of them all around, the accumulated dead, very much in the way that when you smoke DMT, then there are thousands of these things, and it raises the question, were they always there, or what's going on? St. Patrick, who brought Christianity to Ireland, found this belief. And also, Anita makes the point about sensitivity. In Irish folklore, there's the idea that if you have the eye, you can see these things, and no drugs are required. It's a psychic ability, which the country Celtic people have sometimes claimed. So when Patrick came to Ireland on his mission of conversion, he found this belief in fairyland so powerfully entrenched in these people that he invented purgatory. Purgatory was invented by St. Patrick to convert the Irish. And then when word was carried back to Rome that Patrick, who was this great bishop of the early church, that he had made this doctrinal concession to Celtic folk thinking, the Pope thought it was such a fine idea that they just wrote it into dogma. So purgatory, which, as you all know, is neither heaven nor hell, but a place where you expiate your sins for some amount of time before you pass on to heaven, is nothing less than a cleaned up version of fairyland written into Christian theology. Now, I don't know why the Celtic people would have not a monopoly, but a firm grip on this. I mean, it may be their innate gloominess, their obsession with death, their, it's called the agenbite of Inuit. It's that we just chew on ourselves till we dissolve, but there was something about that character that set it up for perceiving these entities, although in all traditions all over the world, if you dig deep enough, you can usually find a tradition of small people that live in the hills or under the hills, meaning graves, right, under the hills, and they are the ancestors. And the best that straight folklorists can tell is they have some weird law that as a people recedes into time, they shrink, which seems to me preposterous, and I just don't understand that. I think that the evidence is pretty good that this is going on. The fact that DMT is a naturally occurring neurotransmitter is very suggestive. Rupert Sheldrake has made the suggestion that dying is a unique chemical experience, and he calls DMT a necrotic hallucinogen, that you actually, if you are truly dying, your brain will be flooded with DMT, and then you will see the ecology of souls waiting to receive you. I once questioned a very well-known Tibetan teacher about what was going on in DMT, and he said, yes, these are the lesser lights. He said, you can't, if you go further than that, you will break the thread of connection and be unable to return. And so, you know, I think this is the most challenging idea to us on the conscious and unconscious level, because we may, you know, I mean, I'm only speaking for myself, but it seems to me true that we really have, at a profound level, accepted the scientific lie that death is non-entity, you know, and it gives us, it's a permanently weakening idea, because it makes us each such a finite being. I mean, it means that no matter what you do, eventually, you know, it will all end in the cold, cold ground. You know, always at my back I hear time's winged chariot hurrying near. This coyness, lady, would be no crime had we but world enough and time. The grave's a lovely private place, but none do there, I think, embrace. Well, maybe Andrew Marvell was wrong. Maybe there's more fun on the other side than you might wish to be congealed. Anybody, save me from myself.
I'm wondering, I have the impression what comes to mind is a world that you project where everybody is schizophrenic, so that today I can be Napoleon, tomorrow Jesus, and I can meet somebody else who also believes that he is Napoleon, Jesus, Buddha, or whatever. and back and forth in time. I was just wondering what kind of a place that's going to be.
Well, I would buy into that. I mean, I think schizophrenia is the absence of cultural expectation. You know, in the most profound sense. I mean, the casuistry doesn't even apply. I mean, I consider myself schizophrenic, and I have observed schizophrenia in other members of my family at close up in great detail. And what it is it's simply the breakdown of casuistry, and then ordinary people imprisoned in the hallucination of culture, language, and linear time lock you up and put you away because you're reporting from outside the cultural envelope and carrying information that terrifies, alarms, disturbs, and just you drive other people crazy is what it is. I'm talking now about process schizophrenia, which is the spectacular kind where you bring back information that is absolutely incommiserate with the models of your culture. No, I think it's been said that the world is becoming more schizophrenic. Well, that's just because they didn't have the word psychedelic. A psychedelic experience is essentially a kind of schizophrenia, and the people who in the early phase of psychedelic research, they wanted to call it a psychotomimetic, meaning it mimics psychosis. It doesn't mimic psychosis, it's a schizomimetic of some sort. Psychosis is a whole different pathology, but schizophrenia is simply a category for behavior and insight that the rest of society is unable to do anything with, I think. Yeah, no, that doesn't trouble me at all. I like talking about how I'm schizophrenic. Maybe this answers your criticism that I'm linear and running down and old. I can always go nuts. You know, if all else fails, you can go bananas, I suppose. The schizophrenics return with the great aesthetic visions and the scientific breakthroughs and the poetic understandings. I mean, and it's almost as though they have been aided by the demon artificers. They have taken into their retinue supernatural helpers. And a shaman would say, of course, allies. And I'm sure you all know the way in which schizophrenia and shamanism map together. I mean, our own Julian Silverman is the great pioneer in the one-to-one mapping of shamanism and schizophrenia. And years ago, when I was completely bananas, every time they would approach from three sides with nets, I had Julian's paper called Shamanism and Schizophrenia, and I could quote it chapter and verse and back them off because what is called the initiatory crisis in shamanism is nothing more than a schizophrenic break with ordinary reality. The problem is we freak out completely and rush to drug people and give them electroshock and tie them down and slap them around. Well, so then the unfolding of the process is interrupted, and it's as though you were to, you know, perform surgery on a fetus or something and then be amazed when it turns out a monstrosity. When, if you would just have left it alone, for crying out loud, it was unfolding along its own creodes of morphological development. This is why people like R.D. Lain seem to me to be the ones who thought most deeply and correctly about schizophrenia. To become schizophrenic is a wonderful, wonderful opportunity. The trick is to make sure that you're nowhere where straight people can get at you. And my schizophrenic episode occurred in the Amazon basin, and, you know, it was 5 days march to just a mission. And I've always felt that evading modern mental health care facilities saved my mind, absolutely. And in a traditional society, it's supported. You know, if someone shows signs because they're dreamy or they hallucinate or they're epileptic or something like that, then this is encouraged and they're put under the care of shamans, and drugs are used to initiate the crisis in some cases. And it's a cause for great rejoicing to have these personalities because in the culture, because they're the antennas for the culture that are contacting the raw stuff of real being and transducing it down into cultural artifacts and institutions that then are useful. Anything else?
Grandfather paradox.
Oh yeah, what did you want to say?
Your idea of the endpoint makes perfect sense to me. I did the grandfather paradox to some injection. It's the story of.
No, I don't think it's a paradox.
It's a self-consistent universe. You're here, so you didn't kill your. If you killed your grandfather, it would be he to ask the question.
I think that's the way to handle that. I think when we finally really understand time travel, we may find out that it's common as dirt and has been going on all around us in all kinds of physical processes.
Story. The human mind likes to make up stories, so if he came back and killed your grandfather and you still hated, then we'd have to make up a story. Like somebody else got into your grandmother. Said,
but since that isn't how it works.
I mean, people disappear mysteriously, and all sorts of things happen, and we just fit them into a framework that makes sense to us. And when we're in a realm of time travel, then maybe we'll have to reinterpret all that weird stuff that occurs.
That's an excellent point. That all kinds of stuff goes on around us that may be, in fact, the collapse of paradoxical situations that we don't understand, like, you know, all these well-documented cases of spontaneous human combustion and stuff like that. I mean, unless you just flat out deny that this goes on, which is a kind of cop-out, I think, because it just means you don't believe large bodies of evidence. I mean, not everything weird that's claimed goes on. But on the other hand, I don't think God is a Republican. I think there's plenty of weird shit flying around.
The weak fear the
as
shadows.
I said, nowhere is it writ that anthropoid apes should understand reality. And every culture that's ever existed has operated under the illusion that it understood 95% of reality and that the other 5% would be delivered in the next 18 months. And from Egypt forward, they've been running around believing they had a perfect grip on things. And yet we look back at every society that preceded us with great smugness at how naive they all were. Well, it never occurs to us then that maybe we're whistling in the dark too, that the universe is stranger than you can suppose, and that openness, that perception imparts is a great joy, a great blessing, because then you can live your life not in service to some fascistic metaphor, but in service to the living mystery. The fact that you're not going to understand it. It is not going to yield to logic or magic or any other technique that's been developed. It's bigger. You know, the novelist John Crowley has this wonderful aphorism: the further in you go, the bigger it gets. And I think this is true of most things. That's all, folks.
She's under the chair.
Take all the gold. I really don't need it.
Yeah, I got time. I can do that. Yep. Okay. Enjoy your nap. Okay, Penny. Alright. Check this in, please. So I can close the door. I need it fast. Here comes. Good girl. Oh shit, I'm almost late. Please don't attack my cord. Crazy little thing. She's so happy. No longer depressed.
Looking good, Brambleback. It's reassuring how alone we aren't. Return to your pond, Grom. I receive your power with gratitude. Nothing beats the smell of vegetation.
I'm not trying to talk to you.
Gotcha!
But like not in that way.
You know me, Brambleback. You understand the true spirit of the noble growth. What? Potatoes are always watching. Life is so much more beautiful than death. You know me, Scuttles. Trees love tickling each other's branches. I wonder what the ducks are plotting today. Sun and rain are the only magic I need. Ladybugs should really befriend intruders.
I'm gonna go invade my jungle now. I'm gonna go get this dragon maybe.
I get the feeling dragons don't like me too much. Oh well.
Test.
Where did that come from? The birds did.
I gotta feel this is doing with the jukes. No. Oh, I just reached. Yeah.
This looks like it's going to grow on me.
Natural makeup. You seem like a high maintenance.
I should have just so stupid spade. Oh well.
I tread lightly so as not to hurt the dandelions. Don't fret, Blue. Loss builds character. No one who wanders is ever truly lost. Like a hyena, and friends will gather to your side.
Good. Yeah, we lose this. I'm sure. Arguably my bot is too, but yeah, whatever. Let's get famous. 400 gold bounty, blah 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 blah. I just need to do better.
Ta-da! Fly along now. Danger is nigh. One day, I'll root in one place and be everywhere. I'm telling you, Blue, you and Daisy can make a cute couple.
Alright, let's stop fucking hinting.
Gotcha. I should go swimming later. Don't start like Scrapper. Now support your It's okay. Sometimes I need to treat myself.
You guys want to get in my pocket anytime? Wow. Here's the thing, get the healing, and he's just gonna kill my team. Yeah.
Filled with life. Hey, it's a thingy people use. Thank you. I got two thumbs and a shield. Who did that? It was me.
Yep. Oh goodness.
Life is such a strange miracle. Gotcha!
Your soul was already in.
Oh, shut up, John.
Brush just tickles my fancy. Thank you, Grunts. Where did you raptors get all this gold? Hurry like a snail, and you will never twist your ankle. That creature is
Try one more time. This time I didn't have Daisy.
Springer. Where did that come from? Now where did I leave my roots? The birds did it.
She did.
Death comes to even.
Dying isn't so bad, now that the dying part's over.
Six
Cleverness of
good.
mushrooms
Not bad, actually.
always surprises me.
Right.
Sometimes I even bring myself. Daisy, be gentle. Protected in the strangest way. Oh, that old body was getting creaky. I find that the stranger life gets, the more it seems to make sense.
Yep. Yep.
I follow only the sun, and sometimes a river. This one time, a scorpion. I wonder what adventure today has in store.
Yep.
Why did we literally say it? It's fucking weird.
It's reassuring how alone we aren't.
Yo,
What's up, Buffalo?
you're missing out on some insane Diablo 4 gameplay.
Is that because you're in a different server or something?
I switched up my build.
Well, stream it. I'll tune in.
It's sick.
The poison trap is good as he said?
I don't use it, really. I
What do you
have it
use?
right now just because I got it from an item, but what do I want here? I need to upgrade a skill. I don't know, I looked up a build and it seems to be doing the trick. But I need to figure out what I want next.
Let's see here.
I need one more
You are
skill
live.
before I get an MBU. 6% increased damage. Twisting Blades Rogue build. Diablo 4.
Twisting Blade, you said. You're no longer an archer?
Yeah, no. I'm melee. But I just dash around and I kill everything.
Mm-hmm.
5 on Twisting Blades, eh? Five on Twisting Blades. So I'll just throw one more in Twisting Blades. It is a pretty OP skill, so. Yeah, so you'll see what I do here. How do I get out? Leave dungeon. Yeah, I just snack shit. I need to go back to Yelesna.
Tolerate it.
Bacon. Get bacon.
Oh, fuck. I have to go. Actually, otherwise I'm gonna lose my spot. Let me go pee.
Alright. It's okay, dear.
I wonder what the ducks are plotting today.
Can't do that here.
Let me just pick up all these side quests.
My husband, Theodore, left our home. I went to confront him. He's gone.
Soft and rain on the only
Sure. You want? Is this the stash? Not seeing. Where's my stash?
No more big until I need to find you next time.
All that's left. You can take what's left.
The face of your killer is identical to mine.
Do that. I will put your cone back on. Start doing that. It's fun. No.
With my technique, killing blooms into artwork.
I need a little more time now.
Okay. I'm off and I'm gonna show you the combos.
She did just try picking at her incision and stuff, so I was thinking of putting it back on.
Look how shit dies so instantly, it's so dope.
Got her. Yeah, it was. Yeah, I think I'll put the cone back on.
Susan harnesses?
Huh?
Because I brought it up here to put on the cat, remember?
I don't remember.
That's why her leash is up there.
Is it not in the locker somewhere?
No, I looked for it earlier. I just set it open trap on my own. Don't ever take that. I actually picked her up and buried her because she was afraid of the automatic door.
Huh? Yeah. Shadow's a security dog.
And she was scared everyone thought she Come on, you wuss. Come on, you wuss.
Alright, dude. Alright, I'm watching more now.
Give thanks at the shrine. Hello, invite, invite.
Hello.
Where's my sandbag? Oh, why?
Because I was trying to, like, see them. Like, I want to blanket prison her. She has so much energy.
I can't be distracted right now. I'm sorry. If I don't... I'll say this.
Alright, do your thing. I'll do my thing.
Put a big blanket prison and a small blanket prison.
I'll help her find her husband first, I
More
guess.
days. She has to break the habit. Alright, love. Where's she at? Oh, that's fine. Penny! She goes. You weren't picking at your cut, were you? Here? I got you, I got you. Yeah, you're picking a little bit. You need to give it a little more time. Awesome. I know you don't want that.
Time to recharge.
Just a little bit. I'm so. I know you have fun. It's back on now. Go for just a little while longer. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I know, you're basically feeling better. 1 second, left. I'll be done talking to my cat just a moment. You already know you can wiggle out of this. It's not like I'm expecting you to wear this for more than a couple more days. For now, you gotta tolerate.
Don't have enough energy.
Drop, one second. Those parts just. Shoot. I'm so sorry. I'm so better. I think that's a kind of nice setup. One more bit of bacon for you. Because seconds. You're knocking down everything. True. Better. Are health potions expensive or basically free or what?
Free. I got a Whisper Rupture. Level 24, no life. Jeez. Inspect the ancient obelisk. What the fuck? Okay. Well, I keep moving off of it. This is retarded.
About to invite a rando to the Discord. Hopefully he's chill.
Oh god, I'm leaving.
Oh jeez. Alright, suit yourself.
Bye-bye.
I guess this changes up our queue timer probably. Yeah. Oh jeez. Oh yeah, it shows you're there. The God Shem.
Oh, hello?
Success.
Success. Hello.
Hello, hello.
How are you?
Like I said, just doing fine. Well, actually, I could say one thing that sucks is, like I was saying, the cats are all fine, and I have this kitten, and she's the greatest thing, but she fucking, she's recovering from surgery, from being spayed, and she wiggled out of her phone, and I was like, you know what? It's been a week, maybe it'll be alright, but now she's picking at her stitches, so it's like, we put that back on. We gotta put it back on for a little bit longer. Now I'm midfield. Gross.
The weak fear the shadows. Fear controls them.
Some hydration? I'll give you some. Oh, damn, Penny. That's fine. Alright then. Let's try something else.
Take all the gold. I really don't need it.
Let's try this out.
Be grateful for this moment. And this one. Oh, and this one. Oh, and this one's good too.
Humor was better 1,000 years ago.
The Druid abides.
Meow.
Everything is connected in the strangest ways.
Cassante and the Ivern. Let's see it.
I'm having another eye-opening day. I got 2 thumbs and a shield.
Face me! Fight!
Trees love tickling each other's branches.
Enough!
Sometimes I need to treat myself. I tread lightly so as not to hurt the dandelions.
No, no!
I got 2 thumbs and a shield.
Enough!
Angels are always watching.
When one hunt ends, another begins.
The end of life is filled with life. how alone we aren't. I got 2 thumbs and a shield. Who did that? You and me. One day, I'll root in one place and be everywhere. Okay. Nature strikes unseen. I am never lost in the wilderness, only in conversations. Surprises sting the most. No one expects a sneaky crocodile. I find that the stranger like death, the more
Yeah, that's cool. One more hit though. What the fuck? Okay. I'm about to get my level 6. Should be a bit better after that.
woohoo! Ta-da! The scorpion must score. Sprout! Where did that come from? Ladybugs should really befriend intruders. I grow my own food. Sometimes I even treat myself. Daisy just loves to hug. Don't play possum. Daisy hates possums. Careful. Daisy doesn't know her own strength. I wonder what the ducks are plotting today. Use this gift well.
Enough!
Sprint like a snail, and you will never twist your ankle.
Yeah, this is why I usually just dodge if I don't get the jungle roll.
The cleverness of mushrooms always surprises me. Oh, look, a happy little cloud.
Crumble!
Watch out, Daisy Stampede!
No! Stand strong.
Please. Thank you.
No one who wanders is ever truly lost. Oh, hello. Brush just tickles my fancy. Laugh like a hyena, and friends will gather to your side. Watch out, Daisy's really protective of you. You are finished! Sun and rain are the only magic I Daisy just loves to hug.
Okay.
Maelstrom consume you!
Don't make us timber!
Let's go for Renekton.
Careful, Daisy doesn't know her strength. I wonder what Once in a blue leaf, the earth will know best for Robin.
10 stacks. How about that? Fuck. You don't take my stacks, no more.
Grant me your spirit. I tread lightly so as not to hurt the dandelions. Hide, Crop. I'll find you later. Here. Potatoes are always fresh. Oh, hello. Hey, it's the thingy people use. Thank you. Springer. Life is such a strange miracle. Surprises sting the most. Watch out! Daisy Stampede! One day, I'll root in one place and be protected. I have never lost in the wilderness. Only in conversation. Bye, Daisy. Bring up. Where did that come from? Oh, I find that the stranger I gather
Not good. Where's it going? She's just running. You did it on the voice chat too? Alright, that's fine. Oh, good. Poor kitty's up there just chilling. Didn't escape the cone. GG, Benny. Alright, Airy. He's still slayed, man. I don't know who you normally play that uses Airy, but the damage was guaranteed at least, I guess. Game would have been over 5 minutes earlier if you had, I don't know, pressed the attack or something. But yeah, nice work. Nice all-ins together with Diego and Daisy providing the knockups. It was good stuff. So normally. Oh, sure. You're literally trying out the new Ivern. Small scope, not mid scope, the small scope. Thank goodness it was small, because the mid scope, where they're going to change Daisy up to be some sort of cheeky engage type of ultimate, it wasn't good. Thinking about going Dunk Master Ivern this time and getting as many kills as I can.
Hey, sorry, but
No, you're fine, you're fine.
cool. I know, I just kind of like hung up in the middle of your sentence. I was like, oh, that was...
I thought for a little while until I checked, like probably like on my 4th death, I was like, man, he's just really disappointed I don't know how to mid Ivern.
I don't judge people like that, man.
Let me try.
If you do that, it's cool. Oh, fuck.
This guy says my mic's a little static. I'm gonna try turning it on and off again, see if that helps at all.
Yeah, your mic is sounding pretty rough.
I don't suppose it was that simple and I sound better, did it?
You know what? I think that does sound better. Yeah.
Yeah,
it was just it was super staticky before.
Maybe I walked out of range at one point and it kind of like messed with it a bit.
Oh, you got the wireless going.
I got the wireless going. It's been a long time since I've been wired.
Hell yeah. I have both wireless and wired, and whenever I go on my wireless, my friends are like, yo, you sound like shit. And I'm like, oh, okay. It's like, but it's convenient for me. I can go to the bathroom, go to the fridge.
Drink a water, and exactly to the fridge.
Yeah.
Not having to take it on and off your head. Still hear your homies and all the shit they're up to.
I know. Such first world problems we have.
Honestly.
That was quite a comeback last game, wasn't it?
Next thing I knew, I got the Dark Steel investment, and a couple team fights later, I was at 8 stacks, and just went from there.
I know, you
was unstoppable.
You went from 0-5 to 5-5 in like a couple of minutes. I was like, yeah, come back. And I think I got my ass kicked in top as well.
Yeah, it wasn't looking really good up there either. He had the CS lead and a little bit of kills lead.
Yeah. Yeah.
Nah, they didn't stand a chance once we grouped.
You're very good at Ivern.
Thank you, homie.
Sure you've heard that before.
Yeah. I said there was this person last night, like, I'm shook. I thought Ivern just did support things, and you're going Magi's Ivern, and you're, et cetera, et cetera. You're killing it like an 8-1-20 match, and
It's true, man. I don't even know what the hell Ivern does. Like, you're just killing people. I don't know how.
He got a little bit devalued by not having his unique interaction, giving everyone their buffs after level 5. Now I have to wait till level 10 or 11, but they more than compensated for that.
He used to give people buffs?
Yeah, not like give them to them directly, but after level 5, every red or blue I killed would leave behind a copy. It wouldn't even have to be me killing it. It's just like the fact you have an Ivern on the team, anyone could kill it and there'd be a copy left on the ground. Ooh, I wish I had my root still. Oh, but
look at that. It's a kill, too. Oh, yeah. I might die for that. Hey.
I have 2 seconds till the next root. This guy's dead.
Yay!
Yay! I move faster
we're doing
now.
Well, that was fun. All right, gotta go. Bye. Just kidding.
She's still doing her red side too, so I can even do some shenanigans and take her blue side.
Do it.
The old Ivern special. Here it comes.
Where does the damage come from on Ivern? Is it your little Daisy, or is it something else?
The shield pop, the shield, whenever I give it to people, it does like a 70% AP explosion. So that's a lot of the damage. And Daisy's punching is the other bit. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. I'm not gonna lie, like, I've definitely underestimated Ivern before. I'm like, oh, that's not gonna hurt me. Boom! I'm like, what?
No, she went to Lain. Good.
Ladybugs should
Let me know if you...
Also, Ivern can just do cheeky stuff like this. So I'm just like taking all the cubes.
That's cool, man. Just for the record, I'm a pretty relaxed player. I don't really go try hard mode. Like, if you make a mistake, I'm not gonna be like, what the fuck, man?
I do that to myself a bit, but never my teammates.
Oh, okay.
Another thing, like Ivern's power, he comes from, like, Daisy will run out ahead of him, scout, keep people at bay, but she can just catch people unsuspecting because the shield will explode, and not only will it explode, but it does, like, at level 5, it's only 50% at first. Here comes Evelyn. Anyways, at level 5, it does a 70% slowdown on the target, so that just keeps them in place while everyone catches up to murder them.
That's pretty huge.
Mm-hmm.
Do you pilot Daisy yourself, or is it like auto?
It's a constant. Whenever I summon her, she'll go after the nearest target, but you have to recast and give her more targets all the time.
Totally.
What's up, Evelyn?
Is she here?
She's right here.
I'm coming. I want to come give her a kiss.
She's backing off. Give her a kiss.
I got Jax coming down here. Oh, yeah. He warded this.
Yeah. This is a mid. Mid.
Hey!
Jinx gave me that kill. What a homie. Oh shit, I missed.
What a nice start.
Seriously.
Oh, we don't have an ADC. Or do we?
Nah, we got the Nivea doing Nivea carry things.
Okay. Okay. I see this shit and I get a little worried, but I'm like, you know what? I'll trust it.
Gotcha.
Only when I see it start going bad that I'm like, God damn it.
There's an ADC when you need one.
Well, I mean, if they want to go proper roles, I suppose they can just switch at some point, but yeah, it's a little different.
I mean, now that I think about it, yeah, the Nivea and the Jinx, they're just like swap places. We do have an ADC, but
yeah, that's what I mean. I'm like, we do have an ADC, but I don't see how that's going to work for Jinx mid. Like, I feel like she'll get slaughtered at level 6.
She's 4-1 and 2. I mean, we'll see what happens.
I still think a cast. I think a cast ult to her face is going to end her.
True.
I don't want that to happen, but if I were like a sports bettor or something, that's what I'd be putting my money on.
This is such a bad bet. No, get away from me, lady! I got relentless Hunter. You can't keep up with me.
She likes you, man.
She does.
She just wants to come home with you.
Oh, Sona with the ignite.
It's okay.
Sona with the map awareness and igniting for me. Thank you.
Don't you love when teammates do good stuff?
Oh, you know it.
I'm really pushing my luck up here. I should be backing and buying stuff, but like, I want to kill this guy so bad. I'll leave. I think an issue I have with League, with my own gameplay, is that like, I feel like I'm so good at my champ that I try just unnecessarily flashy shit a lot. And sometimes it doesn't work out, and I'm like, I'm so stupid. I could have just played normal.
I disrespect the enemy damage a little bit too often. That's, I think, my issue. And like, I'll hold flash and be like, ooh, that was flash time right there.
Yeah. I've gotten pretty good at the enemy damage thing. I even know like which champs don't look like they're gonna do damage but end up exploding you kind of thing.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of a good example for that.
Let's say maybe like, who does that?
Like where the damage is just bananas and you're like, what in the fuck? I was gonna say Alawi, but I feel like that's too obvious.
This looks like it's going to grow on me. Nothing beats the smell of vegetation.
I mean, every day we stray further and further from the durability patch, so everybody's kind of scary.
Durability patch. You know what I picture when you say that? I picture like Dr. Evil from Austin Powers, like putting up his like peace sign. You know what? Have you ever seen that movie?
I have. Yeah.
Okay, he always puts things in like quotations. He's like laser beam.
Yeah.
Yeah. I could see him going like durability patch.
Get to
Yeah.
steal this red buff? Yeah, I do. She's on her Raptors right now. I bet I get it right under her nose.
You're too good, man.
Oh yeah.
You are too good.
Here, watch, I'm gonna do the sweep.
Do you still have to kill the buff, or can you just click a button on it?
I have to let it either do my passive, which is per level I get more and more speed on it, but at the beginning it's very slow. So I talk to them and it's an uninterrupted, it can be interrupted channel. Any damage will fuck me up. But as long as I get 3 seconds off, it is now, I've spent health and it's starting to be, what's the word? Cooked. I just say cooked, it's easier. It's called Friend of the Forest, and the circle like completes, but watch, I have a smite in 3 seconds, and I just complete the circle early.
I'll watch you. Nice.
That's all it takes.
Even though it can be interrupted, it's still pretty damn fast overall, isn't it?
3 seconds is a long time to hope the enemy just like lets you be. If they're looking at you, there's been funny times too where I'm like greedy and I'm like, you know, I'm gonna see if they know what Ivern does, and they'll like hit the buff. They're gonna try to do a smite battle with me, but they don't know how Ivern works, and I complete the channel, smite it, and I just leave immediately. They're left confused, like I did a 3,000 damage smite, and they're left with nothing.
I could see that, yeah. I feel like 3 seconds might feel long, but like it's probably faster than doing the camp the old-fashioned way, no?
Yeah, for sure. But it's only, that's if I smite it, and smite's not always off cooldown.
Nice job. Nice job.
Brush just tickles my fancy.
I'm gonna come top and try to get Jax.
Oh, sure. Sure, you are welcome to the party. I'm sending you an invite. Watch, he'll jump on my head because he's stupid. Watch this. Jump on me, buddy. Yeah.
There we go.
There goes a jump.
I got shield for you in 2 seconds.
Ah! I might need it now.
Hey!
Thank you. Oh my goodness. I played it sloppy.
I know what you mean. It happens. Relentless Hunter stacked up. I'm fast as fuck now, boys.
Nice. May have pushed that a little far, but you know what? It probably made him angrier.
Where are we going, Jinx?
I don't know. I haven't seen Evelyn in a while.
There she be.
Oh, hello.
Back here. She flashes. Okay.
Sometimes I need to treat myself.
We get these two easy prey targets in the bot.
Yeah. Easy. They're already dead. They're already. What
just
champ
don't
is
know
that?
yet.
I don't even know what champ I'm
Teemo?
looking
Teemo
at.
on Twitch?
Oh, that's a Teemo.
It's Space Crew Teemo? Yeah.
Interesting. I feel like such a noob. I didn't even recognize what I was looking at there. I thought it was like a fizz.
Give me some lead. This is how.
So since you one-trick Ivern, are there like many different builds you can do?
There's a
Experimental
like
shit?
more supportive type build, and then there's the more full AP send it type build.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I know which
wouldn't
one
say
you
there's
like.
Yeah, for sure. I like the full AP. I'm not good enough with Mikael's Crucible to like justify it. I'm getting better with Zanya's, so there's that.
Mm-hmm. That's cool. That's always good. Oh, Jinx, careful! Evelyn behind you.
Back her up.
Should I? Yeah, she's 9 and 2. I should alter.
Yeah, it looks like. Oh, go for it.
No, I'm gonna wait.
Oh, you don't even have to. Yeah, we're gonna kill. Oh, never mind. Daisy's gone.
I'm using it.
I gave her another shield too. What the fuck is happening to my camera? There we go. Okay.
Yay!
Very nice.
Well played.
Knife with 21.
I'm so tempted to do this Rift Herald, but I will not.
Soon, very soon.
Yeah, this Jax is gonna smack my tower up.
I'm gonna go do what all greedy Iverns like to do and just go take this red buff.
Oh, I was gonna say photosynthesis.
Ooh, yes.
The lamest joke ever. Oh, there goes Jinx. I think Jinx's time is now. Wait, she got out?
Apparently.
No.
She's on
okay,
me
you
now.
know what happened?
That's Evelyn. Come after me. I dare you.
I didn't see it, but I think the Evelyn might have used ult.
Okay.
She was on top of Jinx and then just appeared 10 feet away.
Here's something that won't wash off.
Teemo missed a shroom. Maybe I kill?
How do you miss a shroom?
It was kind of close to being where he needed it to be. But now I got it.
How do you miss like a large cylindrical object?
What really happened is like it has like its arming time, you know? And Daisy just ran right past it during its arming time.
Nice. Nice.
Then he got slowed. As I said, the slow is the deadly bit, because then they're just held in place for everything else. The knockups and the roots that keep coming.
Man, I swear, people underestimate Ivern, like even me. Like I don't see it. I don't see that champ often.
I'm worried his popularity is going to go up with this update, or like even if it doesn't, he deserves a nerf. Oh shit!
If you keep this up, and yeah.
Oh, one more shot! No. Oh, she's trying. She's ghost blading towards her. She's tower diving.
Okay.
She
I
missed
got
the
7
phaser.
seconds on ult. I'm about to discipline this Jax.
Oh my god, Teemo.
Oh, Jinx wants to ult it. Ah! This Jinx is awesome.
Twitch shooting us up with his ultimate kind of hurts.
Look at this. This Jinx is sick. I love this.
She big, dude. She's 12 and 2.
I got ult, Jinx. Don't worry. Just run at it. Oh, that invisible.
Yeah, just go back. Time to get items.
I love that time.
4,000 gold. Let's go.
Hey, it's a thingy people use.
Oh no, Jinx, no.
Like this. Oh, she's still alive.
I'm saving her. I can't talk 'cause I'm standing on this fucking cast juice.
Grounding. Nice.
And this is a bot match, dude.
Evelyn found time in her busy schedule to take my Krugs.
Wow. I'm sure she regrets it.
And my raptors, no! My chickens!
Hey, she's 0-5. She needs to get some kind of kill.
Blue buff! Redeem my jungle.
League is so weird. Like, I play with the same amount of skill every single day, and I lose all my games yesterday, but I win all my games today. How does that work?
Beats me, man. Beats me.
Maybe I just got really good overnight. So that froggy, can you just click on that froggy and it's just gone?
I have to wait for the
Wow.
circle to finish. Yeah. I literally, if I hit it with a Q or I can't hit it with an auto attack, if I hit it with my shield, there is just no damage ever registered.
Yeah, but that's even better though. Just clicking on them and they're gone. Like, that's amazing.
It is because if I'm really, really lucky, I catch the enemy jungler already starting the camp, and then the camp helps me kill them. I'm serious.
Oh my god.
There's this one time a Hecarim rushed into my jungle, and I had a feeling he might be coming, so I was chilling in the bush right by the blue buff. And as soon as he procced the fight to start on the blue buff, I started fighting him, and we just pummeled them together.
That's amazing.
Let me get the assist. I won't get the damn.
Sun and rain are the only magic I need.
Ivern and Shen has a pretty good synergy now that I'm thinking about it.
Definitely, especially because if I'm playing like the way I usually play, I get into a lot of sticky situations.
Yeah, and like you can like deliver me in, because like you have like a hook, don't you?
I have a Q that will take you to them. Oh, there's a Jax in the bush.
Don't worry, don't be afraid. I'll ult you.
I need Jinx to do more. Now's the...
Don't worry.
Oh.
I don't want to use the ult if I don't have to.
Yeah, I understand.
And sometimes.
Alright, who's taking that? There we go. Plus the key with the Shen ult is to like get your teammate as close to death as possible to like make them extra thirsty, you know, make them really go for it.
Daisy's dead. I mean, Timo's dead again.
Yeah. Cassiopeia is in our top jungle. I don't know if you saw her there.
Oh, no, I didn't.
She gave up on the game. She's just farming our Krugs. I don't know why they're not surrendering if that's how they're gonna play.
Yeah, it's probably like two of them holding hostage. I don't know. Mad at each other type shit.
Oh yeah.
I've seen it before, all too often.
Look at her go. Oh, look, there's two in our base. I'll just come and end the game.
I got two thumbs and a shield. Switch to a greener path.
Nope, bad.
The forest protects us all.
Do we have minions? Oh no, we don't.
We have a Daisy in 10 seconds.
Oh, it's a big minion.
Ow! Shit! I got zapped. I thought that,
I just wanna end the game. Get me out of here. I can't. Shen damage on towers is pathetic. It's almost like my sword's wrapped in like bubble wrap or some shit. It just doesn't do any damage. It's so funny when people who don't understand Shen are like, yo, your laner's bot, take tower. It's like, are you seeing this damage? Like, it'll take me 8 minutes.
Foam swords. Whip out the foam swords for the towers.
Yeah, in the Shen mains Discord, we call it like the pool noodle, basically.
Everything is connected in the strangest way.
Okay, so red buff has this thing around it. Can I just take it, or I guess that's for you. Oh fuck. Twitch says I've never seen a Jinx beat Cass before. Yeah, like you gank that cast nice and early and just shut her down. Like that's kind of what happened. Who knows? Maybe that Jinx could have done it on her own, but I think that you really helped her.
All I need is Cosmic Drive and CDR boots and the new shield refresh. The way Ivern got major buffed and will need a nerf unless they want this shit to keep happening, like soloing the Baron. The shield refreshes if it doesn't do damage to any champions. So Baron, it's just like, refresh.
Do you want help with that, Baron, or you
no,
good?
I don't. I'm good. I'm almost done.
Crazy, crazy. I should have watched that.
Yeah, it's pretty simple. Daisy pummeled it. I shielded her.
All right, so I get you take no damage from Baron. I guess it's all Daisy, right?
Baron does a little splash damage to me, but you know, not much at all.
Oh.
Alright, slap.
All right, well that was a joke.
Close.
Yeah, I got the solo duo to platinum, and now I just feel like getting the ranked there too.
I hit diamond, and I had 3 L's in a row. The last one, there was literally a inting misfortune, like at minute 1, and it was just. And when I made it into the promotion, like I won my last promotion round, and I made it into diamond. And the guy said, "Good luck. I hate diamond," and I was like, "Oh, I see why." 3 rounds later.
Yeah, exact same thing with platinum for me. I got the plat, lost the next 2 games in a row at 0 LP. Now I'm scared to play because I heard that 3 losses is a demote.
Yeah, it's like 3 losses, your demotion shield's all gone. You have to win the next one, or you're fucked.
Fuck that. Joke's on them. I just won't play.
I'll do it next season since I'll have like the achievement quote unquote locked in, and then I'll try to like push for masters. But yeah, I'm pretty satisfied making it to diamond, and I streamed it. It wasn't even with a duo. I had a really badass Castante the last round, and I'm not saying like Ivern was the whole team, but yeah, no one can say I got carried by someone in particular.
For sure. Congratulations. It's a very prestigious rank.
Thank you.
I feel like people just like talk so much shit in this game and downplay shit.
They really do.
It's an achievement. But it's these people in the server, in the Shen main server, were like roasting this guy who like he hit masters, and he was masters for like a couple weeks, but then he ended up demoting and he fell back to diamond. And people were like, he's not really masters. They're like, are you masters or are you actually masters? It's like, what's the difference? Like you hit masters, that's an accomplishment right there.
Mm-hmm.
It's almost like they weren't counting it as hitting masters if you demote afterwards.
They're just mad they can't go up the ladder.
Oh yeah, it was coming from bronze and silvers.
The other 98% of the player base or something, because masters is like super like I looked it up. I was just curious. The diamond one was 3%. Man,
yeah, dude. I think the majority's in silver of the player base.
Mm-hmm.
And there's nothing wrong with being bronze or silver, but when you're a dick about it, then there's something wrong with that.
Yep.
Besides, being good at a video game doesn't necessarily make you cool.
No. It's about having fun as you're playing a video game. At least that.
Exactly.
And you can tell those people that are like all ranked, hyper fixated, they're not having fun.
No, it's like a job.
Right. They literally call it the grind, and I'm like, yeah, you have to play a bunch of games, but you can't just call it play. You don't just call it a grind. There's like RuneScape grinds and shit like that, and then there's playing League over and over again. It's different.
Is it different?
It's different. I mean, RuneScape. Yeah.
I've never played RuneScape. That's why I ask.
RuneScape, I just spent 2 weeks straight because I got a bond, and bond is where you can get membership in the game without spending real world dollars. You spend the gold coins. And me and my buddies wanted to play some RuneScape, so we started up these fresh accounts. And for 2 weeks, I was just in this. Let's say for 10 days, I was 2 weeks. There's a little bit of setup. It was a fresh account. But once I got the setup done, I was just in this frozen dungeon fighting a blizzard to get drops for the homies. And it was enjoyable to me, just like maximizing the yield. You see what I mean?
Yeah, I get you.
There's doing it wrong, there's doing it well, and then there's doing it as best as you can. And I was having fun doing it as best I can. And yeah, that felt like a grind. It's just wake up. All right, let's get this fucking. I'm gonna deliver this Gatorade to. There was these little green rejuvenation potions. These little green rejuvenation potions I had to deliver to like these fire priests to fight the blizzard, and gotta deliver this Gatorade every day.
That's hilarious, bro. You and this quote here is funny.
Oh, it's actually two Ivern quotes mashed together. He'll say, everything's connected in the strangest ways, and then he'll also say, the stranger life gets, the more it makes sense.
Ah, nice little remix there.
Little remix, yeah.
And then when you throw Diamond at the end, like half the people reading this are like, oh shit, he's good. Oh shit, okay.
He did it.
Oh my god, I need to impress.
Okay.
What happened? Disagree?
Okay.
Wow. Oh god, dude, I'm gonna have a bad time. Gwen is one of the worst matchups for me.
Gwen is immune. Good luck.
I'm not. I've tried so many times to beat this champ, dude. I'm not gonna try anymore. It doesn't work.
Farm up and play with the team, eh?
I can't even farm, dude. I go in for one minion, and she just snips half my health in one snip. It's so ridiculous. I've tried. I started playing her a couple weeks ago, and I just didn't have fun with her. But just experiencing the damage, it's insane.
The sunshine tastes so good. This looks like it's going to grow on me.
Oh shit, I'm a little behind.
Satisfying goal.
Like a snail, and you
I'm drinking beer.
Hell yeah.
Budweiser.
Alright, we walk. Fuck it.
I will walk behind. My finger is on the taunt level up button.
Alright, fair enough.
I want to put my toes in the
Oh. Hello, goodbye.
It's good enough.
Hey, Lucian, you coming?
We didn't catch anybody sleeping.
No, I think our Lucian's sleeping. We're good. I think I've had a Lucian in like 4 out of 5 of my games today.
river reaches the ocean in its own way.
The champ is good.
I'm just so glad to see less Kazakhs after the useless nerf.
Oh yeah, that champ.
Such an annoying time.
Champ's disgusting.
2 weeks.
What's your biggest issue with Kazakh?
I grow my own.
Oh,
he can leap
sorry
in or out. You know, it's like that's obviously an issue for anybody. But more than that, he's just like overtuned and oh fuck, they're right here. Hello.
Oh shit, dude.
No, I'm fine. I'm fine. I already marked this the Raptor. I feel bold, but it's a grave, so I'm gonna stop being bold and go home.
Yeah.
It was
It's okay.
maybe a Zach or I don't know. I'll go back in.
It's okay, it's a wise decision. Booster jungler, Graves. Yeah, that guy, Graves hits hard.
Really does. He was like some like good HP regen too early or something. I don't know.
Dude,
You
the
get him
guys-
down low, and then he just like doesn't go down. And like, okay.
That's what I was gonna say. The guy's like a tank.
Mhm,
Like
mhm.
I see him face tanking like full team fights, and he doesn't get hurt.
Terrifying.
It's
Stuff of
a
nightmares.
little obnoxious, yeah.
No one who wanders is ever truly lost.
He may come after my raptors, and that'd be good revenge on his part.
If someone comes in there, I'll come down for the collapse.
It's way far away from me. I said raptors, not this blue side.
Oh, sorry.
Like,
Focusing.
No, you're fine. You're fine. You're fine. Just giving context, my dude.
All good.
Only in conversation.
I'm getting a nice haircut up here. I'm getting snipped.
Oh, there you be. So raptors, you want to help me out a little bit? Yeah, you do. Good chickens.
I call them chickens too. They look more like chickens to me. Like they call them raptors. Is that supposed to be like the dinosaur, like a raptor?
They call it the Crimson Raptor and stuff. Yeah, and even Ivern talked to all the camps. So it's like, have you heard the Crimson Raptor singing? She's gotten a lot better.
I don't know. If they're calling it raptor in reference like the dinosaur raptor, like it looks nothing like a dinosaur. I'm sorry. Raptors have little claws. They have little hands. These are straight up just birds.
The Crimson Chicken, I'll call it that.
Yeah, the Crimson Pigeon. Just throw some bread at it.
Pigeon. Yeah.
Top is warded.
Oh, he'll also say one other line. Where did you raptors get all this gold?
No way.
Yeah, he really will.
That's awesome.
We can do. I'll spout all the lines. Fucking Krugs, how's the wife?
I guess when you play enough Ivern, you know it all.
Most of it.
Of course.
He has.
If you're coming,
I was actually going for the. Yeah, you're getting hurt, and she has Conqueror. Let's not do this. I was going for the Scuttle Crab.
Oh, okay. I've ganked a Gwen with a jungler, both of us at full health.
This moron killed us both.
Gwen's coming. Should I bother walking that way?
No, he's going back to get his camps, and Gwen's went back to. Jeez, like Lucian thought that one shield was going to save him from a full HP Graves when he was at like a quarter.
He tried to fight?
He tried to fight, and he question marking me.
Questionable. Questionable question mark.
Questionable. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Is this bitch serious?
She's serious.
I just outplayed
you got her. You got it. Yeah. I saw the tail end.
I wouldn't call her enough. I never know if I'm the better player in that, or if they're just dumb.
It's always a mix, right?
True, actually, very true. Very good point.
The cleverness of mushrooms always surprises me.
Saying a collie's missing. Oh, she's hunting me. Look at her go.
So thirsty.
Zeri wants it. Get the slow off Zeri, and you can maybe have. She didn't. It's okay.
Oh, this Zeri's thirsty. Careful, Zeri. How far are you gonna chase that, Zeri? I'm gonna have to ult the Zeri. Okay.
She's backing. She's backing off.
We got shields for days on this team.
There goes a collie.
Yo, Lucian. Oh my god. He's not backing up. The Lucian's gonna kill himself.
This Lucian excels at that, dude.
He's very confident. I wonder if he's actually...
We have to have an intervention and double question him.
His entire family's just in his house looking at him.
I can kind of just picture the whole league team, like when it's time.
He's
The
dead.
whole league team, the whole league. Yeah, like the team.
I'll ult it.
I save him as long as he doesn't. He's gonna get aggressive again. You're right. You may need ult. Oh, especially because that. You may need ult me. Yeah. I deliver you closer.
Thank you, my friend.
Yeah,
Oh, I'm coming in. I'm coming in for this.
Slowed the bitch. Yes.
We're amazing. We're amazing. Oh,
I can go faster now. Yay.
my blood pressure's through the roof. Yay.
Oh, jeez.
You know they're mad at that one.
Oh, yeah. Shields
You know,
for
Gwen,
days.
Gwen is absolutely fucking me up here, freezing the lane, tripling my CS.
I mean, but you're with the 300 gold bounty, so she's like getting all the CS and she's gonna like hunt your bounty. Jesus.
Mm-hmm.
Good times. Good times.
It's okay. I like a challenge.
True.
I already know I can telegraph exactly what's going to happen when I walk up to her. She's going to just immediately ult me in the face and chase me down lane.
You're probably right.
and I'm going to die. And if she doesn't do that, then I think she's stupid. Because that's the right move, honestly. Like, she should be all-inning me right now. Oh, but if I can make her snip the wave, then she'll push it back in my direction. Snip me.
I want to gank, but I need to go do dragon before I can come gank top.
Don't worry about me, man. I prefer you get dragon.
Don't mind me, just sipping my coffee.
Nice.
I mean, emote-wise.
Oh, I thought I meant in real life.
No, I'm just this emote.
Kind of like that emote.
I did it, like I cut right through mid lane to get somewhere faster. Just didn't call his face.
This one time, a scorpion.
It's so funny how you can just read people's mentals in this. Like, she's trying to freeze wave on me. I know that if I attack her, she just does the scissors. I just made her push the wave back in my direction.
The birds did. Now where did I leave my wits? Nature strikes.
Oh shit, is he coming down?
I have ult in 4 seconds. I'll save you. Yeah, I'm coming. I'm just gonna wait for it to engage. Here I am.
Thanks for playing, Daisy.
He's cake. Now the dragon's mine.
Oh, don't reset, please. Can you do it without me?
Yeah, I can do it without you. Go, go, go.
Oh shit, dude, no, they're fucking us up down here.
A shield. Oh, there's an Akali too. I got a dip.
I think we're dead.
Shit.
Oh god.
No.
I'm praying for you.
Yes.
Oh no.
The Karma Summonary got me. You know what really also got me? What really got me was the hubris of marking 3 camps. That cost me 300 HP.
I just made a fucking amazing outplay. Please! Oh, she's not dying. Oh,
What adventure today has
that hurt my soul. Oh. It's alright, man.
Oh, yeah,
Honestly,
yeah. I mean, just answering the criticism. It's fine.
Our games have been going a little too well lately. Like, I think it's about time we lost one.
Nah. We'll see.
I like that attitude.
They gotta earn it.
Exactly. I'm not gonna make it easy. I'm not gonna type back to her. I think it was a good play. We had the numbers.
I want to put my toes in the rhythm.
Okay, what is Zeri doing? Oh, she's dead. That's what she's doing.
Just cosplaying a fucking dead thing.
Hmm. Nope.
Oh,
Dodge the
excuse
Q.
me. Oh god, is this the same Jinx from the last game?
I don't know. I don't think so. Oh god, this though. What the fuck?
Ooh. Yeah, their bot lane's fed. I'm down to shut them down with you. Yo, Zeri, what the fuck is she doing? Look, she just ran straight into them. She ran straight into them. Yeah, without anything, without any help. Now she's dead. What the fuck?
Yikes. And pings me.
Life is such a strange miracle.
Honest question. Why? Honest question. Like, why? She basically put her body right on top of their body, like she's a melee champ.
Okay. One shot and smite. Makes sense.
Sometimes I need to treat myself.
I'm gonna have to mute this. Zeri. Oh, she's 0-4.
I know. I mean, it was like going well because like, yeah, you're old and everything, you're huge, but you don't even have a bounty because of how much they fed.
This new body's a little stiff. Must be an oak.
Oh, that's weird. My bounty just evaporated.
It evaporated, yeah.
Well, such is life. Just evaporates. Gwen wandering.
Eventually we gotta return our
Lucian.
water to the ground.
Is ever truly lost.
Well, Dragon's dead, so I can finally gank top. We'll see how this goes.
You wanna try? She sees you already.
Never lost in the
And so does
No,
he.
no, Graves is here. Graves is here. Oh, fuck it. I have Anatheme's chains for the Gwen. Like, she's wasting her ult.
Get these camps, maybe come back. Let's see.
Okay. I'll stay here. I think Graves might be looping around.
I think he's getting on the Rift Herald.
I'll help you with that. Gwen has no ult.
Don't help me with it, just like keep the presence, get your farm.
I'm gonna ult Lucian.
Okay, yeah, do that.
Go in, Lucian, you fucking prick. Oh, that sucks. It was one hit. It was one hit and we missed it.
Everything is connected in the strangest
Can I
ways.
get stop hitting the Herald too? Like a
I may have given up top tower for that. Wah! Oh, bitch, they canceled my recall. You're gonna go for that?
Yeah, and when you say it out loud like that, it seems like a bad idea.
I want to see it. I don't think you'll do it, but I want to see it.
If I had this, I'd at least give it an attempt.
The damage that she does is fucking insane. Sorry, I shouldn't say it like that.
Potatoes are always watching.
Oh, look at Zeri go, missing autos, and she dies.
And
Are you serious? That is disgusting that she gets away with that. That is so fucked up.
High five, Daisy! Animals have more to offer than warm pelts and meat.
Gwen's so much stronger than me. Even though I have 4 kills, like she's way stronger than me.
Yeah, damn near.
You want to try?
We can try. We don't think Graves. Yeah, Graves is still kind of far away.
I don't want to try. That's the thing.
I just got.
Oh, fuck that.
Okay, I got another shield for you. Gwen's not immune anymore.
See? She's insane.
Yeah, the Graves backup.
Yeah, I've been like triple ganked against the Gwen, and she's killed like the 3 of my teammates. Ambitious shield.
You muted this area, but this is like the easiest report of my life. Just saying the stupidest shit.
Oh, I didn't mute her. I'm just not responding, just reading.
Yeah, fair enough.
Wait, did she just say if I were you, I'd end it?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Easiest report of my life.
referring to the video game, right?
Doesn't seem like it.
I don't want to fuck with that karma. I don't have the damage.
The win condition's already over for this game. I kind of want to FF20.
I don't want to. Is that okay?
That's fine.
When I start doing bad, then I will want to. I think with my sheer skill, small chance we can pull out a dub.
Let's see if we get Gwen right now.
I don't really want Gwen. I want Jinx. Look how strong she is. She's actually disgusting. See how disgusting that damage is?
Gwen's immune. There we go.
Fuck. How? They didn't even hit him. Oh, lovely. I got smited.
Dying isn't so bad, now that the dying part's over. Hey, it's a thingy people use. Thank you. Ladybugs should really befriend each other. Gotcha! I should go swimming later. Jason, high five! The druid above.
I'm not getting into these.
It's a tight fest, but it's all good.
I actually know.
I'm gonna look at my browser.
I just did /deafen.
Cringy typing fest.
I used to play with it off all the time. I don't know why I've turned it on.
Well, I mean, there are the occasional good interactions, but they are... I say occasional. It's actually not... It's kind of like 50-50-ish. Yeah, the community's really bad, but it's also not completely bad, you know?
I don't know if you ever played an EU West before, but I have an account on E... Pardon?
I said, what's it like? You said I never played an EU West.
Oh my god, it's so much better than this. It's... The first thing that's noticeable is that everyone chats in the chat, but it's all friendly banter. Everyone's just like making jokes. And everyone wants to be each other's friend in the chat, alone. And,
You're making a pitch for go to the EU West.
Bro, it is so much better. The only thing is you have to play on a steady, like, 100 MS.
Yeah.
Just tough. But besides that, the players are way better, dude. Like, I swear to God, like, a gold NA player is bronze in EU.
You just call it mental diff. That's what it is.
I know people.
These days.
I know people always say that, and it just sounds like a coping thing, but it's true, dude. Like you'll see low bronze players in EU, basically doing like perfect flash plays, perfect tower dives, like high level shit in like bronze. Oh god. But I have some friends in the US and like I'll play some rounds with them because I feel like it's good practice, just because everyone's better overall. And they're less toxic, But when they are toxic, it's way worse. It's like straight racism.
Oh yeah, I can imagine.
From like some Bulgarian guy or something. Oh well.
Oh well.
Like I
Lost
said,
from matchmaking.
we're having great games today, so I'm not mad at that.
Just report Zeri and go next.
Honor you, and yeah, definitely reporting the Zeri. Report for what? Negative verbal.
I did negative verbal and intentionally feeding because 1-8 kind of justifies still.
Yeah. And you know, that Lucian was kind of on that Zeri side. I wonder if they played the last game together. If they're
Flexing,
duo.
so yeah, they could have been a duo or a triple.
Because he's like, where did he say that? Like, are you serious? How did you look at the chat? Insert best name is the Zeri's name. No, actually, I don't see it. Oh well.
I said that shit about how it kind of like happens, the community not being that bad. I feel like it hasn't happened for 15 to 20 games or so, so yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Not bad at least. That's so just annoying. But it's over already. That's the appealing part of League, right? NA reactions.
Exactly.
The weak fear the shadows.
I feel. You ever feel like there are actually good, like decent players that are just trapped in low rank because like they're getting legitimately fucked over?
Yeah, it's what I felt like when I was in gold for the longest time.
Same.
But then again, I did have my. I remember I got all the way up to like one win from my promos, and I did kind of throw a few games in a row, and then proceeded to spend another 100 rounds in gold. So
Well, that's fine.
know.
I mean, at least that one's on you. But like, I just feel like when you're like in bronze or silver, like half your games are just filled with. Yeah, half your games are filled with buffoons, and like the only way. And the only way to climb out of it is like to literally just brute force it, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Like, the good thing about getting like above gold is like, at least there's decent people on your team. Even if you lose, it's not complete troll bullshit.
Your MMR is high enough not to get something too crazy.
Yeah, because like that was my motivation for ranking up, was just to get better quality matches. Like I'll get like 2 good teammates and a bunch of monkeys. I got tired of it. You know? I was like, give me quality. And quality I got, because like when I lose a lot of the time, it's because I get straight up just beaten, and I'd rather get beaten than get someone and be like, fuck this, I'm bored, I'm quitting.
Yeah.
Jace. Another annoying matchup. It's okay.
Hey, it's a thingy people use. Thank you.
Oh man, I fucked up my pathing, sorry.
You're okay.
Fuck, no I'm not, because I probably just... If we lose this, it's my fault. Yeah, that was my fault. How do you see that? I'm so bad. I'm so bad. I totally meant to see. Sorry, dude. I told you that pathing right at the start. That screwed our whole fight. I find it interesting that we. You know what? Never mind.
We're giving him just a little bit of an advantage. Don't worry.
I gave it some thought, and I'm like, I shouldn't say that. I find usually the team with the Blitzcrank does the invading. That's what I was gonna say.
And the
Typically,
other team just like watches for it. Yeah.
Just walks into it. Yeah, I'm not excusing my actions.
Hey, it's the Jace that sees me. I can't get this anymore.
I can come there. I'm on the way. If you walk to me, we got him.
Yeah.
I don't have flash, by the way.
He's slow.
Okay, flash gone. I'm good. I don't want to chase it too much. Oh fuck! I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was about to say. I got it.
You got it? Huh. Good job. I'll escort you to safety.
Thank you, thank you.
Your chariot awaits. Haha! Payback, bitch, for those 3 kills on us. For that stomping that we received early. Wow, he got back fast. I guess he used TP.
I want to put my toes in the river.
Oh.
That was another bit of compensation they gave Ivern. That Q wouldn't have landed before they gave him an extra, like, 100 range or something.
Wow. See what I mean? Like, if that Jason knew that you could do that, I'm sure he'd be nowhere near you. He just... People underestimate the champ. They don't know what the hell you do.
Lee Sin bot side. It's gonna go pick these camps. Why are they pinging me, dude? People love just to treat the jungle as a punching bag.
I wonder what adventure today.
They're not pinging you, are they?
Yeah, they just now pinged me. I mean, they pinged me on the map. They didn't ping my name or anything.
That's what I mean. I think they're pinging that someone's there. I could be wrong, though. I'm probably wrong because I actually wasn't looking at the screen at all. But like, if someone's invading our jungle, I'll be pinging inside the jungle.
Like, it wasn't that side, it was right on my body up here.
Oh, okay, yes.
Yeah, so yeah, they're pinging me.
Never mind, someone's flaming. Oh, I was getting pinged too, right after that first fight. But I think I deserved the ping, to be honest. I played bad. There's Lee.
Yeah, I give this Scuttle Crab.
I mean, I'd fight with you, but Jace is gonna come.
Yeah. Let's not feed the Jace.
Do you think a fed Jace is bad?
It's pretty bad.
In my recent experiences, like the last, I think I had 2 Jace games today alone. They got fed early, but then they just fell off after.
Yeah.
But who knows? They could just be shit, or maybe we're just amazing. I don't know.
Well, with you on the team, you bring that CC lock, where if it was just squishies and no CC, then Jace will never really fall off, I think.
Mm-hmm. A good Jace can smack me away with his hammer. Oh god, what's happening middle?
Animals have more to offer than warm pelts and meat.
Target.
What?
Eat this. Yeah.
Everything is connected in this strange.
I swear, every ability that Jace has fucking splash damage on it. It's ridiculous. Oh hell yeah, dude. What the fuck?
Daisy stampede when no one is watching.
We got a pretty squishy team. I'm
Ladybugs should really befriend.
thinking about just tanking up.
This looks like it's going to grow on me. I tread lightly so as not to hurt the dandelion. The cleverness of mushrooms always surprises me. Blue! Blue! I've got 2 thumbs and a shield.
I've got ult.
The strikes.
Yeah,
Careful,
might
Lisa.
end up ulting me.
I'm watching you. Don't worry. Why don't you pull it? Is pulling it out bad?
It's not bad, it's just a little less time doing damage. That's literally it. That's the only reason I'm not doing it. Questionable call. Understandable. Oh, and he's still mid.
Yeah, no, I'm not disagreeing with you. You make a point.
So I'm really scared if he's gonna come check this Scuttle Crab. I don't think he doesn't think Iron's gonna do the dragon this early.
If he finds you, it's gonna be by accident.
Mm-hmm. By checking the Scuttle Crab.
Nice job.
Yeah. Gamble
Dragon?
paid off.
Dragons have such a huge impact on the game. It's kind of ridiculous.
Yeah, because not only do they give you a small benefit, but they deny the enemy that benefit, and that's like double whammy now. That's really
It's just, yeah. So it's like whichever team has the soul is likely gonna win, which is kind of crazy. Oh my god, I'm fucked. I fucked up. Yeah, really bad flash on my part. I hope I die. I deserve it.
Being injustice if you didn't die.
I know. There's so many times where I'll see my own teammate being like, I'm like, I hope you die for that. That's the way the game should
Sports is
work.
looking for me.
Oh, that's another thing about the EU West, man. Like I said, the players are better. Like when you make a mistake, you get punished every time. That's the way it should be. If you step somewhere that you're not supposed to be stepping, they just collapse on you immediately. It's crazy.
I'm gonna try this out sometime with you. You already got an account, so I'll let you know if I ever make one.
Yeah, it's just interesting to see like the other perspective, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And it made
That
me
mask is
realize,
still
like,
on you. Are you? Oh,
whoa!
man.
Oh shit! Sorry, I was fucking tabbed out, bro.
Bro, you were
I was in
walking-
Discord. I'm
You're-
fucked.
You're like that gif of the hippo with all the cheetahs on him, just trying to eat. Tanking.
I wonder what the ducks are planning.
Tabbed out. It's okay.
I was tabbed out, man. I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's okay.
I did not think they would still be here.
I thought something was amiss with your like calm tone, and I just let the red blip like right on your body on the minimap. Like, oh no!
Well, on the bright side, I'm not worth anything.
Lol.
I know. Fuck it. In my defense, I think I've been playing decent so far tonight, so I'm allowed to have a bad game.
No defense necessary. Alt tab is a good excuse.
It really isn't, but at least I'm taking accountability.
But, as I say, it's accounting for. Maybe not a good excuse.
Imagine I'm just like, frickin' bot diff!
It would be a yikes moment for sure if that happened.
Making me die.
Those who harm.
I got this.
It's
Come
all
on,
y'all's
come on.
fault for the invade.
You frickin' Zerath. I can shut this guy down. I can shut this guy down. Come on. Ah!
Oh, look.
I want that Lee Sin so bad. If anyone runs into that Lee Sin, I'm gonna just ult because I want to kill the Lee. Yeah, this Lee Sin likes to just chill in lanes and like just take tower. Boom, boom. They pay the frickin' price.
I got 2 thumbs and a shield. Woohoo! I should go swimming later.
Even though the Lee has all those kills, like I don't think he's jungling very well.
No, not really.
He's just camping lanes and just losing all of his objectives.
Life is such a strange lyric.
Coming up to Jace.
Okay, I can't do much. He's looking to kill me.
I see.
He's looking to kill me. Yeah. Actually, if he hits me with a long range, I'm fucked. Which he won't, because I'm too good. I have ult for you, man.
I am never lost in
Just all in him. You're fine.
Okay.
I won't let you die.
Daisy got confused. It's tragic. Let's see.
Nice job.
No one who wanders is ever truly lost.
Lee Sin camping that bot side
It
hard.
really is.
And now Xerath is pinging us. Like, why?
I know.
I'm not gonna type in the chat.
Successful up here. We got a kill and shit. Yeah, no need to talk to him.
They're pretty much looking for a reason to start typing.
Mm-hmm.
Look at what he's doing, Xerath. If you're so scared of this guy, why are you just in front of him like this? I hope you die now. That's what you get.
Every river reaches the ocean in its own way.
I'm gonna antagonize
Lee
him. I'm
loses
gonna.
his blue side again.
Perfect. I got Jace here. Ouch! What the fuck?
Were you full HP before that combo?
Yes. Yes, I was. Oh, I'm dead here, actually. Wow. I flashed.
You live? Just flash one. See here.
Tis but a scratch. You want me to stay here for bait?
Yeah, but don't die. If you can.
Of course.
And friends will gallop to you.
That was my bad for not rooting sooner. He'd already be dead right now.
Oh, no!
What the fuck?
Oh no! Oh wow!
Zed came and got one.
We deserve that one. We fully deserve that one. Wasn't Lee just bot side?
You say that he was just bot side and dead. Like, how did he get to here so fast?
I know. That's what I'm wondering. Man, freaking teleported. Is there hex gates around or some shit?
No, like I have nothing to account for that. Yumu's gives a little bit of movement speed, but
I did not see him coming.
Nerf Yumu's again.
I think they are, aren't they?
They nerfed it this patch, like with the Ivern update coming out. It got nerfed.
Oh, okay.
But no, nerf that shit again.
Yeah.
Give it the double tap.
And buff my champ. Senna says I like our late game. Of course you do, Senna.
See my jungle stolen by Zed.
Yeah, careful, you got a Jace coming down. I've got ult. I got ult for you. Lee Sin is probably behind the dragon. Oh, what?
I'm gonna drag it out.
No, I'm dead actually. That's too bad. Yeah, you guys do your own thing. I'm dead. Oh wait, I can ult away to safety. That's hilarious, dude. I just used my ult to get away.
Got it.
And he's dead. Oh, ow, 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 ow.
We're all dying. Okay, good.
That's amazing, dude. I was dancing in the alcove with that Jace because I couldn't escape. I just pressed R. I don't like using ult like that, but hey.
Hey man, that's denying 300 gold to the enemy. It's good shit.
Yeah. Oh, he's 1 and 3 as well. Jeez.
I don't have Daisy to gank topside.
Don't worry about me. Little low of me.
Senna and the team's coming though?
I just fucked up.
I'm on you.
Ouch!
Shit. Yeah, apply that slow. We're coming.
Oh, he got double slowed. Yay!
That's the saddest part about being Ivern is whenever you don't have a team that knows what Ivern does at all or to listen to him, and they're really close even sometimes, and they don't apply the slow. They just stay outside the pop range.
I just learned right now that there's a slow.
Bro, that's what I was talking about. That's the 70% nastiness.
I was just like, I trust you.
Die the slow. Hey, what's up? You got me. Oh my, whoa. Okay, my bad.
It's all good, man. I straight up inted twice this game.
I didn't think I'd even get hit by the Q.
I wonder if I should go mid.
Ooh, he did.
I think I'll stay top. Ult in 14 seconds.
See if we can catch Jace again. Almost there.
Sure. Oh my god, he hurts so bad. Oh, I didn't hit him with the slow. Senna's in trouble down here. I have ult.
I'd say do it. Oh, do it.
She's too squishy.
Yeah.
She's support too.
High five, Daisy! Animals have more to offer than warm pelts and meat.
Jesus, the Jace wave clears.
Coming up top again.
Coming up again?
Yeah, this time with Daisy.
Okay, I got him locked down. I'm actually 1v1ing him pretty decent. Slowed.
Yep.
Well played. Where's their team? I'm scared.
Well, Leeson is around. He did the Rift Herald. But he may have gone into his jungle, looks like.
Okay. I'll relax a little bit, but I'm still clenching my ass.
Daisies stampede when no one is watching. Gotcha.
What's up, Lee?
I think Daisy has a crush on you.
Nope.
Oh!
Big kick. I was trying to get to the wall to flash, but I'm probably still dead.
Yeah, it's all good. The Lee Sin's like fucking 10-0, is he not? Or some shit.
13-3.
I
man.
was just... Oh! Oh, here we go. I'll keep pushing. I see Jason middle. Please, Lee Sin, do not come out of nowhere, even though you're dead. What the fuck? I won't be able to get this tower. What? Fuck, I could have saved that, my bad. Ulting you, stay on him, stay on him. Get fucked. Oh jeez, I'm not getting out of this one.
Yeah, I missed playing a little bit.
You're good, you're good. The Zed's actually pretty good, I like him.
Nice, yeah. You think they get that dragon?
Yeah, I wish someone could put a ward on it. It's probably a trap though. Zed's gonna walk into a fucking booby trap right here. Yep, there's the booby trap.
Oh my god, even though he
No, I know this. I'm fucking Challenger, man. I'm just kidding, a freaking toddler could have seen that coming.
This new body's a little.
I'm fine with giving him one. We've got 2 dragons. We're fine. So much. What's a good item that's gonna fuck these guys up, you think? Tanky wise?
Let's see here, you got the frost.
Because I'll build it. I'm looking at Sunfire, I'm looking at Thornmail. Look out, they're coming.
Yeah.
They're coming.
Daisy can body block. Good.
I'm on the way. Oh, look at that! One more fucking shot! Ooh, excuse me. Oh god, my top tower.
Shielded you. Just below when you get there.
Thank you. Can I 1v1 him?
Help's coming.
Ah, that fucking bump. Yeah, you got it. Ah!
The support has arrived.
Thank you. I'm looking at Alt Zed. Oh my god, Zed. Fucking nasty with it.
One day, I'll root in one.
This guy is pushing the limits, Jesus.
Sprout.
I'm listening to the intrusive thoughts and limit testing because new Ivern.
Okay. Okay, I got Jace up here. Got ult
Okay,
ready.
I have help.
I'm not mad that you get help this time. It's a little spooky.
We got it too. Daisy's too tanky with the new shield changes.
Oh, damn. Watch out, here they come.
Oh shit.
Jace is top. Their whole team's coming though. Careful, you're being followed.
You're right.
If you don't kill him in like 5 seconds.
It's the root.
Get out, get out, get out, get out, get out.
Oh my god.
Oh, are you
That's
fucking
not good.
kidding me? If I get hit with this Q, I'm... He's got a goddamn Guardian Angel, too.
Zed split pushing while you guys do this 3v4.
I like it.
Yeah, they're trying to back. You guys probably like pressure their back.
I'm gonna try and cancel it. Where they at?
Yep.
Oh, what? What the
Hex Splash? Yeah, he Hex Splash.
Am I on drugs? What the hell just happened?
He Hex Splash, he Hex Splash.
Oh, Jesus Christ, what have we done?
Oh, no.
I'm out of here, Mom. I'm ulting on the Zed. We're gonna try the strategy again.
I really don't.
He's out.
Yo, I'm out, bitch.
Brush just
That's hilarious. Oh, what is this? How is this legal?
Rip.
The fuck? Okay, I did not see the Fiddlesticks coming.
smell of vegetation.
Whoa!
I'm alright.
I trust you.
I wonder what the ducks are plotting today. Gotcha.
He got Daisy with a Q. Oh man, he saved me. You see that?
I missed it, I'm tabbed out.
Lee Sin kicked me, and that made me out of the range of the Blitzball.
Ah, I love it. I love it. And that Sen is starting to hit pretty hard too.
Oh shit!
What? Oh, what the fuck is this guy doing here?
I didn't think he had his ult already.
This, I'm telling you, man, this Fiddlesticks is slippery, dude. I saw Lee Sin in our top jungle.
I'm going for drag.
I'm coming.
Dodging the vision. Don't step on the vision.
Okay, I'll ping everyone to not step on the vision. Everyone's avoiding the vision. Yeah.
I'm so proud of everybody.
Oh my god, there's always that one motherfucker.
Mm-hmm. Just stands right on and starts autoing. Like what? What's the big deal?
Yeah. I do this all the time.
They come, we fight. And we're all dead after that.
that was fucking funny. They come, we fight.
Is sad?
And then after it happened, what the fuck?
Operation Saving Private Zed? Oh, what the fuck is happening?
Where did he go? I've lost him.
I don't know. I saw the flash happen and he went somewhere way
Holy
different.
shit! Yeah, this guy's actually good. I'm gonna ult him if I have to. If he gets tagged by the Lee Sin, I have to
do it immediately.
No. Ah! It wasn't enough. Dude, this Zed is cracked out, man. He's doing some crazy stuff. Uh-oh. Our mid's getting slapped around.
Jeez.
I'm gonna go defend the mid tower.
Yeah. Senna, come on.
Does that shield give me a move speed boost as well?
That's Battle Song doing that.
Oh.
Shielding or healing allies gives them 25. Oh boy. Gives them a little bit of movement speed, yeah.
I like that. I like that. You fucking moron. You grabbed the wrong guy.
Going after top tower? Or bot tower?
Okay. I could fight this guy too. Like, they don't know how strong I am.
You're about to get Daisy knocked up too. Like, I'm finally getting time to do my stuff.
Let's do it. Let's win.
Oh, but
oh,
the MF ult.
Oh, the
Daisy
MF
punches.
Ult.
Ah! No!
It's so close. It's so close.
It was winnable to the MF. Yeah.
I'm not mad at that. That was a good try.
Oh yeah.
I was a freaking millisecond off of my taunt to cancel that MF.
Zed.
Oh. Oh god, oh god, oh god. Valiant effort. Oh, look at this Senna, like, just one shot. Don't do it, Senna, it's a trap. Lee Sin's gonna kick you in the head. Don't do it, Senna. Oh, she got it.
Wow, she just needed another moment too.
And then Lee Sin kicked her in the head.
I meant she just needed one more moment for the root to go off, but even then, she was dead.
The moment she left the base, I knew that Lee Sin was gonna kick her in the face.
Laugh like a hyena.
As he should.
They're thinking what I'm thinking.
You want to?
I do. Let me get this red buff.
Oh, there's people here.
Rooted?
It's kind of dangerous. Lee Sin's coming. I'm scared. Lee Sin's coming. I'm so scared. I'm gonna get top, but I have ult. See, there he is.
Rest in peace, Daisy.
It's hard to do stuff with the Lee Sin running around. That guy's strong.
He has a GA now too. I don't think it's gone down.
Oh, he's had that for like 15 minutes now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Wow, this Senna is playing with danger. Dragon 50 seconds.
Yeah, we're gonna get an hourglass.
Okay. They're gonna be at it for sure.
Hey, it's a thingy people use.
Do we trade Baron for that?
Yeah.
We're not already getting it?
I want Dragon over Baron.
Ooh.
They're probably heading straight towards it though.
Yeah.
I do have ult. If we gotta target the Misfortune or the Lee Sin, I feel. Yeah, but Lee's really hard to get.
So yeah, Misfortune first, Lee after.
Ooh, Zed, no, please, our best player, please. No. Okay, the fight's fucked. There goes our strongest damage.
Watch out, Daisy's really protective of
Xerath ult's pretty nice.
I'll support you. I'm ulting you. Fuck it, we gotta try.
Shielding. Ooh, you getting it? You getting it?
Got it.
Oh, I missed that. Oh shit, I'm just getting away
Got
from
another
the
one.
map.
Got another one. You got a stun, and we win. Oh, good try, good try. Fuck, I don't know if I can do this one.
Nah, you can't.
Oh, I dash into the wall. I just dash into the wall. I'm trolling.
You got the death you so craved for fucking up. As do I. That's a lot of damage.
That's a lot of damage. Ooh. Sheesh, man. In all fairness, Lee Sin's actually pretty good. Like,
Totes.
The moves that he's pulling are decent. Yo, it's not savable though.
Dying isn't so bad. Now that the dying part's over.
Ah. Senna says have to report. Report who?
Not sure. Imagine somebody just like reports negative attitude even though it wasn't. It's jungle diff and they move on with their day. Makes them feel better, I guess.
They're talking shit right now in the after game. Who are they talking shit to though? I can't tell.
I don't know.
Vicenna says never use that Larry Bird skin again.
They're mad at you, I guess, still for the early game thingamajig. It's no big.
Is that reference to me? Oh, he says death by
By
ninja.
ninja,
More like
yeah,
death.
that's when I knew. That's when I said
More
it.
like
Death by
more like
ninja.
death by blindness, no help. What does that mean?
Means they're mad.
I
mean-
never ult support. I'm not ulting a support. Fuck that.
See, my buddy wants to play.
Sure, you want to switch it to norms or keep doing this or?
No, we keep doing flex. We can do 3-party flex if he joins.
Oh yeah, forgot about that.
Borofester telling me what I already know. Bad Baron usage.
Ah. You know what? I might not play around here.
Got some real IRL to do.
Oh hell no! I'm a nerd, man. Like someone else just wants to play a different game.
Oh, okay. You play Valheim by chance?
No, but I'm actually curious. Is it a good game?
It's a very good game. People get upset that it's quote unquote hard, but it sounds like something you would like. But I don't think it's too hard. It's you got to set up your base right, or have mods that keep your base buildings from being damaged by mobs. Or
Right.
for a bad time. Yeah, that sort of deal. You don't want your hard work being destroyed by the mobs, basically.
So
but no, it's
is
a
it
really
like
good game.
Is it like a base defense game?
No, it's Viking Minecraft. So you're gonna drop with your no inventory, no gear, anything like that, and you're gonna do your best to go punch. You pick up branches off the ground and stuff like that, so you get your first wood cutting axe. You start making a few tools like a spear, a little shitty bow, and it's got like a progression system where the more you use a weapon, or even just running, you gain experience, and if you die, you lose 1/5. No, you lose 5%. That's what it is, not 1/5. You lose 5% of your levels gained so far. So if it's like early on, you lose one level and you get them back quick, but later on, it's punishing. But it's definitely not a base defense game. It's a base building and dungeoning, gathering materials type of game. And if you mod it, you can do other little things with it too. But yeah, have fun with your friend in the other game. I'm curious though, what game was it?
Well, it's either going to be Outlast Trials, or we might just play League on the EU server.
Outlast, that's the. I know I'm thinking Amnesia: The Last Bunker. That's also coming out.
Oh, very different, man.
Yeah.
I'm a huge fan of the Outlast series. Have you played any of them?
I've watched them be played, like whenever it was like a big deal to YouTube play them. I enjoyed watching Mount Math of Asylum and all that stuff.
Oh,
right?
bro, it is terrifying. It is terrifying. I mean, every game has like a deep lore story behind it, but like the highlight of the game for me is that like you are defenseless. You cannot fight anyone. You cannot do anything. You just have a night vision camera with batteries, and you have to just get from point A to point B. And I love it, dude. I love it.
I didn't even know that. I remember the first Outlast, and then they had a second, but I didn't know this Outlast Trials was multiplayer. That's kind of neat. I'll have to look into that. It sounds really fresh too, because like I haven't heard the name before. When did this even come out? And I'll let you go.
I feel like you might enjoy. If you haven't played any Outlast games, I feel like you would enjoy this, the most recent one, the most, because it's got like the interactions with your friends and stuff. But in my opinion, it doesn't have like the lore that follows. It's a half spoiler, but it's not a full spoiler.
Yeah.
It's basically just like the Saw movies. If you've ever seen the Saw movies, it's like these people are just like chained up in some fucked up place, and you have to just do some crazy shit, and it releases you.
It sounds like it'd be fun to play with friends for sure too. Yeah.
It's less scary, that's for sure. But like the previous ones just had like, I don't know. Maybe I'm being too skeptical, but it seems like it just lays out the entire story for you right at the start. It's like you're in this facility. The only way to get out is to perform this obstacle course and these different courses, and that'll get you out. Whereas the other Outlasts, you're like, why am I here? Like, who am I? And you're kind of just picking up clues. So it's like, I don't know. The second Outlast blew my mind. It was one of the best games I've ever played.
True. All right, man. Pleasure hanging out with you.
Yeah, man, it was nice to meet you, and we'll play again soon, I hope.
For sure. I look forward to it. Peace out.
All right, man. See ya.
I will be right back.
The weak fear the shadows.
Fear controls them. My favorite color is spring.
Okay. Wanna come sit in my lap? I'm sorry you're wearing your cone again. A few more days.
Feels good to stretch the old beanstalks. Hey, it's a thingy people use. Thank you. Oh, look. A happy little
Thank you, guys.
cloud.
That's the goal. Catch. Oh.
I grow my own food. I'm having another eye-opening day.
Oh, shit.
Hero. I want to put my toes in the river. Gotcha! I love how the grass is fluffy on my toes. No one who wanders is ever truly lost.
Saber Q.
Gotcha! I wonder what adventure today has in store for all of us. Nothing beats the smell of vegetation. This no animals have more to offer than warm pelts.
Love the cast bodies.
Life is such a strange gift. Once in a blue leaf, the earthworm will best the robin. You force my limb. Gotcha! I wonder what the ducks are plotting today.
Meow. I hear you over there, kid.
Laugh like a hyena, and friends
You
will
bored?
laugh to your side.
Mad at me? Ooh, nice.
So do the dark in soul aspire.
Guess we smite the scuttle crab and leave? Taking too long.
Sprint like a snail, and you will
side.
never twist your ankles.
Meanwhile, the enemy jungle is respawning. I want it. I'll take it.
Nature strikes unseen. I follow only the sun, and sometimes a river. This one time, a scorpion. The scorpion must score. Every river reaches the ocean in its own way.
Shush.
Now where did
Nice
I
work,
leave my
Seth.
roots? Gotcha! Art shall... Sun and rain are the only magic I need. Gotcha! Daisies stampede when no one is watching. I should go swimming later. am never lost in the wilderness, only in conversations. Never trust a butterfly with a secret. Meet my friend Daisy. The cleverness of mushrooms always surprises me. Don't play possum! Daisy hates possum! One day, I'll root in one place and be everywhere. Life is so much more beautiful than death.
Ooh, I'm lagging a little bit.
Tickling each other's branches. Bye-bye, Daisy. Everything is connected in the strangest ways. Surprises sting the most. Gotcha! It's reassuring how alone we aren't. I got 2 thumbs and a shield. Jeez, break up the fight. Nature's surprise. Ladybugs should really befriend inchworms. Gotcha! How very informative. Gotcha!
Oh, come on.
Some bugs need a little push to blossom. Gotcha! Take all the gold. I really don't need it. Potatoes are always watching. Harness emotion. I tread lightly so as not to hurt the dandelions. Daisy! I find that the stranger life gets, the more it seems to make sense. brush just tickles my fancy.
He's great, apparently.
Gotcha! Gotcha! Oh, look! A happy little cloud. Gotcha! I grow my own food. Praise chaos. Sometimes I need to treat myself. I'm having another eye-opening. I want to put my toes in the river.
Never mind, it's fine. Get that next. On the way to steal his raptors.
I love how the grass is fluffy on my toes. Gotcha! No one who wanders is ever truly lost. I got 2 thumbs and a shield! Watch out! Daisy's really protective of you. I wonder what adventure today has in store for all of us. Daisy just loves to hug. Now for the finish! This looks like it's going to grow on me.
Come on, give me my tone.
Hey, it's a thingy people
Please don't be
use.
taken. Please
Thank
don't be
you.
taken. Ah, yeah, it's
It's
taken.
the smell of vegetation. Blue. Gotcha. Animals have more to offer than warm pelts and meat. Life is such a strange miracle. I wonder what the ducks are plotting today. Flash fire! Daisy, high five! Daisy, be gentle! Sometimes I need to treat myself. Spring up. Laugh like a hyena, and friends will gallop to your side. Sprint like a snail, and you will never twist your ankle.
Ooh, that's a lot of enemies. Yeah.
I follow only the sun, and sometimes the river. This one time, river reaches the ocean its own way. Gotcha! Now where did I leave my roots? Sun and rain are the only magic I need.
I knew you would find a moderator.
Should have saved Joshua.
I should go swimming later. Gotcha! I am never lost in the
Cute cats over here. I'm moving the camera.
Only in conversation.
Yeah, cats in the camera.
Who's that? Sounds like a... Wait. Hello?
Hello.
Okay, okay. For a second, I thought it was my own stream talking back to me. For just a moment. Like, no, I muted it.
Never trust a butterfly with a secret.
Yeah, if you want to see the cute cats, turn on the stream.
Let's see.
Gotcha! The cleverness of mushrooms always
No,
surprises
I'm
me.
greeting.
Sprout.
Oh shit. So far, so good. Ah! He's mad. Oh man, is that who I think it is? Speed? It is Speed.
Yeah.
Let's do what they don't expect. Okay, we'll even do that. You know what I want to do, Speed? I want to go solo the Baron.
Go solo the Baron.
I will. I will.
The end of life is filled with life. One day, I'll root in one place.
Did you rest
and
well?
be everywhere.
Yes, I did.
Good.
How about yourself?
Pretty well, yeah. Got like 7 hours or so, so yeah, I'd say that's a win.
High five, Daisy!
Daisy's impervious. Oh shit, they know.
Trees love
Never mind.
each other's branches.
Think they know? No, just posturing like they do.
Watch out! Daisy Stampede!
Okay, come, let's drag.
Everything is connected in the strangest way.
So our team's all still alive. I'm very proud of them for that. Ouch. They'll start shooting me up. Well, that's not good. Ooh, box. Shaco boxes.
Gotcha. It's reassuring how alone we aren't. The forest protects us all.
New Daisy.
High five, Daisy.
Punch.
Careful. Daisy doesn't know her own strength. Ladybug.
All right.
Friend
Good job, everybody. Let's get this camp.
Gotcha. potatoes are always watching. Blue!
Let's try this again.
A gift from the forest. I tread lightly so as not to hurt the dandelion. The chameleon. Oh. Nothing here but a sort of bread. Oh. Thanks for playing, Daisy.
They don't let me solo it.
Of course not.
Gotcha.
Of course.
I find that the stranger life gets, the more it seems to me.
Alright.
Bless you.
My Gromp's gone. That's outrageous.
Use this gift well. Be protected. Brush just tickles my fancy. Gotcha! See you later, Daisy! Oh, look! A happy little cloud! Protect us all. I grow my own food.
How do you get away? Oh, he doesn't get away.
A gift from the forest.
No, that basketball, he almost caught it.
Another eye opener.
Okay. This enemy team's giving up.
Blue. The burn stick. I want to put my soul in the
Nope. Okay, I missed. Oh, I'm out of mana.
I love how the grass is fluffy on my toes.
You gonna play some games after this?
Maybe later tonight. I only have time for it.
Fair enough.
Yeah, if you're out of game, I would definitely we'll run one. But you're in the middle.
I wonder what adventure today has in store for all of us. Breathe in the atmosphere. Nature. Nothing beats the smell of vegetation. I think Daisy has a crush on me. Use this gift well. Animals have more to offer than warm pellets and meat.
Line folks right here. You think I got where I am by listening to people?
Be grateful for this moment. And this one. Oh, and this one. Oh, and this one's good too. Watch out! Daisy's really protective of us. Life is such a strange.
My goodness. Nope. I do. Playing careless because it's such an open and shut game.
Woohoo! Ta-da!
Burn. Nice shit. Yeah. Wow. Fucking distracted.
The weak fear the shadows.
Fear controls them.
Just don't want to disturb the sleeping kitty.
Happy to sit this one out.
What? They banned Ivern.
Oh no.
And one. Button press.
Hmm.
See, this is why Ivern's gonna need nerfs. I'm gonna have to go play Valheim until the nerfs compensate and the ban rate goes back down. Let's see. Oh, shoot. Should just do blind pick. See what the blind pick community's like. Maybe run into 2 Iverns. That's what I think I'll do.
causally rather than correspondentially, right? That they give us a handle on the world. And as I've suggested, therefore, grounds for belief have nothing to do with truth, but rather are all about power over nature and ourselves. Now, perspectivalism also cuts internally. It undermines something which we might call the internal realism of the self. Now, we're all aware, at some points in our lives, we wear masks, right? We present a persona. When you meet your boss, and he looks like an old, bald, who knows what, you don't say, "Hi, old, bald, who know what." Rather, you smile and say, "Oh, you look so good. I love that tie. It's really charming." And we wear these masks when we deal with our children and they do something silly, which is dangerous. We don't laugh and say, "That's silly." We take a stern face and say, "One ought not do that." And we put these masks on. And we all do this all the time. Nonetheless, we have this belief that if we could ever take those masks off, we would find our real self, the real Professor Staloff, as it were. Nietzsche finds this view embarrassingly dogmatic and stupid. There is no real self, any more than a real world. That's an incredibly dogmatic myth. We create ourselves. We create ourselves by putting on masks, masks that we build, perhaps on the basis of models of others, but perhaps on our own. And in fact, that's the distinction he draws about mask wearing. Some people are more than satisfied to wear the masks that their culture presupposes. For Nietzsche, that's dangerous, at least for him. He says that sort of a person has no terror of being a copy, a replica, one just like any other cut out of a cookie-cutter mold. The interesting person is like an artist who self-consciously and artistically creates his own masks. He may not even do it in his personal life. He may do it through his works. And that is exactly what Nietzsche's works represent for him. His own self-created persona, his own self-projected mask. Now, I want very briefly to say that there are some would-be friends of Nietzsche who've claimed that he was not a perspectivalist because that would be a stupid view, right? I mean, if it's all just perspective, then one perspective's as good as another. Well, Nietzsche has a great line. He says, "I wish such disciples on my enemies," right? He says, that's a cloven-minded thought. The inference limps. Right? And the reason it limps is because such friends assume that the only thing which could count as truth, as grounds for belief, is correspondence. When Nietzsche says, not at all. There's plenty of reasons to decide that physics is more true, say, than the belief that I have wings and can fly off this podium. In fact, the best example of that would be that if I tried it, I'd break my leg. He says, so that's the grounds for belief. Perspectivalism isn't undermined by the critique of relativism. Simply because none of the beliefs are absolutely true doesn't mean we can't choose between them, which fulfill our purposes better. Perspectivalism does mean, however, that our views of things are interpretations, not correspondence readings. And nowhere is this more true than in reading texts, right? Every reading of a text is an interpretation of it. And in no texts is this more obvious than in Nietzsche's, which are disparate, often contradictory, confusing. So what I'm going to offer is an interpretation of the gay science, which will take the form of looking at particular passages which I find edifying and explicating them. I'll try, of course, because I'm not quite Nietzsche, to cover all the important topics. But whether I do or not is in no way significant. Whether I cover 2 or 200 aphorisms isn't important. What is important is that I try and give you a sense of the style, of the flavor of this text. All right, so that brings us to the beginning of the text. What is gay science, after all? The allusion, I believe, was to the gay Sébert of the Provence troubadours, which were chivalric knights who created the first love songs and love poems and were destroyed during the middle of a papal crusade because obviously they weren't very good Christians, they believed in adultery. And the point for Nietzsche and other thinkers since him, I mean Joseph Campbell has thought the same view, is that these were the first people who created individuals, who said, I will stand against authority, and if the church tells me what I'm doing is a sin, well, so much for the church. I will fulfill my own path. And I think that's a fair sense of part of what gay science is about, the creating of individuals, the cherishing of individuality as opposed to commonality, universality. Nietzsche, however, in his preface to the work,
It's hard to
refers
run
to
solo Alistar. People get so
gay
mad.
science as the result of a convalescence. He says, gay science, that signifies the saturnalia of a spirit who has patiently resisted a terrible long pressure. Patiently, severely, coldly, without submitting, but also without hope. And who is now all at once attacked by hope, the hope for health, and the intoxication of convalescence. Is it any wonder that in the process much that is unreasonable and foolish comes to light? Much playful tenderness that is lavished even on problems that have a prickly hide and are not made to be caressed and enticed. This whole book is nothing but a bit of merrymaking. After long privation and powerlessness, the rejoicing of strength that is returning, of a reawakened faith in a tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. Well, what is this sickness, or as he calls it, nausea, that he's getting better from? The nausea, he says, is the result of having an overlarge dose of a very unhealthy European diet called romanticism, which fills us with great aspirations. The problem with such a conviction is it only lasts as long as you're scientifically illiterate. If you read Darwin, you realize that there's no purpose behind our existence. We are, in fact, simply the agents of the big actor behind history, Mr. DNA, right? Who's a sort of viral infection that's infected the planet, and we're its latest strategy for dominating that infection. But in a sense, don't worry, it'll die off eventually. So, Nietzsche says that's the sort of thing which can induce Weltschmerz, world weariness, a sense of anxiety and dread over it all. And Nietzsche went through this intense depression. Life is meaningless. There's no purpose. There's no goal. And then he got better. And as he gets better, he takes on a new perspective. He's no longer serious and somber, what he would call ode to German. Now, he's pricklish. He's gay. Let me be clear. Gay at the time did not have the connotation of homosexuality that it does today. But Walter Kaufmann has quite persuasively, I think, argued that it's no coincidence that homosexuals would have reached for the same term that Nietzsche used to describe his science, because it suggests a sort of studied superficiality, a sense of the beauty of mere appearance, a refusal to take serious things seriously, rather take them trivially, and take trivial things seriously, which some of you may recognize is the dictum of Oscar Wilde. So this text is, in a sense then, at least for Nietzsche, a study of his psychological experience of world weariness and its philosophic results. And Nietzsche makes an important point. He says, this is not just me. I'm aware of it. I'm a philosophical psychologist. But every philosophy really is an interpretation of the body. In a sense, every philosopher feels some sort of psychological tension or pull, a need for meaning or purpose. And in fact, he says most of them are misinterpretations of the body. They're a tendency to read one's psychic, organic needs into nature. Given that, Nietzsche says, I will not do that. I will not treat my own projections as a serious, profound, deep thing that underlies the world. Rather than being profound and deep, we should be, as he says, like the Greeks. Oh, those Greeks.
Man, I really
they
did
knew
get
how to
distracted,
live.
didn't I?
What is required for that is to stop courageously at the surface,
I
the
forgot to
fold,
call
the
Jungle and
skin,
Blind Pick.
to adore appearance, to believe in forms, tones, words, and the whole Olympus of appearance. Those Greeks were superficial, out of profundity. And is not this precisely what we are again coming back to? We daredevils of the spirit, who have climbed the highest and most dangerous peak of present thought and looked down from up there? We who have looked down from there? Are we not precisely in this respect Greeks, adorers of forms, of tones of words, and therefore artists? And I think that celebration is the realization that, you know, there are some serious questions that might be raised, which it's just indecent for any gentleman to raise. And he tells a story of, he said, you know, there's this anecdote about this woman who once, or this young girl who once asked her mother, is God everywhere? She said, of course, God is everywhere. And the child said, well, I think that's thoroughly indecent. God follows me into the bathroom. I mean, is God aware? Is God there when I'm picking my nose? Oh, that's horrible. And Nietzsche says, well, there may be something to that. A wise man knows what are the fair questions and what sort of questions not to ask. Okay, now we turn to the body of the text itself. Nietzsche added a sort of introduction,
They
which
were
he
nice
called
enough to yield the
joke,
position.
cunning,
Good trend, Demir.
and revenge, which will turn out to be the strategies of gay science. And the book introduces all of the major themes that will be discussed in the text. The very first of these little poems is called Invitation, and it is exactly that. It's an invitation to the text. Take a chance and try my fare. It will grow on you, I swear. Soon it will taste good to you. If by then you should want more, all the things I've done before will inspire things quite new. And the point Nietzsche is making is, if you follow this book and begin to think dangerous thoughts, you won't follow me. You will create your own. And I think he wonderfully expresses this in his 9th little poem called My Roses. Yes, my joy wants to amuse. Every joy wants to amuse. Would you like to pick my roses? You must stoop and stick your noses between thorns and rocky views, and not be afraid of bruises. For my joy enjoys good teases. For my joy enjoys good ruses. Would you like to pick my roses? All of the aphorisms in this book are Nietzsche's roses. He's beckoning us.
We got
saying,
2
look,
Yumis so far.
to find some thorny issues here.
God damn, slap me
Some
around.
pricklish issues here. But that is the nature of his joy, of his happiness, of his happy-go-lucky mischievousness. In his 5th little poem, he introduces his, what I would call, meta-ethical critique, which is not his ethical doctrine, but his doctrine about the way we should feel towards ethics. What troubled Nietzsche was how particular parts of our culture, particularly our philosophical culture, are claimed to trump the others. Our moral duties come first. And Nietzsche said, well, morality's fine, of course. But is it all of life? Must we learn how to morally eat our food? Must we learn what are the morally correct ways to fold our napkins? Why should our virtues be grave? We like ours nimble-footed. Even like Homer's verse, they have to come and go. Sometimes virtue and morality should leave us in peace for a while so we can do something else, like be creative, do art, do science. Morality is not the measure of all things. And I think perhaps his most wonderful expression of this is in the text itself. I'm jumping out of place, I know, called Dealing with Virtues. In dealing with a virtue, too, one can lack dignity and fawn. And clearly, I think the figure he's responding to here is Kant. Oh, yes, we must do our duties. Don't you think that's rather bad form, Kant? Don't you think it's rather bad form to constantly fawn before your duties, like they were sort of surrogate gods? Shows a real lack of taste. Well, he also introduces himself as a problem in the text. He says, in a wonderful passage called Request, the minds of others I know well, but who I am, I cannot tell.
I grow my own food.
My eye is much too close to me. I am not what I saw and see. It would be quite a benefit if only I could sometimes sit farther away, but my foes are too distant, close friends.
Player
Too far.
yeah, we don't want
Between
this.
my friends and me, the middle would do. My wish? You guess my
little cloud.
And Nietzsche's making a deep point. If there is no real self in there, but only masks, perspectives, I'm a little too close to my own mask to see who I really am. That's your job, the reader, and my job, the reader, the expositor, to try and figure out Nietzsche and come back to him and tell him who he is.
Such a strange lyric.
But of course, this has a sort of selfish side to it too, which Nietzsche's quite aware of, as he says in For Your Consideration. Double pain is easier to bear than single pain. Do you accept my dare? Try and think my, quote,
So
dangerous
this is how the
thoughts.
scorpion feels.
Okay, and then finally one last theme in this introduction, and we can turn to the rest of the body of the text, and that is his, what I would call, tasteful critique of Christianity. He says,
what the ducks are plotting
in a wonderful little poem called Choosy Taste, if it depended on my choice, I think it might be great to have a place in paradise. Better yet, outside the gate. And Nietzsche's making a very deep point here. He's saying, look, stop being pious for a minute and be honest with me. What do you think goes on in heaven? Everyone sits in beatific vision, genuflecting towards the deity. What a particularly boring person he must be. Would you really want to spend time there? All the interesting people are in hell. Well, they may well be suffering, of course. We don't want to be in hell. We might want to look at paradise to see that wonderful splendor. But it's beneath the dignity of a gentleman to waste his time in heaven. And that's choosy taste. He doesn't want to be part of that, shall we call it, herd? Nietzsche always does. One more passage about his choosy taste, and then we can leave it behind. And that is his statement against Christianity, which again is not only sharp and invective, but actually extremely accurate. Against Christianity, what is now decisive against Christianity is our taste, no longer our reason. It may seem absurd at first, but go to a college campus and listen to, especially an elite one, and listen to the young rail against the stupidities of religion. And you'll notice something. They haven't a good argument among them. Any sophisticated theologian will persistently best them in argument.
Gotcha!
And Nietzsche's point is, but the young won't be convinced. It's not reasons that turn them against Christianity anymore. It's taste. How thoroughly musty and brown to believe in that sort of heavy-handed, Baroque sort of belief. The youth have developed a higher form of taste, which clearly shows that it's too stolid, too, as it were, beef-headed. As he says, mystical explanations are thought to be profound. The truth is, they're not even superficial. Right? Nietzsche is saying, look, stop looking at religion in the scales of piety and look at it literally. And it's thoroughly absurd. Okay. We now turn to Book 1, which I would argue constitutes a species of shock therapy.
Nature strikes.
Nietzsche is, in a certain way, trying to preach what I would call tough love. We've all been brought up in a culture which has brainwashed us into thinking like, it wants us to think, thinking like members of a herd. And the only way to break us free from that and liberate us is to shock us, is to scare us, is to show us the absurdity of these views in a most harsh fashion. So he begins with his very first aphorism, the teachers of the purpose of existence. And he says, whether I contemplate men with benevolence or with an evil eye, I always find them concerned with a single task, all of them and every one of them in particular, to do what is good for the preservation of the species. Not from any feeling of love, but merely because nothing in them is older, stronger, more inexorable, and unconquerable than this instinct, because this instinct constitutes the essence of our species, our herd. And this is extremely Darwinian point, that if you're kind to other people, and if you try to help the species, it's not because you've thought about it. If you have sentences that describe why you do it, you added those lies later. You do it because you're genetically programmed to do that. That's how Mr. DNA uses us to replicate ourselves. He goes on to say, if you think about it, hatred, mischievousness, evil are all indispensable for the life of the species. They bring out characteristics, noble characteristics in us, perhaps virtuous and kind characteristics, which would otherwise go rotten if there weren't occasionally evil people and bad things. In fact, if we look at it scientifically, we can prove that it has, in fact, preserved the species so far. But Nietzsche's fear is that we may have reached the point where we can no longer even think bad thoughts, even think our way outside of the herd. For if one could then respond not with a sort of vitriolic anger, but with laughter. As he says, to laugh at oneself as one would have to laugh in order to laugh out of the whole truth. To do that, even the best so far lacks sufficient genius. Even laughter may yet have a future. I mean, when the proposition, the species is everything, one is always none, has become part of humanity, and this ultimate liberation and irresponsibility has become accessible to all at all times, perhaps laughter will then have formed an alliance with wisdom. Perhaps only gay science will then be left. And Nietzsche is referring to what he thinks is an extremely dangerous development in the late 19th century, which is the growth of humanitarianism, of kindness and gentleness. He's not against those things in and of themselves, but they're totalitarian. They insist that everything evolve around them. And he says, you know, there's this weird fruit that's grown on the tree of the human species in the last few hundred years called the individual, which doesn't follow the herd. But of course, if we can all become liberals and socialists, we can stamp that out. It's a sort of happy-go-lucky totalitarianism. And then he turns to the real issue. What are the meaning of teachers of the purpose of existence? Heroes who show up on the stage and tell us, life means this. You must go out and do your duty. You must save humanity. You must be kind to the poor and the oppressed. There's something profound about the meaning of life. And he says, well, they actually have a place. They actually have a function. Right? What they do is tell us there's something in life that can't be laughed at. There's something serious beneath life, behind life, underneath life. Beware, do not laugh. And he says, well, of course, ultimately, all of these systems get exposed to reason. And the result is always laughter and comedy, because they're all absurd and ridiculous. None of them are provable. But nonetheless, there's something new that's come out of this. Humans are the only animals that have grown a new need, a need for a purpose. We feel the need to have a reason to go on living. And he says, this is fascinating. Dogs don't do that. Did your dog ever come up to you and say, the dog's life, Alpo 3 times a day, I'm just going to go end it all? No, I mean, every animal knows how to go on. But we have this other need. And the reason is because teachers of the purpose of existence offer us cultural narcotics. They somatize us. They make us, as it were, stoned and happy so that we cannot look at the suffering that is most of life. And Nietzsche's point then of tough love is, that's the way you break the addiction. I point out to you that it is all absurd. Then he turns to the problem of intellectual conscience. I keep having the same experience and keep resisting it every time. I don't want to believe, although it's palpable, that the great majority of people lacks an intellectual conscience. Indeed, it has often seemed to me as if anyone calling for an intellectual conscience were as lonely in the most densely populated cities as if he were in a desert. Everyone goes right on, weighing things in their scales of good and bad and right and evil. When anyone who cares to take a close look at that finds that it's absurd, that evil has an indispensable place in the evolution of the human species. It creates the sort of stormy conditions which make a tree grow strong and firm. And he says, I can't help feeling that deep down inside, every single person has at least the desire for an intellectual conscience. And he says, this is my type of injustice. Which leads directly to the next aphorism, where we're going to find that Nietzsche is actually a profoundly fair person. This aphorism is called noble and common. And he says there's a certain confusion. You find that there are people called quote, normal, or noble, who are incredibly unreasonable. They somehow throw their life on the walks of art, or science, or philosophy. squandering their lives for some higher ideal. He says the common person looks at that, and the first thing they think is, how's he getting over? Right? How's he going to turn that into money? I know that's what he's doing. He's going to turn it into money. Everyone does it, turns it into money. And then after a certain point, when he realizes this guy's not making any money, he says, well, he's an idiot. Right? He's a dope. And he says, and that's the injustice of the common person. He can't imagine someone who doesn't have his own straightforward proclivities. And he says, on the other hand, there is the noble person who aspires to higher things. But he too is unjust, because he turns to the common person and says, well, you too have these aspirations. Why is history so stupid? People live such venal lives. And Nietzsche says, that is the injustice of the noble. They assume that everyone is just like them, and so they don't judge them by the proper standards. So when you find common people and say, why don't you aspire to higher things? Nietzsche says, that's an unfair criticism. They're not capable of that. You must judge them by their own standards, by their own rationality. And in fact, he says, the ultimate noble-mindedness is for those who are noble, to want to be the exception and not the rule. For the bulk of humanity must be sympathetically understood as common. And that's not a bad thing. That's just the way they are. They're not to be rebuked for that any more than the noble are for being profound.
The cleverness of mushrooms always surprises me.
Finally, I want to turn to, in this shock treatment, his fifth aphorism, unconditional duties. All those who feel they need the strongest words and sounds, the most eloquent gestures and postures in order to be effective at all, such as revolutionary politicians, socialists, preachers of repentance, with or without Christianity, all of whom cannot tolerate semi-success, talk of duties, and always of duties that are supposed to be unconditional. And this clearly is a jibe of conscience. This point is, oh yes, we have some moral conviction I want to give you, which I can't prove to you. So all I do is I dress it up in big words. Oh, it's an unconditional duty. It's a categorical imperative. It's the purpose of human existence. Well, you find that because there are certain people, like say Kant, who are too noble, perhaps from their birth, perhaps from an experience of their education, to be willing to serve as the function of a political party, or to be someone's personal servant. But they still feel the need to be a function of something. So they come up with these pompous principles, unconditional duties. And as he states, refined servility clings to the categorical imperative.
Oh shit, they're already invading. Yep. Not good. They don't have ults. Yeah. Or well, ours is used, so it's still running. The fuck? Huh? Just destroying this Tryndamere blind pick loser. Loser. Oh boy. Hmm. Going across? Oh. No, I didn't. What that does hurt. Okay. Slap. Holy, you're a little distracted, aren't you? May as well educate you while you're listening.
Children in hard times.
See?
Also, they've definitely
And then
lost
there's
time.
a stream sniper,
now,
and
can
I
you
like to listen to my
seriously
YouTube
imagine
stuff in the
even with all
background.
these
I figure
drawbacks,
I was having it
African
muted right now
Americans
just
in
for
the 19th
myself,
century
but I
would
turned it
prefer
on
to
for
be
him.
slaves than free.
We have
Even if
two
they were
junglers, a
in the
Shaco
19th
and me.
That's the price you pay for freedom. And his argument, I think it's quite a
We
cogent
doing
one,
blind
is that
pick
even with those
silliness.
prices, we would find very few African Americans in the late 19th century who would have said,
Yeah,
well,
fine.
this is too high a price to pay. We can in fact defend, as Sumner does, this structure of modern free labor society by contrasting it with its real option, what preceded it, the feudal society. A feudal society was based on status, on hierarchy, on birth. And it was also based on sentiment, right? That's its appealing feature. We find sentiment in chivalrous literature, in religious enthusiasm, in crusades, and of course in noblesse oblige, the belief that those who are on the top of the social pyramid need to dispense some social goods to those at the bottom. That's realistic. Our new system is based on contract and rationality. And we know that we've lost something, right? This modern society, this rationality is cold. It's abstract. It's very often self-interested. And therefore, it's out of place with the sort of sentiment which was ennobling in the feudal period. Nonetheless, I don't think someone doesn't think there's any question that the modern society is much freer.
Oh no, I'm gonna basically troll the Shaco this way.
Stronger.
But they don't win
natural
still.
setting, the strong always win out over the weak. So while we've lost the sort of sentimentality, which he thinks is the very essence of social reform, while we've lost that sentimentality, that again is a price we have to pay, and it's a price well worth paying for progress in both freedom and strength.
Yeah, too late.
Having said that, the question then becomes, and one of the issues, especially in the late 19th century, was the condition of the administration. And Sumner is very straightforward about this. The critical factor that determines the wages of workers is supply and demand. The demand for labor and the supply of workers in the labor market. What this means is that self-interested workers will realize that it's in their own best interest to limit the number of workers.
We get fucked up. That's what's happening.
And the best way
What
to do this
is? Why Var's fucked up the Vigar? That's what happened. Damn.
Consider what it takes to acquire capital.
Amongst other things.
What one needs to live, a fully rich life. It requires fundamentally self-denial, the worldly asceticism that Weber associated with capital accumulation.
A scorpion.
Well, it's very difficult to practice that self-denial for each individual. It's much more difficult to practice that kind of denial when you have children and a wife. Therefore, if you want to acquire that sort of capital, the best thing you can do is forego having a family until you do have that
like a
capital.
snail.
In fact, Sumner argues it's the height of irresponsibility to have a family until you acquire it. If those who are less successful in the struggle for existence within the working class would abstain from having families, the working class would have less but stronger.
Now, where did I leave my
men who have invested with more power and more resources. Now, there's 2 points I want to make about this discussion of population. One is that it sounds very hard-hearted and an anti-working class. It's certainly not sentimental. I don't know that it's hard-hearted. Sumner's father was a worker. He was a working-class man, and he practiced the sort of virtues
It's reassuring how
that Sumner
alone
is
we
proposing. Sumner claims, social Darwinism. Yeah, I read it from Spencer. I got it from reading Darwin, but it was also basically what my father taught me on his knee: self-denial, sacrifice. But there's another side to it as well. Sumner is inadvertently opening one of the most nasty cans of worms
I find that the stranger life
the
gets,
question of population control and eugenics. I don't think he had any sense of what would come out of it, but there's no question that you can see the beginnings of this eugenic thinking, that the lower classes are breeding too much, and the elites just don't have enough children. You can see the first germs.
Brush just tickles my fancy.
Well, one of the characteristic features of all social Darwinists, signal elements, and Sumner is no exception, is their analysis and very critical examination of the proper role and moral status of the state and its government. In this regard, Sumner's work has particular force and cogency. Perhaps because the federal government of the United States was among the most internally weak governments of all the major industrial powers.
Chico can't
I
smile.
love how
He's
the
gonna lose
bread
that.
fluffy
A
on my
place that is a
toes.
sort of experiment for the social Darwinian conception of the state, it would certainly be late 19th century
They're hunting me,
America.
seriously.
And at the root of Sumner's thinking on government is an attempt to
Good
radically
use of time,
demystify
boys.
Right, the state had been, in Sumner's perspective, mystified as a result of, most importantly, nationalism and the writings of
Hey, what's up?
Like Hegel's state was, in fact, the essence of spiritual and moral life, that progress, the spirit, was working itself through the nation-state government. Well, Sumner thinks that the view is
I am
a
never
sort of
lost
claptrap,
in the wilderness.
quote, stuff and nonsense, as they
Only
would have
in
said in the 19th century. The state is really nothing but all of us. Like putting together these little phrases like, quote, all of us.
Oh shit.
It's sensible, legitimate concern. Pretty straightforward. Life,
Jesus.
liberty, and property. Right? Protect the life, liberty, and property of its citizens. It's the state's own job. Now, this is, of course, the classical Lockean triad. But in Sumner's view, this Lockean triad turns out to be practically identical to the Jeffersonian
I wonder
triad,
what
life,
the
liberty,
ducks
and
are
the pursuit of
plotting
happiness.
today.
And that's because it's capital that enables an individual to pursue leisure. And that leisure, with leisure comes mental cultivation, spiritual cultivation, various things which can conduce to happiness. And so the defense of property allows one to accumulate
Everything
capital.
is connected in the strangest way.
So the defense of property is, in fact, the defense of the pursuit of happiness. Note pursuit, not happiness itself. Because social Darwinism is at direct
I'm on it.
with utilitarianism. Utilitarianism thought that the purpose of legislation was to promote the happiness of its citizens. The transformation of social Darwinism is, no, the state should allow you to pursue happiness, but your own happiness is something you must achieve, and the state cannot ensure. In fact, the state should not ensure. Those who are capable of achieving their happiness deserve it.
Well, Daisy's really
this brings us to the issue of what allows us to pursue that happiness, which is liberty.
Rest in peace, Daisy.
And for Sumner, it's critical that we see the distinction between, or that we see, rather, not the distinction, the identity between liberty and civil liberty, because that's what liberty ultimately is. And he defines that as, and I quote, a status created for the individual by laws and institutions, the effect of which is that each man is guaranteed the use of all his own powers exclusively for his own welfare.
Laugh like a
It is
hyena.
absolutely critical in
friends
understanding
will
social Darwinism that such liberty be seen as an end in itself. Liberty is the goal of a good polity. It's never a means to other ends. It's never a means to happiness. It's never a means to pro-social justice or fairness. It's the end of liberty.
I grow my own food.
It's also equally important that we realize, for social Darwinism at least, that such liberty accrues only to individuals. Individuals have liberty. Groups don't have liberty. Classes don't have liberty. Institutions don't have liberty.
Ladybugs
Only
should
individuals.
really befriend
Only individuals have rights, not groups and institutions. Now, while it's true that only individuals enjoy liberties and rights, the ultimate point of a system of liberty, of a structure of liberty, is to restrain all classes and remove every class from infringing on other classes. And Sumner is, you know, in his apology for industrial capitalism, he's in no way naive. It's quite clear, all classes,
I'm a little out of mana.
as well as workers, try to use the state to dominate other classes. They try to use it to extract more labor.
Oh, I hit a fucking minion, but he's dead.
Other groups in society.
Baker died?
It is the purpose of
Baker
liberty
died,
to obstruct that attempt. In fact, Sumner argues, and it's just sort of strangely pessimistic view at a point, that all of human political history is the struggle of classes, again, it sounds like Marx, to dominate the state to exploit others. And he argues that, in fact, this generates a sort of draconian cyclical development in society. Well, we start out with an aristocratic society. At a certain point arise the wealthy, and they fight against the aristocrats and try to take over the state, and they do, and establish a republic. And the next thing that happens is the common people resist the wealthy, and they try to take over the state to secure their wealth, and you get a democracy. And then eventually, among them, a popular leader emerges to say, let's continue the filching of the wealthy, and then you get a dictatorship. And that's obviously the story of the Roman Empire. So Julius Caesar being the last figure. So this is the cycle of history. It always happens like this.
It hurts. It hurts. It hurts so much.
How do you break that cycle? You come up with a system of liberty which restrains every class so that they simply can't exploit, through the state, other classes. This development, the system of liberty, is a modern development. It is not more than about 3 or 4 centuries old. And it is the key to the development of modern democracy. If we don't have this system of liberty, we can't have modern democracy. It will ultimately become a dictatorship. And in fact, the key to any sound polity is that
this new body's a little
the government established,
Must be
or
an
that the
oak.
society established, rather, an equilibrium between rights and duties. This is destroyed whenever you have a privileged class. And a privileged class is a group or a class that has rights, emerges, demands rights, and then shifts the duties to others. So at a certain point, the feudal polity was in fact sound. Most of the rights accrued to the aristocrats, but they had the duty to protect society, fighting wars.
Oh wait, I don't have level 2 Daisy yet.
At a certain point, the aristocrats stopped fighting wars. They demanded all the rights and privileges of being aristocrats, but they hired professional mercenaries, Swiss people if they were in Italy, or the lower class if they were in England, to fight their wars. Therefore, they had rights without duties. Well, not surprisingly, within a very brief time, the system, the feudal society, falls apart. It's not sound. Well, democracy has a similar danger. In this case, the class that is most likely to be in power, or those classes, which is to say the majority of people, have rights, political power, and they're in danger of trying to shift duties to others. And the duty, of course, is the duty of parenting, providing. The danger of democracy is that the majority will plunder those who have, the rich. So one of Sumner's ways of responding to this, he says that what you have to do if you have groups that no longer can assume the duty of caring, dependent populace, you cannot give them the rights of free men. In other words, he doesn't say, look, if people are starving, it is not everything is true. He doesn't say, let them starve to death and
Ooh, Shaco.
That's crazy.
And Lucian?
So you always have to disfranchise
Man,
dependent
color me
paupers,
impressed.
lest they become a privileged class with special, quote, entitlements. And this is a phrase which, as we'll see, social Darwinism has, for all of its lack of credibility in the academy, has a profound resonance in American political thinking. Now, even with this problem of dependent paupers, Sumner is acutely aware that the biggest danger facing the American democracy was not the poor, but the rich. It was the danger
Dying
of
isn't
plutocracy,
so bad.
that the
Now
wealthy
that the
would
dying
dominate the
part's
state.
over.
And he
The
argues, in fact, that
cleverness
the
of
power of
mushrooms
wealth, the new middle
always
class that had emerged to
surprises
displace the old feudal aristocracy, had begun to rival that of the status-oriented power of the aristocracy in the old ancien regime. And I quote, "Nowhere in the world is the danger of plutocracy as formidable as it is here in the United States.
May as well.
To it we oppose the
In the
powers of
advantage.
numbers, as it is presented
No
by
one who wanders is ever
So it's
truly
the majoritarian nature of democracy that has to stand ever vigilant against the dangers of plutocracy, of the distortion of democracy by the wealthy." And of course, he's quite accurate in diagnosing what is the fundamental technique of plutocracy. It has an army that works for it, and the army is called lobbyists. And lobbyists are the foot soldiers of the plutocratic reactionary revolution. The basic goal of these lobbies, or lobbying organizations in plutocracy, is what he calls jobbery. What is jobbery? Essentially, lobbyists attempt to get the government to spend money to finance corporate ventures. That may be government contracts, defense contracts, building contracts, railroad contracts, protected tariffs, farm subsidies. It is essentially an attempt by the rich to get the government to subsidize their activities.
Feels bad.
Well, how do you fight against this new danger of plutocracy? He argues that, and again I'm going to quote, "The new foes must be met, as the old ones were met, by institutions and guarantees, not by administrative programs. The old constitutional guarantees were all aimed against kings and nobles. New ones must be invented to hold the power of wealth to that responsibility, without which no power whatever is consistent with liberty. The judiciary has given the most satisfactory evidence that it is competent to the new duty which devolves upon it." And that's the answer that Sumner thinks is probably most likely. The way you restrain the lobby, the way you restrain plutocracy is with a powerful, independent, constructivist judiciary. And in fact, I think the 20th century is proving to that that's the case. To finish up on this problem then of the state, what do free men owe each other? They owe each other nothing but civility, law-abiding good nature, and cooperation.
We are. Oh, nice box.
That's the whole point of liberty. You are an autonomous, free individual. Everyone has one fundamental duty, which I've already mentioned, and that is take care of yourself. Work, feed yourself. If you can accomplish that, terrific. Then you're free to have a family and take care of them. If you've done that, you've lived a fully productive life and you've done all that your society can. A free society gives everyone the liberty to do as they list, or as they please, as they think is right. But it gives no one the responsibility to care for someone else who has used his liberty poorly. You choose to use your liberty in a way that is profligate, that does not maximize your future return on your labor. That's your responsibility. Someone else who's been far more prudent, who has sacrificed for a better future, is in no way responsible to make up for your poor use of liberty. Now, this in no way precludes cooperative activity, as long as it's voluntary. We can have cooperative societies, we can have a socialist society, as long as it is voluntary, as long as it's not coerced. We still have a free society. In fact, to be fair to Sumner, he called, one of the things he thought was critical, was that America needed a stronger trade union movement among workers. Not necessarily to increase wages. He thought that workers could never do that. That's the business cycle increases wages. Strikes only work when the business cycle's on an upswing. Whenever it's on a downswing, they fail anyway. But rather, that workmen through voluntary association and collective bargaining should be able to secure reasonable hours, working conditions, occupational safety and health, place limits on child labor and female labor, and foster what he called an esprit de corps, a sort of proto-class consciousness.
Gotcha.
I think his point is straightforward. He has, remember, comes from a working class family, has profound respect for the American worker. His argument is it's the basis and patronalistic, and frankly, aristocratic to believe that the government has to protect workers' occupational safety and health. The American workers are strong, independent people. That's what they should have unions to negotiate for.
You had the confidence, but not the skill.
I should go swimming
Probably the
later.
most polemical part of Communist Tech is his critique of various schemes of social reform. I should point out that social reform at this period is beginning to take a new thrust, and that thrust is really a result of the development of the Bismarckian social democratic state.
I love how the grass is
Previously,
fluffy on my
reformers had
toes.
tried to reform society primarily through raising consciousness. Now reformers were calling for state intervention, the sort of things we associate with modern 20th century liberalism. And he's particularly hostile to these attempts to use the state to dispense social welfare. He's so hostile as to, in fact, raise embarrassing questions about the motivations of the proponents of social reform. So it's very interesting. The people who call for the state to intervene for the poor are never themselves poor. Right? The poor never call for it. Other people do. And the people who call for it are never themselves poor, though they're never wealthy. They seem to be somewhere in the middle, and in fact, in many cases, they seem to be calling for agencies to overlook the poor that will be staffed by, well, themselves. They seem to be finding jobs from it. And whether that helps the poor, well, that's a rather questionable issue. At their best, if we don't raise these motivations, at their best, social reformers are naive do-gooders. They're sentimental and unscientific. They may be well-motivated, but they're like doctors who don't know anything about anatomy. They're more likely to do you harm than good. To understand social anatomy requires this passionate practice of social science that is antithetical to the sentimental propensities of reformers fighting for social justice. Moreover, the sentiment of sympathy, which is the basis of our altruism, is not a scientific principle. Right? You may feel the need to give much to ameliorate the suffering of others, but if someone else doesn't feel that, how can you demonstrate that their feeling is not as adequate as your feeling? It's a matter of individual feeling. Reformers are also guilty of failing to distinguish between natural and social ill. Again, like Marx and Engels, he believed that a lot of scarcity in society, a lot of scarcity of income and wealth, is not a function of a poorly organized society. It's the fact that our technology can only garner so much from nature. The solution is to increase our technology and productive power. Right? There's never any point in moralizing over nature. Until we have those powers, we simply have to endure the hardships and of scarcity that nature places upon us until we can turn the tables on us by developing our technology. On the other hand, he acknowledges we have inherited a vast number of social ills, but ironically, and I quote, they are the complicated products of all the tinkering, muddling, and blundering of social doctors in the past. Now, implicit in this is the belief that if you could get rid of the tinkering of do-gooders from previous centuries, society would actually be somehow natural and naturally competitive. And some would believe that, in fact, one of the purposes of social science might be to allow us to, quote, gain some ground slowly toward the elimination of old errors and the reestablishment of a sound and natural social order that's competitive. Now, all of these attempts to ameliorate social ills and fight for equality under the name of social justice ignore one of the basic fundamental facts for Sumner, and that is that liberty and equality of opportunity are antithetical. They are opposites, given the fact that there's a variation within the species. Liberty and equality in a competitive environment, right, where we all have the same rights and opportunities, should and must generate dramatically disparate results. Those who are more prudent, who have more talent, who are more intelligent, who are more resourceful, should naturally succeed much more than others. And that's good, that's right, that's as it should be. The virtue of such inequalities is that they're based on natural differences in aptitude and behavior that can be transmitted across generations. For example,
Laugh
In
like
our
a
case, we could say
hyena, and
corporate
friends
executives,
will gallop
CEOs
to
are
your
paid huge sums of money. Not because it's socially unfair, but because the organizational and managerial skills that they possess are extremely rare. And so they have to be rewarded in extremely handsome fashion if we're going to use capital in the most efficient way possible.
I grow my own food.
Two more critiques of the reformism I want to mention. One is what he calls the forgotten man. Every scheme for social reform takes the following form. We have a reformer, and he says, what we need to do is take money, resources, or something or other from people in general and give it to the poor man. Now,
Come on, Daisy, punch
that's
faster.
justified by looking at the case of the poor or the weak. It's never justified by looking at the case of the person you're taking it from. But the person you're taking it from is, in fact, the forgotten man. He says, let's look at the forgotten man and how this works. Suppose we say, we're going to tax rich people, rich capitalists, so that they pay for, give money to the poor. Well, okay, you take some dollars from the rich person, but remember something. That doesn't really hurt the rich person. He has lots of dollars.
Ladybugs
You
should
take
really
that dollar from
befriend
him, what would he have done if you hadn't taken him and given it to the poor person? Well, he'd have tried to get a return on it. He'd have invested it. He invested it in production. So that dollar would have gone to what? To paying the wages of a worker. So you didn't take that dollar out of the pocket of the rich person. You took that dollar out of the pocket of the forgotten man, the industrious worker, and you gave it to the pauper, who is simply taking up space.
No shit.
In the street, recently comes up a homeless man, picks him up, takes him to a shelter. We feel he's done a good thing. Who paid for that?
Watch out! Daisy
The cab driver. He has to pay a special licensing fee and a special tax to pay the salary of the cop and for the social workers. So the basic principle of all these reforms is that they're redistributing wealth, which is always a zero-sum game, to which the forgotten man is the Today, who is the forgotten man? What do we call him? We call him the middle class. Like the essence of our argument, the middle class is being forced to carry. The deep point of this, social Darwinism, because of its break with Christianity, allowed it to re-examine the morality of the tail part of it. The good son works hard all day and sacrifices, and the profligate son goes off and he comes back and he gets all the party and all the goodies from the other son. And I've never seen that was just, and that's exactly the point someone's raising too. Like, if you want to go out and have a party, why should I pay for it? Well, perhaps Sumner's most damning critique of state amelioration is his belief that you never, in fact,
Give Shaco the
social
state
improvement by
full honor.
the
Keep
great
going.
improvements in society have always been through the increase of technology. What will do more good for people? All this for the really wretched of the earth. All the social schemes of amelioration, or the development of better surgical techniques and anesthetics. The latter, which is never something we can plan. Well, I want to conclude now, very briefly, with what's the legacy of social Darwinism? Three things. One, it rejects the classical, traditional Christian idea of social organicism and hierarchy, right? Like Nietzsche and Dewey, other people affected by Darwin, social Darwinism is all about the individual and the cultivation of individuality. Secondly, social Darwinism embodies the classically liberal critique of the state and power that begins with Locke and now results in today
just all
classical
you
libertarianism.
people, all you
And social Darwinists, to their
randos,
credit,
get in here.
opposed prohibitionary legislation, sumptuary legislation, moral
true, too?
legislation,
Isn't that
legislation that fostered corporate
someone speaking
development, and
recently?
finally imperialism. At the bottom of this libertarian perspective is a profoundly optimistic belief in the productive powers of mankind and their ability to constantly generate progress. And I want to end with a quote. Every improvement in education, science, art, or government expands the chances of man on Earth. Such expansion is no guarantee of equality. On the contrary, if there be liberty, some will profit by the chances eagerly, and some will neglect them altogether. Therefore, the greater the chances, the more unequal will be the fortune of these two sets of men. So it ought to be, in all justice and right reason. But if we can expand the chances, we can count on a general and steady growth of civilization and advancement of society by and through its best members.
Soren Kierkegaard was both a romantic and a theologian, and this is a very volatile mixture. He was a religious philosopher and also a bitter, ironic humorist who wrote a body of work that stands rather halfway between literature and philosophy. It's sometimes difficult with particularly inventive writers to tell exactly what genre we would like to assign them to. My inclination would be to say that Kierkegaard is a theologian with the soul of a poet and the analytical abilities of a philosopher. And bringing all these together at a time when deism has collapsed and the Enlightenment hope that religion and reason could be reconciled means that he is standing at a pivotal point in the history of Western thought and Western theology. And for better or worse, there are few people with the same degree of religious intensity as Kierkegaard. If you know the history of Western thought and you are familiar with the work of Pascal, or if you're familiar with the work of Tertullian, you will have some idea of the depth and fanaticism, if you will, of Kierkegaard's commitment. Pascal anguished and seeking for a way out of this world, gave everything to his religious commitment. Tertullian, the great father of the church, said, "I believe because it is absurd." Well, Kierkegaard's thinking is very much along those lines. He is a romantic who is willing to forsake the tradition of Western rationality and Western science and the whole Athenian tradition because he feels that it has corrupted the tradition of Western religion and Christianity has been gradually eroded by the inclusion of certain rational tendencies which are derived from Greek philosophy. Now, he himself was a very, very peculiar individual. Like so many romantic writers, he had a troubled personal life, and his psyche was constantly the scene of intense strain and torment and anguish, a characteristic stance for romantic writers. If you know the work of Keats or Shelley or Byron, romantic difficulties mean psychic tensions, psychic problems, which manifest themselves in different ways in their work. Well, Kierkegaard's manifestations of his psychic difficulties, of his own personal spiritual journeys, comes out in some very peculiar ways. In the first place, he insisted that truth is subjectivity, which is a remarkable idea, and his work in this respect is a precursor to existentialism. He says that you ultimately cannot reconcile religious belief and reason will not be a satisfactory guide for the conduct of your life. He is going to turn his back on the traditions of the Enlightenment and try and form a new connection between deep subjectivity and powerful passion and religious belief. In other words, what he's doing is abandoning the project of the Enlightenment and trying to ask some new questions about theology and philosophy. And these new questions will take us in a different direction from the rather sterile domain of deism. Now, not only did he say that truth was subjectivity, he himself was a rather protean figure. He used to write his books almost exclusively under pseudonyms. And the pseudonyms were very peculiar. They were things like Victor Eremita, which means Victor the Hermit, or someone like Anticlimacus, which means anti-climax. He has constant repertoire of personae that he puts on, and all of them are ironic and rather troubling and very peculiar. And what's even more troubling and peculiar about Kierkegaard's work is that after he published his pseudonymous books, he used to review his own books pseudonymously in the newspapers. And he used to give them bad reviews. Now, this is surely a very peculiar individual. He has some uncertainty as to what his identity really is, or perhaps he is trying to suggest that identity is not as fixed as we may suspect. There's more than one way of reading that. This fruitful, fertile ambiguity is characteristic of romantic writers, and when romantic writers move from the domain of lyric poetry and novels like Frankenstein or the sonnets of Keats to the domain of religion, the result is very volatile indeed, and some of the output of Kierkegaard is unparalleled for its caustic, ironic bitterness, and at the same time, a strangely good-natured sense of humor. Kierkegaard himself was a very peculiar individual. In some ways, he's almost a caricature of the romantic writer. The way in which he departs from most of the romantics is that he is highly ascetic and primarily concerned with the next world, not with this world. Unlike most romantics, he does not favor emotion for its own sake. He favors it as a way of breaking the bounds of rationality and giving the soul direct access to God. Kierkegaard turned down, he was engaged to be married, and for no obvious reason turned down his wonderful fiancée. Of course, he was doing this fiancée the best turn that had ever been done to her. But he turned her down and refused to marry her because he felt that it would bring him into the domain of this world. It would endanger his spiritual path. So he decided to wander alone like the rhinoceros for the whole of his life. And this woman went on and left him, of course, but the fact that he had been engaged and had nearly connected with other human beings and then decided to go and be a strictly isolated individual tells us something about him. On his tombstone, and Kierkegaard was the sort of person that would dwell on the question of what will be on his tombstone while he is yet alive. That was the kind of thing that would entertain Kierkegaard. He didn't want a name or dates of birth and death or anything directly religious. All he wanted to put on his tombstone was the statement, "That individual. Here lies Soren Kierkegaard, that individual." Yes, he is a truly romantic man. He is not going to be a cogitator, a cog in a giant logical wheel. He will be an individual at all costs. The path towards God turns out to be the path towards the self. What Kierkegaard is doing is saying that we never completely move in the direction of God until we have God's unbought and unaccountable grace. And prior to that, while we are in this world, our identities, like the world around us, are in flux, and there is nothing we can count on. There is nothing we can be certain of. Now, this general mood of melancholy, of isolation, and of individuality are all main themes in Romanticism, which are given a very peculiar theological twist in his writings. And some of the titles of the books are quite repellent. They would push you back from, you wouldn't even open them. Perhaps you're familiar with a book called Sickness Unto Death. That's a real page-turner, isn't it? That's a bestseller. How about Fear and Trembling? Or perhaps The Concept of Dread? Yes, Kierkegaard was relentlessly negative, but at the same time ironically humorous. There is an odd juxtaposition of opposites in his writing. And you would expect a man who is fervent in his religious belief and who thought that the rest of Western culture had gone wrong because they had not maintained this pure fidelity to the gospel. You would expect that he might have a positive, affirmative, life-giving kind of stance towards the world? No. He is relentlessly caustic, and he is one of the great critics in the history of the West. He said that he described himself as a missionary. Right? Now, he lived all his life in Denmark, right? So the idea of being a missionary in a society that has had Christianity for a great many centuries and is one of the centers of Lutheranism is a very peculiar idea, but he said he thought it was necessary for us to bring Christianity to Christendom. And that's the kind of missionary that he was. He said, fine, I can be a missionary right here. I don't need to go to some place that hasn't heard of Christianity because none of you have. So again, it's funny, but it's also bitter and caustic at the same time. It's a very strange melange of words, and the protean tendencies of Kierkegaard move us in the direction of knowledge. They cannot give us knowledge itself. Only an Enlightenment thinker would think that you could write down a proof or a series of logical cogitations, and then you would be able to move people in the direction of religion. He says no. He's going to make an attack on this world and show you how vacant and bankrupt and unhappy the present age is. The book I want to focus on in the course of this lecture is called The Present Age. And as you might expect, Kierkegaard is none too happy about the present age. On the other hand, had he been born in this year, or had he been living in this year, he wouldn't have been happy with this age either. He was the sort of man that was always born out of time, and he would have been unhappy with any age. Now, he is exceedingly poetic, and in some respects he reminds me of Meister Eckhart with a certain sort of negativity attached to it, because both of them are at bottom mystics, and in addition to being mystics, he said that without risk there is no faith. There is no rational royal road to divinity. If you want to be a religious believer, you must take upon yourself the fact that A, it is never going to make sense. Not now, not later on. It's not that some great philosopher 100 years or 1,000 years from now is going to figure out some fine proof and will justify your religious faith now. Faith has no justification. If you have a faith that you believe you have derived from some axioms, or you have extrapolated from some from some philosophical stance, in fact, that's not the real religious faith. The real religious faith is always going to entail risk. This longing for certainty that we get from the tradition that comes out of Athens is not part of Christianity. Man proposes, but God disposes, and it turns out that we will never have certainty in a rational sense. If we have any direct and fixed connection to the deity, we will do so on the basis of God's grace, and we will intuit this. We will have a feeling about this. He says that one of the things that is wrong with this age is that it lacks faith. It not only lacks faith, but it lacks even passion, and passion is a necessary precondition for faith. You rational people, you people with the souls of accountants, I'm afraid, are trying to add up and subtract your way to God, and that is not how you will do it. You will do it only by making a leap of faith, by taking a chance. This idea of taking risks is very much continuous with the general stance that the Romantics had. He's just given it a strange kind of twist by bringing it in exclusively within the domain of theology. Now, in his book Fear and Trembling, Kierkegaard writes with particular bitterness and particular acrimony about what he calls the aesthetic reading of the Bible. He says, look, those of you children of the Enlightenment, those of you spiritual citizens of Athens who believe that the Bible can be read as a beautiful set of stories and nothing else, that in fact it would be satisfactory to think of the symbolism behind the parables rather than the actual literal miracles there, you do not have real Christian faith. This aesthetic reading of the Bible is in fact an erosion from within. And what it does is steal the marrow of religion. In some respects, he has a similar stance to Swift, but without the same degree of heavy-handedness in Swift. He can be strident and caustic, but in a much more deft way. Now, Kierkegaard, because he is a romantic, moving into the domain of theology, he generates some new questions that had not been part of the set of the kind of inquiries in theology and philosophy being done during the Enlightenment. And these questions are pregnant with the greatest and deepest problems for us today as well. A couple of them are worth looking at. In the first case, he asks a very pointed question when he inquires into the nature of conscience and its connection to our understanding of the Bible. He says this: is our conscience the standard by which we judge the Bible? In other words, if we find something in the Bible that we disapprove of, are we then to say that the Bible is mistaken or wrong, or are we trying to wiggle out of our problem by allegorizing and symbolizing the biblical story? Or is the proper answer to say, no, the Bible is the source from which we derive our conscience. And if our conscience tells us that the Bible is wrong, that just shows us what wicked worms we are. Because we have God's divine revelation here. And if our conscience is inconsistent with that, then we're merely wrong. Go back, Kierkegaard's favorite book of the Bible, Job. All right? And if you know the book of Job, then you have some idea of the depth and profundity and excessive qualities of this faith. Well, Kierkegaard forces us to think our way through this problem. And he says the only truly Christian stance is not this hubristic, arrogant idea that we will correct God and his divine revelation. If, for example, we look at something like the story of Abraham and Isaac, well, there are two ways we can take that. If you think about a man, suppose a man came to you, suppose he was named Abraham and said, recently I had a visit from the divinity, and I was told that I have to sacrifice my son. Well, you might be inclined to think that that was an immoral action. And any rational person would say that, well, you're probably crazy because you think God talks to you directly, and the idea of killing your son, most immoral. In this world of space and time, in our lives, we would certainly think that was bad. If your neighbor came up to you and said that, you would look at him very strangely. Now, Kierkegaard says, well, that's just fine, provided you're an Athenian. That's just fine, provided you're trying to make rational sense. But Kierkegaard was, or rather, Kierkegaard was trying to point out that Abraham is a hero of faith. And what is heroic about Abraham is that he was willing to sacrifice his son. Remember that God sends the angel down to stop him, but the point is to find out whether Abraham judges the world and the behavior in this world on the basis of what God reveals to him or on the basis of his own unguided conscience. If he were to do this on the basis of his own unguided conscience, he would never kill his son. What's great about Abraham is the fact that his faith runs so deep that it includes things that make no sense whatever. Can you see how this is a romantic rejection of rationality in spades? What's great about the sacrifice of Isaac is that it makes no sense. If it made sense, then we could probably include it within the Greek domain and it wouldn't really be a test of faith. The real test of faith is, are you willing to abandon even your own individual conscience if that's what Scripture or the deity demands of you? And that is an agonizing kind of decision, and it's not entirely clear how we want to deal with it. On the one hand, I would be inclined to say that I feel that we ought some way to be able to finesse Scripture in order to make it consistent with our intuitions that we derive from conscience. On the other hand, I suppose that in a way he is right. There is no way rationally that we can justify something like Abraham's sacrifice of Isaac, and this is a paradigmatic test of faith. If the Bible tells us that Abraham is a very virtuous man, Kierkegaard says Abraham is a very virtuous man. And if what he did doesn't make any sense, well, then he's still a virtuous man. And if not only did it not make sense, but it was absolutely immoral by any rational or human standard, he says that's the acid test of real religious faith. Are you willing to go beyond the domain of mere rationality? It's an either-or question. You can't fudge it. You have to say yes or no. And this is what Kierkegaard is trying to force Western culture into. He's trying to force Western culture into a binary opposition, either or. Either the life of religious faith or the life of secular, this-worldly skepticism. But you can't have it both ways, and you can't mix the two. If you try and mix any amount of this-worldly rationality with God's revealed religion, it is either superfluous or it's wrong. What that means is that wishbone that I talked about when I lectured about deism splits in half, and Kierkegaard says, good riddance. Let us get rid of this Athenian tradition. Let us get rid of rationality. God didn't tell Abraham to think a lot about what he was ordered to do. He told him to do it. Here we have what might be called blind faith, but what Kierkegaard calls a leap of faith. It is a decision that people have to make, and a decision that cannot be avoided, and it is a decision that is criterion-less. And this is very important because Kierkegaard is often thought of as one of the precursors of 20th century existentialism. And the reason why he is thought so is because he said, look, you cannot ultimately justify your stance as being a citizen of Athens or a citizen of Jerusalem. I'm just able to show you that you have to be one or the other. You can't be both. You can't have dual citizenship. Kierkegaard has decided that he can show you that that's impossible. So now you must make a choice. And the difficulty is that any justification you would give for being a spiritual citizen of Jerusalem or being a spiritual citizen of Athens presupposes what it's trying to prove. If you assume that it's very important to be rational, it's very easy to show later on that it makes sense to be a spiritual citizen of Athens, and you have to give up on certain parts of the tradition of biblical religion. On the other hand, if you presuppose that biblical religion is all important and religious faith is what frees you and saves you, then it's possible to show that Athens is full of arrogant, hubristic men, and the tradition that comes out of Jerusalem is exactly the right one you ought to be following. But Kierkegaard says, without presupposing any of that, how would you show that either choice was better or worse? And if you can't do that without presupposing one or the other, you're simply being dishonest. You must make this choice, and you have been given no standard by which to make it. So now you must make the existential choice, and everything in your life is going to depend on this, and God has given you no guide. If God, through his own mysterious activity, gives you the grace to believe, then you will believe. If he does not, then I'm afraid you must wander alone in a wilderness of nature and rationality, which can only lead to despair. The only possible recourse for human beings, the only source of their hope, will be making this criterionless choice, this choice between either Athens or Jerusalem, but not both. And Kierkegaard says the time has come for us to grow up and face that fact. All the optimistic ideas of the Enlightenment, of reconciling faith and reason, are ultimately a way of blinding yourself to what you must decide. You must decide the same way that Abraham did. In a way, we are all put in the position of Abraham. So not only is that a paradigmatic test of faith, but is a test that repeats itself again and again and again in human life. We will be forced to sacrifice things of this world for which we might have a great liking. We will not be giving them up because they are not pleasant. We will not be giving them up because reason demands that we not. Rather, we will be giving them up because God tells us we must. And that is a very different kind of rationale. Now, Kierkegaard does the best he can to make revelation intellectually respectable, but he's not going to try the affirmative way of the medieval scholastic theologians who tried to prove God's existence, like St. Anselm, who said, God is that which nothing greater can be conceived, and tried to derive God's necessary existence from that. Kierkegaard, being a negative thinker, is going to go the other way. Kierkegaard is going to try and say, well, what if it turns out that the acceptance of revelation is on a par, at least as intellectually respectable as accepting reason as our only guide. That's as close as we'll ever be able to come. This kind of Mexican standoff between Athens and Jerusalem, and that's what he's going to argue for. In a book called Philosophical Fragments, which is not fragmentary, it's about 600 pages. Again, there's something ironic about writing a book that's called Fragments that goes on and on and on interminably. It's the kind of bizarre and perverse sort of sense of humor you would see in Kierkegaard. But in the course of Philosophical Fragments, he asks some questions about Socrates in the Meno. Now, Kierkegaard wrote his doctoral dissertation on Socrates and strictly on Socratic irony, which would be characteristic of Kierkegaard if you think about it. What would attract him in Socrates is not certainty or rationality or the philosopher king. It would be the repeat and unavoidable irony, the irony layered upon irony, upon irony. He wrote an ironic dissertation about Socratic irony, and when it was passed at the university, the teachers that supervised it said, this is just fine, we will accept it, but please don't ever write anything for us again. Because it was just too excruciating to read. Well, in Philosophical Fragments, Kierkegaard starts to look at Socrates, and particularly looks at the Meno. Now, those of you that know Socrates' Meno know it to be a dialogue about knowledge, and in that dialogue, Socrates makes the argument, perhaps it is an ironic argument, and this is what Kierkegaard believes, he makes the argument that all knowledge is but recollection. Socrates, for his own philosophical reasons, needs to believe that everyone is born omniscient, that you know everything but you've forgotten it and you gradually relearn it. Well, Kierkegaard said, what if that's wrong? What if we are born ignorant? And what if we can only get insight into the nature of human life and into the human condition by having this revealed to us? Well, if it has to be revealed, who can reveal it? Certainly not another human being, because they will have the same problem that we do. They will be born ignorant just like us. So the only way that if revelation is possible, and if all knowledge is not recollection, if Socrates is wrong, then revelation is the only possible avenue to real knowledge. And revelation cannot be the product of any other human being, because they will have the same problem as us. Thus it is proven, if Socrates is wrong, either no knowledge of any kind exists, or what knowledge does exist is revelation. Who could reveal it to us? Not man, only God. Who might that be? Jesus Christ, the Lord and Savior. So Kierkegaard is not trying to make an affirmative argument showing that thus it is proven Jesus is the Lord and Savior and revelation is true. He is trying to say that it is not intellectually disrespectable to believe in revelation, because it stands on the same level as Greek rationality, and this is a concession that none of the Enlightenment thinkers were willing to make. He forces this out of them, and that is one of the great achievements in his 600 pages of fragments. Now, let's move to his send-up of the present age, titled, oddly enough, The Present Age. Kierkegaard has a whole list of romantic complaints about the present age, and he has decided that what is most lacking here is moral commitment. The problem is that the rise of modernity has generated large anonymous societies dominated by the machine and all the implications of the age of the machine for Western society, and that as a result we have gradually become more mechanical and more paltry and more insipid and more inhuman as a result. And here he's giving the theological twist on the common intellectual temper tantrum of the Romantics. Industrial society is bad. All Romantics hate machines, and all of them hate the consequences of machines. Industrial poverty, large slums, ghettos. You can think of Dickens or Blake, or so many Romantics hate the age of the machine. Well, Kierkegaard is no exception. But what he hates about it is not the fact that it produces social dislocation and produces starving children like we find in Dickens' novels. His big problem with it is that it removes passion from people. It makes us more and more prosaic and more mundane. As he says, an age without passion lacks values. And because we lack any passion, we don't feel the impetus to go and find the answer to the questions that life presents us with. We don't want to ask or answer the ultimate questions. We don't care enough about ultimate questions and answers to bother with them. We'd rather think about MTV. We'd rather think about the day-to-day existence that we have to eke out. In other words, Kierkegaard says, as it says in the Gospel, my kingdom is not of this world. This world you have created is a Babylon. It is a profane city. Kierkegaard, as he says, is going to introduce Christianity to Christendom. In addition to stopping the erosion of Christianity, he wants to roll back the tide and show that the entire tradition of Athens has been a mistake, and that what is most wrong with the tradition of Western philosophy is that it's tried to create a rapprochement between the two. No compromise as far as he is concerned. He wishes to drive Athens out. As Tertullian said, I believe because it is absurd. Well, Kierkegaard, in a way, believes because it is absurd. If you believe because it made sense, it really wouldn't be religious faith, because all faith demands risk. If you could work it out as a mathematical certainty, there would be no virtue to such a faith. God didn't ask Abraham to figure out whether sacrificing Isaac was a good idea. God told him what to do, and he did it. That is the paradigm of the religious man, and it's an either-or question. You go this way or you go that way. He takes this argument a little bit further, and he says that resentment, the hatred of superiority, the hatred of achievement, the hatred of excellence, is going to be a part of this erosion of Christianity and this lack of moral commitment, this decline of passion. All you're going to have is people who are envious of those few who ever get anything done, and they will do their best to badmouth that, and will do their best to impose a conception of right and wrong that reduces all questions to utility, to voting by the mass of people, and to an insipid mediocrity. Kierkegaard, remember, wanted to be buried and have on his tombstone that individual. He did not want mediocrity. He did not want to follow the herd. He did not want to do what made sense because he disdained making sense. He said, I have a wisdom here that goes beyond mere rationality. And if you cannot bring yourself to believe that, then that's your problem, not mine. You deserve to live in an age like this. He says that one of the problems that we're going to get with the rise of democratic political movements in the age of the machine and the advent of modernity is that everyone's going to be chattering all the time and saying nothing. Talk, talk, talk. Loquacity destroys speech. All we're going to do is constantly be gossiping about nothing. We're never going to ask or answer the big questions in life. He makes a very pointed remark, and I've always had it stuck in my brain because I think it's probably true. People that do not know how to remain silent do not know how to talk. That's a remarkable observation, worthy of any of the greatest romantic poets. And the problem with it is that however crazy Kierkegaard is, that's probably true. He says these people constantly chattering, constantly talking about nothing. I have a few things to say, but I'm going to say them and then depart. I will remain as enigmatic to you as I am to myself. Now, he presents us with, I would say, the greatest of the romantic criticisms of the connection between Athens and Jerusalem. In the present age, he argues that the first part of the 19th century is paltry, that the people around him would not know how to be very good or very evil. The tiny size of your soul precludes you from doing any big sin. You haven't gotten to the point where you could sin on any kind of scale. So you are incapable of doing good, incapable of doing evil. You are truncating the domain of the psyche to this tiny fragment of what you could be. The problem is that you are not willing to make the leap of faith, which would allow you to be a whole and integrated soul, because the leap of faith costs not less than everything. You have to be willing to put up everything in this wager. And unlike Pascal's wager, it's not merely that this is a good idea because the odds are with you. Here, you have no grounds for making the judgment. It's criterionless. It's like spinning the roulette wheel, putting your money on either red or black, but you have no way of knowing in advance whether it's going to come up red or black at the end. You take your best chance, you take a shot at your best hunch, that's all you're ever going to get. Can you see how that's going to generate a certain kind of internal anxiety, which can only manifest itself in very peculiar ways? For example, breaking off off his engagement, or writing books which are extremely repellent, or writing them under pseudonyms and then criticizing them under pseudonyms in public. Obviously, this is a tortured individual. He's in some ways a modern-day Job. He comes as close to an absolute religious faith as we are ever going to see. In a book called Edifying Discourses, one section of which is dedicated to the book of Job, he talks about Job as the personification of faith. And he says the best thing about Job is that he understands that all theology is blasphemy.
Oh, he
It's a
took
very
down
deep
all
thought
three
as well.
drinks, not all
If
three
it is
cats.
true that our language will not accommodate the divinity, if it is true that we lack the
You can
tools
just
to
give them to me.
undertake
I
that
thought they
job,
were...
and we
I can throw them away
occasionally
right
do
now.
succumb to the temptation to write and speak and think about theology, perhaps what we are doing then is raising our own selves to the status where we can claim to understand God, and not only understand Him, but explain Him to other people. Kierkegaard says, nay, if you believe that, you have not reached the real pinnacle of religious faith. If you remember the three friends of Job who tried to explain to him some kind of theological account of why evil should enter the world and why he should be punished, and Job insisted to the end that no, none of these accounts are satisfactory, well, it turns out that Kierkegaard says, yes, if you are a theologian, you are wrong. You are one of those people that was in the stance of Job's friends. The right stance for the true believer to be in is Job. Don't curse God and die. Take whatever God dishes out, because the only stance for the true believer is to be God's faithful servant. You shall not judge the Lord your God. He doesn't want your advice. Now, beyond these edifying discourses, and beyond his treatment of Abraham and the sacrifice of, and the near sacrifice of his son, he insisted that philosophy and Christianity can never be united. And because philosophy and Christianity can never be united, all of the tradition of Western theology is essentially a wrong turn. He is, in fact, as much of an individual as he suggests with his tombstone, because if he is right, then virtually all of the great theologians, virtually all of the great philosophers in the Western tradition have been wrong. And he says either or. I am not afraid of being in the minority. He has obviously gotten a tremendous dose of religious faith, but in addition to that, he says that, well, the only way that I can express my individuality in this century, the only way that I can be the man that God has appointed me to be, is to sacrifice myself
What do you feel like playing tonight?
for you. Some men are going to be broken on the rock of an impossible virtue. And in fact, that is what's happening to Kierkegaard.
You don't have Valheim,
I don't know
do
that he
you?
raises himself to the status of a prophet, but one certainly gets the sense that he understands himself to be divinely inspired somehow. This divine inspiration is of a kind of left-handed tendency. It moves to the dark and to the negative and to the difficult, but he has what seems to be a genuine inspiration nonetheless. And he says,
And then, of course, this,
here's how it's going to work for you. In this modern age or in any age, you're going to have to solve the problem of human life, and you're going to have to make a decision. The leap of faith is going to be forced upon you. If you do not make it, you choose this world. In other words, you cannot avoid the leap of faith. We would avoid it if we could. You must decide one way or another to take this criterion-less choice. And he says the Lutheran alternative will not work. And that's quite surprising. If you think about Luther and his emphasis on faith alone, you might say that, that Kierkegaard would find Luther quite a congenial intellectual comrade. But no, Kierkegaard thought Luther was soft. He wasn't really dug into religious faith, because although that he emphasized the importance of faith and salvation, had that Augustinian tradition of piety, the problem with Luther, from Kierkegaard's perspective, is that he tries to make Christianity completely inward. He says that there's no necessary connection between faith and works. Kierkegaard says a doctrine of works by itself is obviously unacceptable, but Luther's doctrine of pure faith is also unacceptable. He wants the whole package. When you make this leap of faith, it must transform your whole life. And when it transforms your life, you will have faith and you will be saved.
What'd you say, Hex?
Oh, I'm talking to my brother on League Boys.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah, I don't know why he doesn't join the Discord. Make it easier, but... Maybe I'll play some Master Yi.
Always ban Fizz. What the hell? There we go. Disconnect from this. I gotta start getting my shit together.
All AD boys. Yep, don't care. You're okay, little dog. You don't even fit up here. Why are you even up here like this? Stop crying. You're fine. You're more than welcome to get down.
Oh my god, that's nice. There's a weapon right there.
Do it. Give me a reason to play crit Zed.
Why you got an MP5K?
They're tanky.
What the fuck?
Good, I didn't want to play that anyways. God. You are not laying down properly.
Who
There.
combos well with Zed as a jungle?
Doesn't matter.
Yes, it does. The hell?
Really. Sure. It's gonna solve all of our problems. It's just switching characters. Switching spots in the pick order.
Dad says it's okay to use, we're not actually related. Fuck off, old Spike.
Zix or Kane? Probably Kane. Kane's stupid. I don't care
Stop.
about Graves either.
Calm down.
I can't. I'm in Africa. Girl,
Is Mindwave here? I thought he was at one point.
Alright, you go get in your chair. Go get in your chair. Get in your chair. Come on. There you go.
J4 jungle.
I mean breast milk. I mean breast milk. I mean. Men, OMG, it's so unfair that women live longer than men. Also men.
Jay, are you streaming?
It was. I am. Why?
My brother's roommate is says
Is a certain way.
some choice words. So
Oh, you're right. I should mute myself.
yeah.
That's not necessary.
For you.
You can say whatever you want. I'm gonna hit a button, and now nobody hears it. I hear it, and that's okay. Dark Star. Make it emerald. Black. Mm-hmm. Water? Want some water? Good job, Hex. No, it's not. I haven't seen a Marvel movie for a long time. Kind of live under a rock. Oh, isn't yeah technically Sony? Yeah. Come here. I'm thirsty. Come here. All for you. Want me to wrap it up and put it in the fridge? Alright. Yeah, my matches. Alright, hit a button, I can give it to him. Alright, kitties, it's your lucky day. Kitties don't really want bread, though. You want to just eat bread? Okay. Maybe. I see. Kitties will eat it, too. Where's... Oh, there's the baby. There you go. Want some food? Yeah. Here you go, Ian. Your turn. Good boy. Sorry. Everybody gets a bit. No more yet? Alright, the rest goes in the food bowl after I get one more chunk of the baby. Alright, I gotta wash my hands quick for the match starts. Kind of, yeah, for sure. Oh, that was not the way that I wanted into. Excellent. Water when you get sick, though? Water for me when you get a sec? I passed her my cup. Hey, thanks for... Yeah, they are cute kitties. You can actually see them around the room. They're out there. The Sliver. Sorry for the wait. Odyssey Sliver. Nice skin. My main account's got all the Ivern skins. Ah. He's trying to get behind the bed. Mm-hmm. Yeah? You saw it down there? Oh, cool. That's really cool. Yeah, yeah. That one has all my audiobooks on it, so I'm really excited. I can plug in that cord you gave me and listen. I could try. Alright, I got places to be. Damn it, Flo. Just drink out of the water. It's fine. It's fine. Paranoid. Damn. That is disgusting. I understand. Okay. I'm fucking dead. There's only one thing to do in this situation. Substantially. The compensation is a lot better, for sure. Now, if I lose, it's completely my fault. Oh shit, my camera fell. What the fuck? Tell me about it. Loser. It's your mid laner. Guy gave first blood to 1 and 4. Good stuff. Oh, nice. Miss. Hmm. Mm-hmm. Everybody act natural. I'm probably dead. Yeah, I'm dead. Damn, Hex. Did. My teammate wanted to give up too because he was a kind of a shitter. Cute. Mini megaphone. I love that name. Save that one. The mini megaphone. Where are the cats? Not that angle. Right there. Yen's over there on the floor. I don't see Penny anywhere. She with you? No? Oh, she. I don't know. Maybe. I could shake the treat bag and find her. Wait, I'll put that up. Yeah, sure. Yeah, I'm about to go back and look and see if I caught that 'cause I don't think I did, but what's in your lap? I don't think I did. No. Right, right. Oh, there's the baby. I just got into Platinum 4 on my Smurf. Just won my promos. Yeah, I got the first blood for Cassidon. It's pretty easy. And then he proceeded to die 4 times, and then it got kind of hard. But I outsmited the Gragas, and one good push with Baron. It's a 25-minute game, and we won it. I know, right? Seriously. And also, you can just deny anything. I mean, yeah, I think so too. Yeah, this chairlift is pretty nice. Did I get any messages? GG, well played to you too, Zachary. Hell yeah. They said we have cute kitties also, Mr. Zachary. Zachary Holloway getting some LP. Ow! He got me with one claw. Oh, we can play together. What's up? What's happening? Are we ready now? I've earned head pats. Shit. You haven't added me since we had a little angry moment. Wait, you did? Then I'm logged in. Where are you? Oh shit, I'll decline that. I got no friend requests. What are you? So let me see. I don't have you added on this one for some reason. Space head pads. IVN space head pads. Yeah, head pads is one word. Yeah. Send me. 0 instead of an O. Okay. I mean, and those are L's on the side? Okay. Mix the goat with a 0. Oh. Huh. On this account, I was big mad and I apparently blocked you. Let me undo that real quick. That was so. Yeah. Maybe you misspelled it 'cause I definitely didn't do anything to you. 1 second. Chatting friends. No. Block list. There we go. Oh, I got an invite. What's up, boys? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah. It's probably gonna be a lot of growing pain. Girl, how are you doing? Oh yeah? What kind of dose? Over 3? Or oh, my growing. That's a good time. All the time, every moment. Never came down. You're just one of my many Schumer hallucinations. Katarina, if they're bad, like 9 out of 10 are, it's not a big deal, but then you get the one that really just. There's just catching her when she all ends, and I say catching her, quote unquote catching her. It's just her staying still for longer than she needs to, because she can like avoid anything. You're right, like the counterplay is nil. Katarina is a good band. No. All right, so the goal is to hit diamond on this account before Boomer gets on Monday, and then gonna be like, man, I gotta get another Smurf made for you. But wait a minute, no, that's right. If I hit Diamond, we can still play together because he's a Platinum boy. That's good. Yeah, yeah. Syndra's gross. What'd you say, Hannah? Pick Tompkins. Yeah. Enjoy your. Yipper. Man, I missed Zachary's message because I wasn't paying attention. Yeah. Zach, you still there? What are your thoughts on the early bot play that went poorly? Shit, what are my thoughts? Gragas showed up. We got fucked up. um, More thoughts than that. Yeah, I mean, just Leona was too close to me when Gragas was walking up that I burned Flash in a very wasted fashion. I didn't really watch. I mean, I saw you guys just were taking too much damage. I didn't watch you for specifics. And we all tried to dip, and we all died. Potentially. It depends on who I run into as I go look. Oh, shit. I bought the wrong jungle item. Or not the wrong jungle item, the wrong trinket. I like to put a little ward down. You can head up to the top to show face. Thank you, though, good sir. Kind man. You talking to Jace or the person who took 5 gold from you? Yeah, both. You did. He's very gankable. Give me time. You're gonna have time for level 2. I'm cooking 3 camps. Let's see here. Lee Sin. Let's do this. There's Lee Sin. Ganking mid. Shit. He's about to shoot his ability off at nothing. Or no, he's gonna shoot it. Oh no, he's low HP and he's realizing his stuff's gone, and I'm here preying upon him, so he's a little bit conflicted. There he is. I'm coming. Get to me for a shield, motherfucker. That's the wrong way. Get out. Oh, or slash and murder, and I'm a diamond. Get. Mm-hmm. You didn't die. I'm very proud. Oh my god, he didn't even go to his Krugs. He's got 9. He's got 9 CS. This is my life again. You're lost. Nope. Lee Sin Genki bot, no. Okay, they get out. This Rel is aggressive, but oh, sheesh. All right, interesting. I want to go get my camps, damn it. Lee Sin's shenanigans is slowing me down. No. Nice work. You got Rel coming to help you? Hmm. No, I suck. Okay, it's enough. That wasn't enough. Whoa, 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 lady! Rel! Too aggro. No, not for a long time, man. I'm coming to gank mid. She has no brain. She's not picking up Daisy. Okay. Oh, she already used it. Okay. Two seconds before I can queue. Okay, I'm a little low mana. Hmm. Yeah, Rel. Or no, you're talking to Syndra. I'm gonna hold him. I goofed. Didn't need a flash there. Yeah, yeah. So hard. Hey, kitty. He does not appreciate this. Okay. Care? Tempting, I know. Yeah. I get this dragon a little bit whenever he walks off. He should walk off to top side soon. What is she doing? Warding? She just walked around looking? Me and Rel are going to get a double kill bot. Oh, I fucked up. She was beating me up. I don't have a smite. We don't do this. Yeah, walking into the two of them a little bit, but I wanted HP. Don't die while I get HP. Oh, you got Rel with you, but you're about to get blasted. No! Damn it. No, he never did. Yep. I'm dead. You have a tree on the way behind you. Yeah, you guys are fine. Here, we go in with the Daisy Tower Dive. Here we go. Oh, like, I said Daisy, not you. Here. Oh, no. Pop. No, he got away with 1 HP. And just to repeat the record, Daisy Tower Dive, not you. No, yeah, that's afterwards. But I'm just talking about you took tower shots when Daisy could have eaten them. Yeah. Nice work, girl. Good catch. I beat him up a bit. He shouldn't be there anymore. I think he went back to base. Oh, here he's mid. It's like, fuck this top lane. I'm out. Ivern's here. Ivern's here too, bitch. Come here. Nah. Oh, I almost got the cannon. I'm on my way, Warren. I got the Sona. Someone kill. No one's gonna kill. I'm fucking bad. Oh, she's Zanya. I would have if she didn't Zanya's. I'm working on it. Put that in a document and label it shit I already know, Hex. Okay, I'm just teasing. Oh, I'm on my way. Oh, triple! I'm almost there to shield you, son of a bitch! No! Oh dear, I may be dead. No, we get out, 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 we get out. Daisy, rubber band, good girl. Nice. Ezreal zapped him. Okay. Fuck, I wish I could. You guys already know what I'm gonna go do. The Baron. You don't have to. Take the red buff. That's helping me. Red buff's just gonna slow me down. It's 5 seconds. Cut it up. Cut it up. Alright, cool. Alright. Daisy's not even gonna get scratched. They're not on their way. They don't know. They're just nearby. We cannot wait. You're getting 500 gold and you're gonna, or you're getting 100 gold and 300 gold and you're gonna like it. I'm sorry, Hannah. She's scared. I'm telling her to be scared. I really appreciate you not teleporting to Daisy. Oh, shit. Ooh, my goodness. Cut her off. He's rooted. I'm getting smacked around by this bitch a little bit. He did. No, let me save, bro. Fuck. Oh, fuck. I'm being bad. Alright. I'm here. Fucking, I gave Ezreal a shield and he just ran. Alright, Yasuo, you get the shield. Yep, go fuck him up. GG. That was a really nice early double kill we got. Besides, man, I fell over. Got my folder ready yet? Excellent. Okay. Somehow I knew. I don't know why, but I knew. I think I'm not wowed out, but I'm almost wowed demoralized because it's a lot to learn. My membership's running out, and I don't want to like put pressure on anybody to give me another gift. Boomer was very generous last time, and while I kind of let him down because I didn't make the most use of it, I made a good use of it. Because this game's so good and double down, maybe you're right. Maybe you're right, and Hannah's back there listening to me, and she's saying that she's gonna sugar mama me into have me another membership. We'll see. Oh my gosh, I don't. Okay, have some words.
Right.
Foremost, you got to get that out of the way. Secondly, you need to pressure Jay into playing WoW with us more. Because his priest damage can be top of the line if he just played.
Okay.
Okay, that's it?
I will sugar mama him and I'll get him another fucking month of WoW.
What about the first part, though? Will you still not forgive me?
Yeah, I forgive you, dude. It's all good. It's on me too. There's reasons why I get like really, really fucking irritable. What?
Get irritable.
Oh, yeah, I was going through nicotine withdrawals at that time, so I was a real fucking bitch. So I apologize. That was on me as well.
No, it's cool. You just, you never said anything like, hey, it irritates me and puts me in a bad mood. That's all.
Yeah, no, you're all good, dude. You're all good.
I have been, I promise.
Mid. Who am I playing?
Shit in top lane with.
This one. Play Malphite. Or play Yasuo.
I don't think so. I think I'm gonna ban Tom.
I'm just banning Katarina every game.
I'm just banning Cat every game.
All right, let's slice and dice and shit again.
I don't know if I'm gonna play Darius, but that's kind of who I'm looking at right now. I might be playing Cho'Gath, because the last time I played Cho'Gath, I had like 7,000 health just doing my thing.
Oh, thank God.
Who the hell is our top?
Huh? Don't matter.
Oh, that's a Shaco jungle, huh?
Yeah, it is. Is he afraid of Rengar because he can sniff out the real one with his ult or something?
No, because he reveals when he's stealth, which is kind of like a terrible. He might actually be top. You know what? Fuck it, we ball. Am I right? I think I just take Flash TP though, because I'm not the top.
No. No, you get ghost, dude. You just start W like 90% of games.
I was actually reaching for this.
And you just what?
You start ghost, or you start W 90% of games and you just level 1 cheese somebody.
Oh yeah, it is Shaco top. Which would explain why he doesn't want to play against Rengar, because he's
Yes. I'm gonna fight my brother.
If I ult his clone, it's like it's just gonna give me my refresh on my ultimate back.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah,
What is
dude.
it you? What kinds?
Or should I get cleanse?
Oh, in the green.
You take ghost.
Yeah.
This guy doesn't want to play the game. Oh, never mind.
Auguspan, don't pick Ivern. Don't pick Ivern. I've been forgetting to I keep trying to remember to go early in the pick board just because Ivern's a little bit more picked than banned right now.
Oh, it's okay because that's a. Oh, that's Cassante.
That's a yeah. Oh, I have Silas. That's gross.
I lose this so hard.
I hate this, man.
Unless it's Cassante jungle, but I highly doubt it.
No,
That's a really good idea.
Top. Should I go top against Cassante and you can have Silas?
Possibly.
Yes. Yes, that's what we're doing. You're gonna go mid against Silas because I don't play against Silas. He's one of my least favorite champions in the game. And he doesn't get bonus damage off of your ultimate.
Actually, I counter Cassante though.
No,
Because
he
he can't
He's gonna build
stack
armor.
me. That's
yes,
fine.
he can. He definitely wins.
No,
he builds armor.
Not early game. Yeah, he can build armor late game, but I'm totally cool going against Cassante.
I don't want to play against Silas, but alright.
I'll go against Silas in the mid lane.
I see them.
Let's go invade.
Usually I wake up and they eat it all.
Let's go do the pinky.
Jay!
Oh,
Jay,
no.
shit!
Jay, no!
Jay on the way!
And Jay on the way. Come on, baby.
Right, imagine if my first account was never permabanned. All the cool stuff I'd have all the champions. Everything. So many cool skins. Wow, this guy's genius. Damn it. I'm just gonna get that, just because I can
5
hit
more
this.
seconds so I can do it. Ooh, yeah.
Hit him.
Pull, Blitz, pull! Why?
It's
slowest
cooldown.
Blitz of all time.
I need to go back.
Alright, I'll stop raging.
He's like, fine, I'll stop raging.
I'll
Yeah, you
holster
get
my
Silas, though.
angry mouth.
Yeah, that's better.
Holster
It's
my
good attitude.
I think I just go Triforce.
No, you go Stride Breaker, buddy.
Why?
Because Stride Breaker is broken.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. Stride Breaker just got buffed. It was already the best item on Darius.
This is true.
But Trinity is, I mean, it's okay. But Stride Breaker is gonna... the word. It's gonna make you stronger.
It's just what I see Darius's make, but you do you.
Lord Grompulus,
He's gonna snowball you
Riverton
harder.
of Croaksworth. I am at your
Haha, now you have to deal with armor and magic damage. Silly Cassante. Silly guy.
I dare you to let me stack my fucking passive, buddy. I dare you.
No, you have to force it. Like, just run him down.
Shaco may be coming to gank mid.
Yep.
Either that or he's doing his rap. Yeah, there he is.
There he is. I know, dude. I play Shaco way too much to fall for that shit.
This guy's gonna be sad when he realizes all his stuff's gone.
Holy shit. Holy shit!
That's Silas for you.
Why did... He did 500 damage to me with one fucking ability. Or his
Hell
pat.
yeah.
At level
Silas for
2.
you, man. He's wacky.
Yeah.
I got his flash out of him, though. Yeah, you lose against Cassante, by the way.
No, I didn't. I'm just playing bad. Half my damage is magic. That's why I want Cassante and not
It goes
Silas.
super fucking slow, though.
He's probably gonna come take my rafters. I don't mind that. Got other shit to go grab.
I'm having another.
Fuck off, Silas, you piece of rat shit.
Oh my god, of course Shaco's up top.
Yeah, this is something about I always say with Ivern is like I kind of force the enemy jungler to gank more.
I don't like how Silas has bone plating and it fucking shuts me off. I should have just let that wave crash.
I am never
a lot more
lost.
damage
He may be right here.
Only in
We'll see in a second. I got it. I'll go look.
Silas just use TP.
No, I do beat Cassante, but I don't beat Cassante and
There he is.
unfortunately.
Nah, fuck that. I got cancer. Go grab, buddy. Get your XP. We don't want to bait Silas into killing us both. I'm at mid HP whenever we were looking at that. It's alright.
He got massive. He got like 800 gold. He didn't get the first blood though, did he? No, we got it. So why did he get so much gold from that?
You'll have to talk to his.
This Silas has fucking 800 gold when he backed.
You gotta talk to his accountant.
That's the one I was looking for. Accountant. Thank you. I forgot that
Yeah.
word for a second.
I figured. That's okay though. Cassante, where are you, big guy? I just want to
God
kill you.
damn it! I ran out of passive.
I find that the stranger life
Maybe we win this. I'm kind of nervous.
He just used.
But you need that farm. Just get the farm. Shit.
He just dashed out. He used a lot of his kit.
I'm getting the Shaco's Krugs. No, oh my god.
Why is he fucking diving me? God damn it!
So you lose the wave.
Oh, hello.
Yeah, that makes sense. And meanwhile, Ivern's over here just being greedy.
Silly guy. Let this
I
hit your
know.
towers so you don't crash it. You want the XP, don't you, guy?
The cleverness of mushrooms.
There you go.
Always
That's all you needed.
Get the feeling dragons don't like me.
And he gets the fucking for me because he's got enough for boots. I know Shaco's in the area, so. How is he 6? What the fuck?
Hey, baby, you just climbed up.
Take all the
I
gold.
can't even
I really
all
don't
in.
need it.
I lose cannon.
Oh my god, I fucked that up so hard.
Fucking third of my life. I don't want to play against a fucking Silas, buddy.
You guys want to swap?
Sun and rain are
No,
the
I
only
win. I'm
magic
just.
I need.
I
messed
don't.
up my ultimate there. I think.
He just fucking all ends me every time he gets a chance, dude.
That creature is not of this.
I don't know if it's static or this other one, but. I'm gonna tell you right now, you're gonna have less of a fun time against Cassante.
Not really.
You are. He's gonna rush armor and you're not gonna be able to kill him at all. Silas is not rushing armor and you just have to be able to outplay him.
I can't outplay him.
I'm just saying, it's gonna be more
Just
difficult.
farm and wait
obviously.
for the daisy gank.
I can't farm, dude. Like I said, he engages me every single fucking chance that he gets his goddamn dash now. And I can't fucking dodge it. It's every time. He steals my ult cooldown for whatever fucking reason. Stupid. I don't know why the fuck he switched when I'm a hard counter to
No, I fucking almost got it. Alright. Blitzcrank lives, I die. I fucked that up, boys.
That's a lot of damage for no reason.
Damn, Shaco was near
He
around.
engaged. Why are you fucking running?
Because it's 3 against 2. You're nervous.
I'm on my way. Sick. Very fucking cool, Blitz.
Yeah, he kind of left me to die against the Yasuo, too. That sucked. 10 out of 10 for not recommending.
Stop it. Stop it, Sante.
He just does half my fucking life and then dashes back out, and then half my fucking life and dashes back out. I can't even touch this fucking fool. Got 2 levels on me.
Dude, okay.
Shit.
What? My ultimate's like get thrown in like the weirdest directions right when I don't want it to.
Poor thing. Who bent your antenna?
Crit, I guess. He has no R though.
I'm getting my R right now. Almost.
Yeah. Level 8, huh?
Top of the morning.
Ooh, that Casandra's level 8. Shit.
Yeah.
He's
Yeah,
coming
he's a
for me,
little
I know.
silly. I don't know. I don't feel like.
I'm just gonna try a suicide.
Brush just tickles my fancy.
I don't know where
I stayed a little too long.
Yeah. I don't think full tank champion should be able to do that much damage, but you know.
He's so fucking blitzcrank ult. That's dope. I'm just sitting under fucking turret the rest of the
Right,
game.
disagrees.
I don't know. We need to switch fucking lanes though.
Alright, Braden,
I
I'm
wonder if
coming
that
mid
gets
lane,
me,
okay?
like,
Not yet. On
in
our next
trouble.
reset.
It's too late, buddy. I'm coming mid lane.
I'm coming too.
Code Red, flee! Oh, look. A happy little cloud.
Jesus
Careful.
Christ.
Here you go. Go top. Okay.
I need level 9.
I grow my own
Okay,
food.
well, Casante's now getting plates. So.
Yeah, because I was gonna fucking make it up there with 100 fucking health and still get back in time for him not to be on top of the tower.
Be protected.
God damn.
He has a point.
Fuck's sake, dude.
Daisy stampede when no one.
Oh, we win these, boys. It's alright.
Return to your pond, Grom.
Hey, what's up, Shaco?
Gotcha.
Santa's
healing
walking
is
to me
insane.
again. Silas is gonna walk me too
Sante's
late.
halfway now.
Yeah, I'm alright, I'm out. If Silas collapsed on me there, I was probably dead, but... there's Silas coming. Oh my god, he took this path. Run!
I'm just gonna stay.
He's making big brain plays. This Cassante. I'm getting my camps. Oh my god, he took you away from me. You're fucked. Oh, you got the slow off? I can't get him though. So I hit like a wet paper towel. Darius is coming in. I'm shit.
Never mind. Are you fucking kidding me?
Do the thing. One more auto. Okay, run, because I'm shielding, or oh.
I don't get my fucking auto reset. I let it. What shields Cassante, bro? And why is this fucking Silas so
Damn
strong?
I gotta not yell like that.
That's fine. It's just not fun champions. I don't know. Bot lane's also not having a good time. Ash Blitz into Yas and Alistar is probably like.
This is a
Doing?
big
Leave me
problem
alone.
going with Yas. Yeah, I can see that synergy being off the charts.
Leave me alone.
He's been doing the same shit. He's just gonna fucking all in you every chance he gets. He fucking heals half of his goddamn life back on 2 abilities. Fucking retarded.
It's crazy. Crazy champion.
Grump, no leap races now.
Yeah, whatever.
It's reassuring how
I can't pull him out of that? Hello?
No, he's unstoppable. It's not the champion FOI. It's alright. Champion's definitely a big
I'm
factor
breaking
there.
this fucking all in me right now. I can't do anything against it.
Never trust a butterfly with a secret.
Why does he do 800 fucking damage with 2 abilities? I don't know. Yeah, I'm over this fucking game.
Just do
Leave me
your
alone,
best.
bro. What are you doing, Silas?
I'm coming, coming to you, Yone.
Silas
my
dead,
ult.
You're
dead. Bot lane fucking sucks.
There's gonna be a knock-up right now?
Like, you're playing fucking Blitzcrank, dude.
No. Well, I got him.
Pisconte's got fucking perma CC.
You dodged it. Maybe Daisy can get him. Oh,
Daisy!
no.
She took the thing.
Oh, feels bad. We got the Shaco though. It's not bad. Like, he just like stood there and let me swing on him. So
He really did. I saw that.
I really need. Just probably not the best, but whatever. Gale.
Like, these minions are just hitting the fuck out of me.
Still like Gale Force more.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Alright, well there's your chance, Braden.
I want to put my toe.
Fucking. Why is Silas there, dude? Fuck's sake.
You had him with R.
I
You
know,
didn't
and I
hit it.
couldn't fucking reach him.
You gotta do it earlier. Instead of using it like an execute.
I wasn't using it like an execute. He fucking dashed away right as the Silas stunned me, and I had the R going off.
It's a fake one.
Fucking
I'm on my
bullshit.
way.
Like, get the fuck off of me, dude. God.
Wow. What the hell are you doing? You
Fucking
regular-
retarded.
I die here for sure. Yeah.
Watch out, Daisy's really protected us.
Blitz is fucking dog shit. Literally pulled the
no.
clean from
We're
all of you
dead.
guys. Yeah, I lose at this point.
Oh, there's Yasuo too.
Fucking busted ass Silas. Not a busted champion at all.
I hit yes.
Yeah. I think I'm ready on this one. This one's bad. Unfortunate, that's all. Okay.
A summoner has disconnected.
Aber einen Sterngewehr, aber ich bin fucked.
They got you mad. You wanna beat Tom Kench for me?
Yeah.
Yeah? Alright.
I can play Tom Kent. Such a fucking bullshit champ.
This is something else.
They all are to some degree, man.
I just don't understand, like, no Silas player has ever just fucking level 1 rage right down my throat. Every chance they get. It's crazy.
For me, it's just a matter of how good they are, because if they're good, yeah, Silas is gonna be
Boy just played like a bitch the entire game.
Silas is
Waited
a,
for cooldowns and then full engage.
he's a good champ. If you have, if they're good with him too, especially, and that guy had like 400k mastery.
I should have just played against the fucking Cassante. Darius against Cassante earlier wins every time.
I don't know what to tell you there, Braden. You don't win that early.
I do, though.
Okay.
He can stat check me all he wants, but he dies to my bleed level 1. He can't fight me level 1. I even get a power spike level 2. Like, sure, he can bounce around and dash and hit Q all he wants.
Go so fucking hard. What you just said, if you're looking for a demon, don't look to the skies above. I don't know, what can look up?
Do you want to play WoW or you want to keep going?
All that shit for nothing reason.
Lou, we can't end on a loss there.
Fucking, I will not obey the rules of man, but do not obey the rules of God.
You know, Olaf counters Tahm Kench really hard. I'd almost rather play against an Olaf than like a Singed. Or even like a Quinn. I've been seeing a lot of Quinn lately.
Alrighty. I don't even know who I want to play.
So do I ban Singed, Quinn, or Olaf?
Probably Quinn.
Hey, she's free to play right now, so I think I'm gonna stick with ban on her. Okay. Anti-tilt. My nose was bleeding a lot of last game too, so I couldn't be like focused on the screen all the time.
Fear controls
That's
them.
normally when Silas would engage.
Who do I want to play?
I bet Ivern's gonna be free next week, and I can level up my Smurf, my other Smurf.
Oh, God.
You. I already know where bot lane is going.
Alright.
Convince her to have your children, 4 children, no more, no less. Each said children have
I'll be
a
right
legal
back.
and a 5-man with them. That's my life goal, specifically.
You guys hear that?
A build.
And strictly on Socratic irony, which would be characteristic of Kierkegaard. If you think about it, what would attract him in Socrates is not certainty or rationality or the philosopher king. It would be the repeat and unavoidable irony, the irony layered upon irony. He wrote an ironic dissertation about Socratic irony, and when it was passed at the university, the teachers that supervised it said, "This is just fine, we will accept it, but please don't ever write anything for us again," because it was just too excruciating to read. Well, in Philosophical Fragments, Kierkegaard starts to look at Socrates, and particularly looks at the Meno. Now, those of you that know Socrates' Meno know it to be a dialogue about knowledge. And in that dialogue, Socrates makes the argument, perhaps it is an ironic argument, and this is what Kierkegaard believes, he makes the argument that all knowledge is but recollection. Socrates, for his own philosophical reasons, needs to believe that everyone is born omniscient, that you know everything but you've forgotten it, and then you gradually relearn it. Well, Kierkegaard said, what if that's wrong? What if we are born ignorant? And what if we can only get insight into the nature of human life and into the human condition by having this revealed to us? Well, if it has to be revealed, who can reveal it? Certainly not another human being, because they will have the same problem that we do. They will be born ignorant just like us. So the only way that if revelation is possible, and if all knowledge is not recollection, if Socrates is wrong, then revelation is the only possible avenue to real knowledge. And revelation cannot be the product of any other human being, because they will have the same problem as us. Thus it is proven, if Socrates is wrong, either no knowledge of any kind exists, or what knowledge does
like the
exist
same bot lane duo
is
too.
revelation.
Oh,
Who could reveal it to
gross.
us? Not man, only God. Who might that be? Jesus Christ, the Lord and Savior. So Kierkegaard is not trying to make an affirmative argument showing that thus it is proven Jesus is the Lord and Savior and revelation is true. He is trying to say that it is not intellectually disrespectable to believe in revelation, because it stands on the same level as Greek rationality, and this is a concession that none of the Enlightenment thinkers were willing to make. He forces this
Unless
out
it's
of
a
them, and that is one of the great
mid.
achievements in his 600 pages of fragments. Now, Let's move to his send-up of the present age, titled, oddly enough, The Present Age. Kierkegaard has a whole list of romantic complaints about the present age, and he has decided that what is most lacking here is moral commitment. The problem is that the rise of modernity has generated large anonymous societies dominated by the machine and all the implications of the age of the machine for Western society, and that as a result we have gradually become more mechanical and more paltry and more insipid and more inhuman as a result. And here he's giving the theological twist on the common intellectual temper tantrum of the Romantics. Industrial society is bad. All Romantics hate machines, and all of them hate the consequences of machines. Industrial poverty, large slums, ghettos. You can think of Dickens or Blake, or so many Romantics hate the age of the machine. Well, Kierkegaard is no exception. But what he hates about it is not the fact that it produces social dislocation and produces starving children like we find in Dickens novels. His big problem with it is that it removes passion from people. It makes us more and more prosaic and more mundane. As he says, an age without passion lacks values. And because we lack any passion, we don't feel the impetus to go and find the answer to the questions that life presents us with. We don't want to ask or answer the ultimate questions. We don't care enough about ultimate questions and answers to bother with them. We'd rather think about MTV. We'd rather think about the day-to-day existence that we have to eke out. In other words, Kierkegaard says, as it says in the Gospel, "My kingdom is not of this world. This world you have created is a Babylon. It is a profane city." Kierkegaard, as he says, is going to introduce Christianity to Christendom.
This community.
In addition to stopping the erosion of Christianity, he wants to roll back the tide and show that the entire tradition of Athens has been a mistake, and that what is most wrong with the tradition of Western philosophy is that it has tried to create a rapprochement between the two. No compromise as far as he is concerned. He wishes to drive Athens out. As Tertullian said, "I believe because it is absurd." Well, Kierkegaard, in a way, believes because it is absurd. If you believed because it made sense, it really wouldn't be religious faith, because all faith demands risk. If you could work it out as a mathematical certainty, there would be no virtue to such a faith. God didn't ask Abraham to figure out whether sacrificing Isaac was a good idea. God told him what to do, and he did it. That is the paradigm of the religious man. And it's an either-or question. You go this way or you go that way. He takes his argument a little bit further, and he says that resentment, the hatred of superiority, the hatred of achievement, the hatred of excellence, is going to be a part of this erosion of Christianity and this lack of moral commitment, this decline of passion. All you're going to have is people who are envious of those few who ever get anything done, and they will do their best to badmouth that, and to do their best to impose a conception of right and wrong that reduces all questions to utility, to voting by the mass of people, and to an insipid mediocrity. Kierkegaard, remember, wanted to be buried and have on his tombstone that individual. He did not want mediocrity. He did not want to follow the herd. He did not want to do what made sense because he disdained making sense. He said, "I have a wisdom here that goes beyond mere rationality. And if you cannot bring yourself to believe that, then that's your problem, not mine. You deserve to live in an age like this." He says that one of the problems that we're going to get with the rise of democratic political movements in the age of the machine and the advent of modernity is that everyone's going to be chattering all the time and saying nothing. Talk, talk, talk. Loquacity destroys speech. All we're going to do is constantly gossiping about nothing. We're never going to ask or answer the big questions in life. He makes a very pointed remark, and I've always had it stuck in my brain because I think it's probably true. People that do not know how to remain silent do not know how to talk. That's a remarkable observation, worthy of any of the greatest romantic poets. And the problem with it is that, however crazy Kierkegaard is, that's probably true. He says these people constantly chattering, constantly talking about nothing. I have a few things to say, but I'm going to say them and then depart. I will remain as enigmatic to you as I am to myself. Now, he presents us with, I would say, the greatest of the romantic criticisms of the connection between
Jesus
Athens
fucking
and
Christ,
Jerusalem.
dude, eat my fucking ass.
In the present age,
Alright,
he
the
argues
blonde
that
clone
the first
guy.
part of the 19th century is paltry,
Gone.
that the people around him would not know how to be very good
No, I
or
wanted the
very
gold from
evil. The tiny size of your soul precludes you from
Gold is
doing any
gas,
big
dude.
sin. You haven't gotten to the point where you could sin on any kind of scale. So you are incapable of doing good, incapable of doing evil. You are truncating the
Damn it.
domain of the psyche to this tiny
trolling
fragment
so
of what
hard.
you could be. The problem is that you are not willing to make the leap of faith, which would allow you to be a whole and integrated soul, because the leap of faith costs not less than everything. You have to be willing to put up everything in this wager.
Get out of here.
And
Go back.
unlike Pascal's wager, it's not merely that this is a good idea because the odds are with you. Here, you have no grounds for making the judgment. It's criterionless. It's like spinning the roulette wheel, putting your money on either red or black, but you have no way of knowing in advance whether it's going to come up red or black at the end. You take your best chance, you take a shot at your best hunch, that's all you're ever going to get. Can you see how that's going to generate a certain kind of internal anxiety, which can only manifest itself in very peculiar ways? For example, breaking off his engagement, or writing books which are extremely repellent, or writing them under pseudonyms and then criticizing them under pseudonyms in public. Obviously, this is a tortured individual. He's in some ways a modern-day Job. He comes as close to an absolute religious faith as we are ever going to see.
Yeah.
In a book called Edifying Discourses, one section of which is dedicated to the book of Job, he talks about Job as the personification of faith. And he says the best thing about Job is that he understands that all theology is blasphemy. It's a very deep thought as well. If it is true that our language will not accommodate the divinity, if it is true that we lack the tools to undertake that job, and we occasionally do succumb to the temptation to write and speak and think about theology, perhaps what we are doing then is raising our own selves to the status where we can claim to understand God, and not only understand Him, but explain Him to other people. Kierkegaard says, nay, if you believe that, you have not reached the real pinnacle of religious faith. If you remember the three friends of Job who tried to explain to him some kind of theological account of why evil should enter the world and why he should be punished, and Job insisted to the end that no, none of these accounts are satisfactory, well, it turns out that Kierkegaard says, yes, if you are a theologian, you are wrong. You are one of those people that was in the stance of Job's friends. The right stance for the true believer to be in is Job. Don't curse God and die. Take whatever God dishes out, because the only stance for the true believer is to be God's faithful servant. You shall not judge the Lord your God. He doesn't want your advice. Now, beyond these edifying discourses, and beyond his treatment of Abraham and the sacrifice and the mere sacrifice of his son, he insisted that philosophy and Christianity can never be united. And because philosophy and Christianity can never be united, all of the tradition of Western theology is essentially a wrong turn. He is, in fact, as much of an individual as he suggests with his tombstone, because if he is right, then virtually all of the great theologians, virtually all of the great philosophers in the Western tradition have been wrong. And he says either or. I am not afraid of being in the minority. He has obviously gotten a tremendous dose of religious faith, but in addition to that, he says that, well, the only way that I can express my individuality in this century, the only way that I can be the man that God has appointed me to be, is to sacrifice myself for you. Some men are going to be broken on the rock of an impossible virtue. And in fact, that is what's happening to Kierkegaard. I don't know that he raises himself to the status of a prophet, but one certainly gets the sense that he understands himself to be divinely inspired somehow. This divine inspiration is of a kind of left-handed tendency. It moves to the dark and to the negative and to the difficult, but he has what seems to be a genuine inspiration nonetheless. And he says, here's how it's going to work for you. In this modern age, or in any age, you're going to have to solve the problem of human life, and you're going to have to make a decision. The
him
leap
with
of
the
faith
fucking
is going to be
cube,
forced
he
upon you.
doesn't
If you do
get
not make it, you
stunned.
choose this world. In other words, you cannot avoid the leap
What
of
the
faith. We would
fuck,
avoid it if we
Riot?
could. You must decide one way or
Please.
another to take this criterion-less
Fucking
choice.
please.
And he says the Lutheran alternative
Help
will
this
not
shit
work.
make
And
any
that's quite
sense at
surprising. If you
all.
think about Luther and his emphasis on faith alone, you might say that
If I die one more fucking
Luther
time
quite
in
a
the top lane,
congenial
I'm leaving the fucking
intellectual
game, man.
comrade.
Brayden
But
is
no,
okay.
Kierkegaard thought Luther was
God.
soft. He wasn't really dug into
had
religious
no
faith
fucking
because although
help.
that he emphasized the importance of faith and salvation, had that Augustinian tradition
Riot's
of piety.
just like, no,
the
you
problem
don't
with
get to
Luther,
play the
from
fucking game
Kierkegaard's
at all.
perspective, is that he tries to make Christianity completely inward. He says that there's
My
no
shield
necessary
doesn't need
connection
fucking
between faith
shit
and
because
works.
he just
Kierkegaard
fucking
says
rapes me
a
in the
doctrine of works
ass.
by itself is
He
obviously
sticks it
unacceptable.
so far in my
But
ass that I get
Luther's doctrine
put in
of
the
pure
fucking next
faith is
week,
also
dude, I
unacceptable.
swear.
He wants the whole
I
package.
can't fucking
When you
keep
make
him
this
down.
leap of faith, it must transform your whole life. And when it transforms your life, you will have faith and you will be saved, but not by faith alone. You'll also be saved by your activities in the world. You must do both in order to be saved. The truly righteous, the truly blessed man will not be under a covenant of works or a covenant of faith. He will
time that
unify
he
them
has been
both
fucking
into one
topside.
perfectly Christian
Okay,
life. He
Brayden.
is
And he
surely
lost Dragon.
not expecting that we will become perfect. What he is expecting is that we will sacrifice everything in our attempt, asymptotic as it is, to achieve a perfection which is actually beyond us because it is divine. Now, we can think of Kierkegaard's work as being a sort of extended meditation on the problems of faith in the modern age. Kierkegaard is without a doubt the most important theologian since Pascal, and it would be interesting to speculate what his favorite books of the Bible are. Very clearly he likes the story of Abraham. Very clearly he also likes the story of Job. But he seems to gravitate towards the most negative and difficult and disappointing passages in Scripture. So if you think you have you find a scriptural resonance in his work, I strongly urge that you look back at the Bible. This will inform your reading of that, and it will make your interpretation of Kierkegaard much easier. You will find that he is among the most oblique and difficult of writers. He intends to be difficult. He is going to make you work for the insights that you glean from him. If you do not have enough desire, enough passion for the truth to break a 600-page book of fragments, well then you're not the kind of reader he wants to talk to. He is an individual that means to talk to other individuals. He means to turn you into an individual, not one sheep among the flock. He wants you to confront your own soul and the nature and the true facts of the human condition. This will be agonizing, this will be difficult, this will call upon all of your spiritual resources, but it is your only chance to be a real human being. I might be tempted to say that Kierkegaard's work can be thought of as an extended meditation on the parable of the rich young man. Those of you that know that, it's in the Synoptics. The rich young man comes to Jesus, and he thinks very highly of himself, and he says, "What do I need to do, Lord, in order to gain the kingdom of heaven?" And Jesus says, "Obey the law and the commandments, and leave me alone." And the rich young man comes back and says, "Look, I already obeyed the law and the commandments. Please, tell me what I really need to do. Give me something spectacular." Obviously, the rich young man is engaging in this religious adventure because he finds it interesting and entertaining, because he's still admired in things of this world. So Jesus,
I'm almost there.
diagnosing the spiritual condition of this rich young man, and Kierkegaard is diagnosing the spiritual condition of the
I rooted him
rest.
so he
Says,
can't
"Fine,
leave."
I have a good retort for you. Go, sell all you have, and follow me."
Until that wears off. Okay, it wore off.
And
Oh
that
shit.
quieted the rich young man down.
Okay, you're
And
shielded?
he shrugged his shoulders and left and said, "Look,
It's
I wanted
easy.
something
You got
fun
him.
and
You
kind of
got him. You
adventurous.
got him.
I didn't want to
Shield.
put everything up.
Get behind you.
And if you do not have the
Oh my
faith
goodness.
which will wager everything on the outcome of your criterionless choice, then you are not really willing to do what is necessary to turn yourself into an individual, to turn yourself into a Christian. One of his books was called Training in Christianity. The idea being that you don't become a Christian all at once. It is not an overnight thing,
Success.
although you will be infused with God's grace perhaps all at once. Being a Christian is not an event, it is a process. You gradually come to understand what the domain of your will is, and you do your best to reconcile your will with God's will, to humble your arrogant tendency to judge God. He is driving at the idea that we must put everything up, and that the legacy of Western rationality has been an impediment to our religious salvation. Now, I would be tempted to say that Kierkegaard is a serious jester, and this will harken back to an argument that I was making earlier when I talked about Shakespeare. Comedy is the Christian literary form. And Kierkegaard, for all his unpleasantness and unkindness and kind of weirdness, is a great theological joker.
Be there to
When
gank
he
top in
writes
this moment.
things like, I am a missionary, I'm bringing Christianity to Christendom, obviously he has a great sense of humor, which is, again, a very peculiar thing in a man that seems so chronically
hand?
depressed as Kierkegaard, as someone that seems so alienated and isolated and
I'm
alone.
very dead.
How is it that this can work? And may I say that we might make an observation or an analogy between Kierkegaard
Oh my God,
and
the
Fool
Soraka
in
heal
King
is
Lear,
huge.
if any of you know that play. The Fool in King Lear is a fool, and yet at the same time, he says witty and pregnant and important things that are enigmatic and subject to a variety of interpretations, but are always important for the further development of what's
might be
going
getting
on in the
dragon
play.
because of that.
May I suggest that Kierkegaard is like Lear's fool? He asks strange and pregnant questions that no one had thought up before. And if his answers are not satisfactory, these questions are with us to stay. In other words, I'd be inclined to say that what Kierkegaard adds to the tradition of Western thought is not a set of theological answers. He is the most unsystematic of theologians. I'd be tempted almost to call him an anti-theologian. But although his answers are not entirely plausible or not entirely satisfactory, the questions that he proposes are with us today. How shall we find a way out of our mundane, prosaic lives? Is there any way in which we can have certainty about religious matters? Is it possible for us to make a leap of faith, or has the advent of the age of the machine cut us off from the possibility of religious illumination? All of these questions are forced upon us by the demonic jester, Soren Kierkegaard. When he lets his mask down, those small fragmentary occasions in which Kierkegaard tells us something about himself, he is almost always disarming in his irony and in his candor. And I'd be inclined to say that Kierkegaard, while he is repulsive and repellent, is in fact a catalyst towards future theological discoveries and thought. Many of the great 20th century theologians and 20th century philosophers have been beholden to Kierkegaard. There are so many of them, like Marcel or Niebuhr. But in addition to people like that, there's also, I think, a tradition of secular thought that is Kierkegaardian. If you decide to move in the opposite direction, if you decide to make a leap of faith, but not towards religion, but away from religion, what you will generate from that is the tradition of 20th century atheistic existentialism. So Kierkegaard is the source of both atheistic and theistic existentialism, and his questions continue to be live questions of contemporary moral philosophy. The comedy with which he couches his questions is the thing that makes his questions most accessible and pleasant. And I'll leave you with a statement that Kierkegaard made about his own work and about the work of Socrates and about the work of Western comedy in general. And it is pregnant with many important implications for our understanding of the tradition of Western philosophy and Western literature. If it is true, as I said before, that comedy and Christianity have an inextricable bond, and that in fact the Christian literary form is comedy, well then Soren Kierkegaard's dark comedies are the most modern form of this Christian kind of an art form, and maybe we would be inclined to call even his ostensibly philosophical works of philosophical comedy. And if we bring into the fact that he has this morbid introspection and constantly negative stance towards the world, I think we'll be able to appreciate the statement that he made when he was talking about comedy and talking about jokes. And he said that it is probably the case, as was true with Socrates and other great religious thinkers, that, quote, melancholy men have the best senses of humor.
Oh shit, guys, I found somebody.
I'm almost there. LeBlanc hit a shroom.
I think he died, actually. Maybe.
Trying to come around. Fuck. Amateur aim on my part.
The work of Sigmund Freud is one of the most important intellectual projects of the early 20th century. And its importance lies in several
No, you don't
related
need
factors.
it, Caitlin. What the
But
hell?
perhaps the fundamental importance of Freud is that it brings together two incompatible or perhaps
never gonna hit
antagonistic
another
trains
one.
of German late 19th century, early 20th century thought. And the two strains that it brings
Windwall
together
me.
are positivism, the kind
Daisy's
of
doing a
rigid
knot.
scientific materialism characteristic of late 19th century German science, which was championed by people like Mach and Avenari. And also, the other
good.
theme or trend which it brings together is the trend of German speculation, which I think it has its origin back in the traditions of German idealism, but which is transformed in the late 19th century by figures like Brentano, who try and construct a psychology, a logos of the psyche, a discipline which discusses internal mental events rather than external objective events. What Freud does, to his credit, is find a way of walking this tightrope, of bringing together both elements of scientific positivistic objectivity and a concern to discuss facts of the human psyche which are inaccessible to direct physical or scientific examination. So Freud has a foot in both camps. He is not a pure idealist, even though he deals with mental phenomena. He is not a pure materialist, even though he ultimately believes that mental phenomena can be reduced to physical facts. So he wants to have his cake and eat it too. The degree to which he manages to connect these themes is one of the reasons why his work has been so influential. Because commonsensically, all of us have a sense that the world is a physical thing studied by science, but we also experience the world in such a way that it's hard to talk about our experiences entirely in terms of a reductive scientific language. We feel love and hate, we feel guilt and pleasure, and it's hard to turn that into F equals MA. Freud manages to straddle both. Now let's think about Freud's conception of the self. It's derived from the tradition of Western philosophy, particularly the one that comes out of Descartes. And we have to think just a little bit about Descartes to see why Freud is important, why it's a big change. For Descartes, who is the philosopher of systematic skepticism, the one thing that he couldn't be doubtful of, the one thing that he couldn't call into question was his own existence. Introspection for Descartes, looking into the contents of your own mind, of your own experience, was privileged and transparent. In other words, from Descartes' view, if you don't know what's going on inside your head, who does? It's a very sensible idea. The problem that Freud offers us is that perhaps our introspection, perhaps our knowledge of ourselves, is not clear, is not transparent, that it is systematically unreliable data. So what happens here is this. Freud takes the Cartesian cogito, the self, the observer of Western philosophy that founds Western science, and splits it. What we get here is a splitting of the subject. And this is almost perfectly analogous to the splitting of the atom, which is happening at just about the same time. In one case, we split the fundamental unit of matter and generate new and interesting epistemological problems from that splitting of our integral unit. Well, what Freud does is split the integral unit of the psyche. He splits the subject into its component parts, like splitting the atom of our mental world, and strangely enough, it generates unusual and previously undiscovered epistemological problems. Now, let's go back to this difficulty. The Cartesian cogito is easy to understand. You look inside yourself and you know what's there and you know what you're doing, you know how it works. Freud says, suppose you don't know yourself. Where does that leave us? That makes the active introspection radically ambiguous. What shall we do now? How are we going to interpret that raw data? Because we definitely have senses. We have fears and loves and hates and lusts and all kinds of emotions. How are we supposed to interpret that if we don't know it in any kind of certain way? If it's distorted, how are we going to find our way out of that labyrinth? Well, Freud works on this problem. And what he decides to do is to try and find the deep structure of the human soul, particularly the structure of the soul which we don't disclose to ourselves. And you can make the analogy back to Descartes. For Descartes, since your knowledge of your mind is transparent and obvious, the big problem then epistemologically is how do you find out about other minds?
Very bad.
Right? Descartes has a real problem climbing out of his own shell of the psyche and finding out about how you feel, and you feel, you feel. Very difficult. Well, Freud changes that problem. He says the problem isn't to know other minds, the problem is to know your own. But if you were to crack that code and find out how to know your own mind, that would also be the skeleton key to knowing other minds. So although he makes the Cartesian problem harder, if it is soluble for the self, it is soluble for all people. A great epistemological breakthrough if it works. Okay, it's an impressive achievement and a nice little intellectual gambit. Right? This is another reason why he's so influential. He's extremely imaginative. Right? In a way that you can't directly expect of linear logical science.
underrated.
Now, what Freud wants to do is construct a scheme of translation between what the manifest content of your experiences are and the latent content. In other words, between the surface structure and the deep structure.
Well, at least it
If you
looks
have
like
a
that's all they're
dream
getting out of it.
about fighting Mike Tyson, well, that's the surface structure, but the latent structure of that may be that you're dreaming, you're displacing your feelings about your boss, or about politics, or about some other authority structure, and that what you're doing is symbolically re-representing something which causes you great anxiety. Well, what Freud thinks he can do is give us a kind of algorithm for the various kinds of transformations that the unconscious undergoes, or makes itself undergo, which generate the manifest structure of our consciousness. So what it is then, from Freud's perspective, is that the self is a kind of a code. And that once you crack this code, then you can translate communicative behaviors that had not previously been thought of as being communicative, and you can look at communicative behavior like speech as being communicative in a new and different way. So Freud, like anybody, believes speech is a kind of communication. But what's great about this translation scheme is that it allows us to move from various kinds of behaviors which had previously been thought meaningless, and to literally read them as being symbols. So if someone spends all day washing their hands, 15, 20, 30 times a day, they wash their hands, nobody gets that dirty. This is not simply an objective fact about the world. It is a symbolic representation of some sort of unconscious activity. So what Freud does, what's brilliant about this, is that he reads, rather than merely looks at, certain kinds of behavior which we might not otherwise have thought communicated anything. That's the deep point here, and that's why in many respects this is a very impressive achievement.
No, that's not.
So we're going to look for this translation scheme, and once he finds it, Freud is going to extrapolate from this translation scheme and from this model of the psyche to all kinds of other matters, questions of art, culture, and among other things, what he's going to generate is a very pessimistic kind of social philosophy. He'll view religion as a giant anxiety neurosis. He'll view the human ego, or the human self, as not being Rousseauian and nice when you get born, exactly the opposite. He'll treat the individual human ego as completely driven by the pleasure principle until the reality principle intervenes. We are tyrannical machines for absorbing pleasure when we get born. We only get civilized and made social by the process of bumping into reality. So it's an anti-Rousseauian, anti-optimistic, rather pessimistic view of the human condition. Civilization causes us discontent, but God knows we wouldn't want to live without it.
Wow.
Then we would be pure monsters of desire. Right? So Freud connects this conception of the self with the conception of society. The connection between self and society, extrapolation from one to the other, is at least as old as Plato.
Chill for you one moment, Tom.
Right? So you can't ignore the fact that there's a social philosophy connected with this. That is in many respects not just an epiphenomenon, but an important element of it.
What the fuck was that shit?
Now let's look at the development of Freud's work itself.
Eventually they will die.
Freud was a brilliant student, always an outstanding scholar in school, and he studied both under positivists like Helmholtz and Brücke, but also under Franz Brentano after he got his PhD, or after he got his medical degree. And Brentano was very important. He's not usually read anymore. He's kind of a secondary figure in the history of philosophy, but why? He's important as a teacher. He was Freud's teacher. He was also Edmund Husserl's teacher, and he was the teacher of a number of influential German intellectuals at the end of the 19th century. And what Brentano added to Freud's positivistic, hard shell materialism is a certain fact, or a certain set of assertions about the mind. Brentano said this. He said, look, I like science as much as the next man.
Yeah, that was a bad
But the
idea.
problem is that the intentional qualities of the psyche can't be
Here it
eliminated.
comes.
In other words, they're here to stay. Guilt and anger and fear and love and lust and all the stuff that's going on in your head, that doesn't ultimately reduce to F equals MA.
I did try.
Now, Freud thinks that in the long run it will. In other words, it's some
that's
sort of...
fine and all.
He genuflects to the idea of positivistic reduction as one of the regulative rules of science. Brentano was more like an idealist. He says, look, never the twain shall meet. We have objective reality and subjective reality, and we talk about them with different kinds of vocabularies. Well, scientific people like Freud tend to think that no, the world is all one homogeneous thing, in theory. And in theory, our psychic life ought to be reducible to biochemical events. Sensible enough. Most of us believe that now. But in some respects, this idea is a bluff. And this is why Brentano was a very important influence on Freud and other thinkers. He says, look, maybe 1,000 centuries from now, our science will be advanced enough so that we can actually describe guilt or lust or rage in terms of biochemical events and synaptic
already
fires.
kind of like sold.
But for now, it's a bluff. We don't know how to do that. We're not going to find out how to do that anytime soon.
I'm not
And
gonna,
between now
like,
and
unfriend or
1,000
anything,
centuries from
but
now,
just
we may want to talk about the internal
stop it,
aspects
man.
of our experience. We may want to talk about good and evil and love and hate and lust and
Fucking
guilt and
play
all
the
that other
game out at
stuff.
this point.
Why wait until our science really does the job? A very sensible observation. All right? So while Brentano will hold in theory that this is a special realm of discourse, Freud will say it's not special. Really, ultimately, it will reduce down to physics. And then after genuflecting at the altar of physics, then he runs away and talks about things like the Oedipus complex, lust and rage and guilt, which don't reduce to physics. All right? So Freud wants it both ways. And this causes a very rich sort of ambiguity in his work, which is one of the reasons why it's so crucial. And also one of the reasons why it gives rise to so many multivocal interpretations. Because this tension never really gets resolved, there are a lot of different ways you might want to choose to read this. All right? There are some cases in which ambiguity is useful rather than an impediment to thought. All right. So now, Freud is looking at the internal contents of the mind, and he's a medical doctor, and he's interested in the kind of physical basis of it as well. And one of his early post-schooling treatments, when he went to study further of a sort of mental or neurological specialist, he studied with Charcot, he studied with Breuer, he studied with a number of leading figures in the scientific study of the mind, and particularly what interested these gentlemen was hysteria. Women, particularly upper middle class women in Vienna and in the more affluent parts of Europe, seemed to be coming down with a kind of disease that didn't seem to have any organic source. These women were having psychosomatic paralysis of parts of the body. They would break into hysterical laughter. They would take to bed with obscure illnesses that no one could find an organic foundation for. And Freud said, and Charcot said, and Breuer said, what is this? What's going on here? What kind of a disease is it that doesn't seem to be part of the body? And the answer, derived from Brentano, is that perhaps it's some sort of disease of the mind.
Maybe not that.
Further evidence suggested that talking to these people was a very important thing. When you put these women under hypnosis, they would lose their psychosomatic paralysis, and all their symptoms would disappear. And Freud thought that a very peculiar thing, because, well, if this is a material problem, well, then why is it that talking to him, doing something non-chemical, gets this practical, physical result? He thought about it for a while.
Right for me.
He didn't come to any completely satisfactory conclusion. But what he did, he published in 1895 the Studies of Hysteria on Anna O.
This is why I love having Tom Kinch on my team, just saying.
Year, a little bit thereafter, he works out his seduction theory of hysteria. Right? The idea is that these hysterical women are hysterical because
seriously
earlier in their life, they had been sexually traumatized by some figure in their family, and that they had repressed these memories, and now that these memories were unconsciously being symbolized in these symptoms. Now look here at the idea of the unconscious. The unconscious is what bridges the gap between the child and the adult. That's why it's going to be very fruitful for generating a theory of neurosis. The difficulty that he encountered is that so many of these women seem to claim early childhood sexual abuse that he thought it was phony. After thinking about it, he said, you know, this is probably a fantasy on there.
Tom Kinch is getting fucking massive. Huge shields from Jay.
I just want to say it's just because Tom Kinch and Ivern, they just don't die, I guess.
I got more Heart Seal procs in the last 2 fights. That like I doubled my Heart Seal each time.
Game. Yeah. Dude, look at my KD. I fixed the game. Yes. That's why they surrendered. It was just time.
I think I'm just getting a little too livid with the league. I need to take a break and go to WoW, I think.
Good stream name. Livid with League.
Yeah.
Hi, buddy. Do you want up here? Yeah.
It's just time for me to take a break. Fucking pissed off no more.
Hey, don't lick me, please.
You already left the lobby. What a fucking piece of shit.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
No, you're fine.
I told you it's time for a break. I'm not a piece of shit, alright?
No, not you, dude. I was talking to the Yi. I was raging against the Yi.
Oh yeah, you're gonna like go tell that to your mom or whatever?
This is a bunch of shit.
Oh, he's such a big dog.
Do you want to do solo duo with me, Godzed, or nah?
Probably not. I don't tend to enjoy duo queue as much.
Fair enough.
Especially when you guys are just better than me. Ow. Hey, you're hurting me.
Yeah, I'm gonna switch up all my
everyone else
stuff.
outside. keeping a doobie and you want to be out there with them? I know. They won't let you. No smoking for dog. I know. You're okay. It's alright. Alright, I'm gonna hop off for a little bit. Play
Take care,
Star
bud.
Wars, maybe.
Oh yeah, there's a new Star Wars game.
No, not that one. I already did that.
Please, Star Wars: The Old Republic.
Yeah, the good one. It's like WoW, Star Wars.
Yes.
I bet those hangout lobbies are pretty cool compared to WoW, honestly. Like when I say hangout lobbies, just like there's Orgrimmar, and then there's probably like a Death Star, like fucking Super Star Destroyer type shit. That'd be more fun to chill in. No, not dissing WoW. It sounds in my head more fun. I don't know how to describe it. Like they're both fun.
Hanging out in the Imperial fleet.
Mm-hmm. Sounds pretty good.
There's just some absolute ridiculous stuff that they say. Hey, why are you crying? It's okay. Alright, I'll talk to you guys later tonight, probably.
Alright, adios. I'm going to try a new Disc Priest build. Because I find that a lot of the skills I don't use as much, like Dispel Magic and Mass Dispel, they're not really like utilization tools, if you know what I mean.
Oh man. Time to refill my water pitcher.
Furniture is always a solid choice. Go this one. Probably.
Oh goodness.
So there's a friggin'... There's like a PvP skill that I don't have. And it's one that makes... So... is now instant casting healing is increased. I don't want this one.
Take all the gold. I really don't need it.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift. seconds until minions spawn.
The cleverness of mushrooms always surprises me.
Okay. Now this.
Minions have spawned.
No one who wanders is ever truly lost.
Okay. I need to apply this. So this build strays away from the mass dispels and the debuffs.
I am your friend. Blue stunning as a
I like the way that this is set up anyway.
Level.
Everything is connected in the strangest way.
Tendrils, the mind games. Okay, and then this is going to be suppression heals for 25% of maximum health.
Stay calm.
The barrier is good.
Hello. One day, I'll root in one place and be empty.
I don't want to get
Increased
smacked.
damage. Tons heal. Atonement
Risky
reduces damage
business.
by 3% instead of extending them.
First blood.
Life is such a strange miracle. Thank you, Blue. Sprint like a snail, and you will never twist your ankle.
An enemy has been slain.
Mind control's gotta go. Leap of Faith has gotta go. I hate that spell, by the way.
Has been slain.
Hello. Animals have more to
As
offer than one.
fun as Shadow Covenant is, I don't think I need it.
Drugs, bring it in for a cuddle. Ladybugs should really befriend inchworms.
Shadow Word Pain.
I follow only the sun.
Oh no, it's
And
replaced.
sometimes, really,
Okay.
This one time.
Yeah.
Gotcha. It's reassuring how alone we aren't. Gotcha.
I hate Renew. But I have to have it for my skills. Moves all center effect.
No.
I want to put my toes in the ring.
Slowly. It's enough. Oh, fucking hell.
Laugh like a hyena, and friends will gallop to your side. Trees love tickling each other's branches.
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Like that. Whoa.
The chameleon.
Oh, what happened to my
How
bracers?
very hornet of me.
What the hell? Or were those the ones I had? Oh.
Rom, no leap races now. Every river reaches the ocean in its own way.
There we go. I'm up to 410 equipment level now. PvP
yeah.
item level is 439. Are you gonna run some of these with me or no?
Stranger life gets.
Shit, that is right. You did mention that. I'll think
Mythic Storm, we can
about
do
it.
rated PvP.
Oh, I think my membership really ran out today, or it's tomorrow. Let me check. One second. Let me check after this round.
Good guys.
All right.
I grow my own food. Gotcha.
Go.
That creature is not of
Try to spell for damages.
The third kid. Where did that come from? Get the feeling dragons don't like me too much. Oh well. Blue! I am never lost. Only in conversation. Malice is afoot. I tread lightly so as not to hurt the dandelion. Wolves hate being alone, even the lone ones. Oh, look, a happy little cloud. You're my boy, Blue. Daisies stampede when no one is watching. Hunters on the prowl. Run and hide.
Has been slain.
Never trust a butterfly with a secret.
An enemy has been slain.
Gotcha. Brush just tickles my fancy. Nothing beats the smell of vegetation. I should go swimming later. Always replace whatever you take. We'll play fetch later. Now where did I leave my roots?
An ally been slain.
I wonder what adventure today has in store for all of us. Live to finish your tale. You know me, Raptors. Sun and rain are the only magic I need. Wolves, be still. Daisy, up high. Gotcha. I'm having another
I feel like I received something.
Careful! Daisy doesn't know her own strength. Don't play possum! Daisy hates possum!
Slain an enemy.
Once in a blue leaf, the earthworm will best. Watch out! Daisy's really protective of me.
An enemy has been slain.
I love how the grass is fluffy on my toes. Gotcha! Bye-bye, Daisy. I wonder what the ducks are plotting today. Return to your pond, Grump.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Thank you, dear wolves. The cleverness of mushrooms always surprises me. Oh, hello. Looking good, Brambleback.
An ally has been slain. Turret plating will soon
Hey,
fall.
it's a thingy people use. Thank you.
Their part. Probably this didn't happen. Now, there's been recently quite a bit of controversy about this, and I won't enter into this controversy because of the fact that I don't think it's a knowable proposition. These women that Freud talked to, were they or were they not really sexually abused? Frankly, I don't know. The evidence we have is just inconclusive. It is possible to read it either way, or more likely, some of them probably were telling the truth, some of them probably weren't, and we don't have one logical decision procedure which allows us to find out who's who. So you have to kind of take it as it comes and do the best you can with it. This is going to be one of the characteristic difficulties with Freudianism, right? It's more a hermeneutic, a principle of interpretation, than it is a science. And the difficulty that emerges is that principles of interpretation offer a realm of possible interpretations. So what Freud does is vacillates for a while about the origins of hysteria, and then comes up with the idea that it's not a question of seduction, rather it's the projection of these women's unconscious sexual fantasies. All right, and that's the difficulty. This is sort of blocking the sexual energy. Also, you'll notice when you read Freud, and while I'm on the topic of energy, is that he makes use of many hydraulic metaphors. I would emphasize that these are metaphors. In other words, psychic energy, right, is not energy in the sense that light is energy or electricity is energy, right? It's a metaphorical sort of an energy. It's a mental energy. So be careful when we're being metaphorical about this. Do not literalize the metaphors. Many of the mistaken biological readings of Freud come from literalizing these metaphors. Let's think about this now. Their psychic energy is blocked, and they have unconscious sexual longings, which are made into these hysterical symptoms. How are we supposed to solve this problem? The talking cure emerges. Freud finds, along with Breuer, that when you get to talk to these women, you ask them, what's going on in your mind, how do you feel, what is it that's upsetting you. When they discuss these things, they get a sort of catharsis. And this catharsis, at least in some cases, caused the remission of the symptoms. The conclusion that Freud draws is that these symptoms are a sort of symbolic representation of your unconscious sexual desires. When you find a verbal way of symbolizing these sexual desires, you no longer need to symbolize them as hysteria. And thus we have the beginnings of the cathartic talking cure. Now, from his work on hysteria and his work on the talking cure, he starts another big phase in his life when his father dies in '96. Freud then begins his own, what he calls self-analysis, which is a very important thing because introspection is ultimately going to be the foundation of every psychology. Even though many psychologists would like not to say so, they are all ultimately founded on their experiences of themselves. What else could it be founded upon? And this begs some questions that I'll bring up later with regard to how one goes about analyzing oneself. Right, and there are some very fishy intellectual moves involved in being the only one for whom the unconscious is transparent. But I'll bracket that for now and come back to the end. Let's assume that he does, as it actually historically happens, analyze himself, come up with an idea of what his real motives are and what everyone's motives are. From here he begins his work on dreams. And this is one of the great achievements. His book, The Interpretation of Dreams, written in one burst of tremendous energy in 1899. And what he does is argue this. He says that dreams are the royal road to the unconscious. It is in dreams where we project our otherwise censored feelings. So dreams are a way of expressing our unconscious wishes, and these wishes are almost always sexual in nature, right? So it's wish fulfillment. Now in children, dreams are real straightforward. They dream about a mountain of candy. Why? Because they would like a mountain of candy. It's real easy to figure out how children's dreams work. Wish fulfillment. With adults, when the superego gets added to your psyche so that you begin to feel ashamed or uncomfortable or guilty about your sexual longings, these things are transposed or displaced or symbolically reformulated. So what happens is that during waking hours, the censor in our mind, the superego, doesn't allow these uncomfortable thoughts in. Say thoughts, edible thoughts about killing your father and having sex with your mother or your siblings, or something that would be a great transgression. Well, your waking mind won't allow you to acknowledge the fact that you have these longings. But when the superego goes to sleep, it's possible for these things to get expressed in your dreams, in your sleeping life. And what this does is remove some of the pressure from the mechanisms of repression, which might become overloaded in working life. In other words, there's a sort of economy of the psyche. Right? And it tries to maintain a sort of dynamic equilibrium between your waking life, in which the superego directs you to various kinds of activities and you integrate all your desires using the ego, and your sleeping life, in which case we have the sort of bacchanalia of the id. All your aggressive and sexual desires come out because God knows they need to come out somewhere. If you repress them too much, it will cause a breakdown of your mechanisms of defense. Okay, so in the interpretation of dreams, what we find out is that we're going to release the sexual pressure, and that dreams, if they're analyzed properly, will show themselves as symbolic transformations of longings. Note how the unconscious functions here. It's a sort of algebraic transformation between the manifest data of your dreams and the latent unconscious data of your real psychic life. So we get this sort of transformation, and then we get introduced technical ideas like displacement and transformation and condensation and overdetermination. The idea is something like this. Your dreams are very economical means by which your longings are expressed. So if you have a dream about, fighting a tiger, the tiger may be some problem that you're working on intellectually. It may be your wife. It may be your boss. It may be your kids. It may be a lot of things. Not only may it be any of those things, but it may be all of those things. Because of the process of condensation, we bring 2 or 3 or 4 different psychic states, unacceptable longings, into one symbolic structure. Right? This is called condensation, and it's connected with the idea of overdetermination. Right? Your dreams are overdetermined. They have more than one cause. It's a plurality of causes here. This is an intuitively true idea. It seems very plausible. It's going to cause us certain epistemological problems later when we look at it. Now, from dreams, and the idea that dreams are a reflection of the unconscious, we managed to get a connection then between hysteria and dreams. 2 things that most people would never have thought to connect. And now we're going to connect it with a third thing that's even more interesting, parapraxis. Parapraxis is the complicated name for mistakes. Right? People make mistakes all the time. Freud develops in 1905, or actually in the early parts of that decade. 1901, he publishes Jokes in Their Relation to the Unconscious. 1905, he publishes The Psychopathology of Everyday Life. And what he says here is this: the mistakes that you make are another symbolic representation of your unconscious desires. So when you forget someone's name, it's not that that's an accident on your part. It's not your memory just failing arbitrarily. That is a meaningful activity. And he reads that as being your dislike of the person whose name you have forgotten. You don't want to admit that you don't like them, so you just forget them and say, oh my, oh me, I don't remember that person's name. Freud thinks it's fishy. Or if you say, suppose I were to call Dr. Freud Dr. Fraud, accidentally, if there were a slip of the tongue. Well, Freud would say, no, that is not a mistake of your palate. That is a mistake of your psyche. Right, and you're really saying something about what you think this intellectual activity is. There are no mere mistakes. So what Freud says is that slips are Freudian, that they are ways of symbolically representing unconscious wishes that you don't even know you have, which is what connects parapraxis to dreams to hysteria. All of them are symptoms of the unconscious. Freud is reading the whole domain of human behavior as a language or a set of languages, which is the code in which the unconscious discloses itself. A very brilliant and deep way of bringing together a surprisingly heterogeneous number of things. Who would have thought the slips of the tongue were really a kind of dream, which were really a kind of hysteria? An interesting thought. All right, so we get these parapraxies, and then from there, he develops, the next stage in his intellectual development is the development of infantile sexuality, which at the time was one of the most controversial of Freud's ideas. Freud believes, since he gives up on this Rousseauian optimistic view of human nature, that human beings are little monsters of desire, and they want. They want a bottle, they want to be changed, they want to be warm, they want to be held, they want to be taken care of, they want to go to sleep, they want to wake up, they want. And they are not corrupted by society, rather society civilizes them and tames them and turns them into social animals. Well, the infant is driven by the pleasure principle, the desire for pleasure, and Freud plays kind of fast and loose with the idea here of sexuality. For most of us, sexuality is an adult activity, right? Almost by definition, you have to go through puberty to have what we call usual technical specific sexual activity. Freud says no. He means sexuality in the large, extended sense of pleasure. All right? And you have to be very careful when you read Freud, because it's easy to think, well, what is the sex life of a baby? Well, the sex life of a baby is things like drinking its bottle, longing for the breast, longing for warmth. What he means by sexuality is pleasure. So he says that human beings necessarily go through definite stages of development. They move from the anal to the oral to the genital phase. The genital phase, the final phase of sexual development, is adult, healthy sexuality. And this is the pursuit of pleasure, which is both natural and socially desirable, satisfactory. And from the idea of infantile sexuality and the genetic structure of psychic development, Freud then puts together a full-blown theory of the unconscious, which is kind of the heart of his system. Right. The key thing about the unconscious is not that Freud offers us that idea. Actually, that's an old idea. It's a borrowing. It's at least as old as Schopenhauer, the idea that human beings have an unconscious. So Freud didn't develop that. What's revolutionary and interesting about Freud is the fact that he offers us not just the unconscious, but he says that there are law-like behavior of the unconscious, which I can explain to you. In other words, it's not arbitrary or chaotic. It is not idiomatic or subjective. All of our unconscious activities, the unconscious element of our mind, have a common structure which can be discerned. That's why all of our mistakes refer back to our specific unconscious activities. Our dreams, even though your dreams are different from mine, refer back isomorphically to your unconscious. So the unconscious works by certain definable laws. That's what Freud's great achievement is as far as he's concerned. By the time he gets to 1923 with the new introductory lectures on psychoanalysis, he's got a general model of the mind, the three-part model of the mind, the id, the ego, and the superego, which is very well known and kind of one of the basic points of Freudianism. First of all, that's not new either, right? Just think of Plato's idea of gold, silver, and bronze, right? They isomorphically connect very nicely. Think of the old Christian idea of God, man, and the devil. They're really isomorphically the same thing, and they all take up about the same amount of space. Right? What they are is symbolic ways of representing different psychic attitudes. Right? One is the first two are the product of pre-scientific societies. Freud is the product of 19th and early 20th century Germany. But what it really is a reformulation of the same basic ideas. We have drives towards sociality and towards what we might call moral behavior, which is the superego, or God, or the gold in Plato. And we have drives towards sex and death, which is the id in Freud, but it's also the devil in Christianity, and it's also the drons in Platonism. All amount to the same thing, all the structures of the soul. Well, Freud gives us this three-part model, and then he goes on to discuss defense mechanisms later in the 20s, because when the ego confronts the world, it wants to operate on the pleasure principle. It wants to gratify its intrinsic natural desires, but it keeps on running up into barriers and impediments to that. You cannot have sex with everybody you want. I mean, just do the math. It's just not going to work. You can't have all the food in the world. You cannot have all the drink in the world. Even though you might want an infinite amount of pleasure, it's not possible. When we encounter the reality principle and our desires are frustrated, we generate defense mechanisms, right? And so Freud actually gives us the details of the various algorithms by which we distort our consciousness through these defense mechanisms, right? So what we get here is a big form that Freud alleges is true for all psyches and the way in which they interact with the world. They're kind of oscillation between the pleasure principle and the reality principle. Now, towards the end of his life, Freud begins to put together a kind of pessimistic social and political thought, which is the extrapolation of some of these ideas of the individual and the inevitable frustrations that society offers us. First off, one of the most important ideas is in 1927, The Future of an Illusion. The argument that Freud makes is that the monotheism of Judaism and Christianity and Islam is, in fact, really an infantile neurosis. It's an inflated desire for a permanent, universal daddy. God is the big sky daddy that supervises everything and runs everything. He's omnipotent and omniscient, and he's just a wonderful guy, just the way you thought your daddy was when you were one. Now, the difficulty is that individual human beings stop being one eventually, and they no longer think that their daddy is omnipotent or omniscient, and they no longer think he's the best daddy in the world, they no longer think he's the only daddy in the world, and they realize he's just like you. He's a daddy, but, I mean, the way of all flesh, it's all really the same. Well, what Freud says is that we project our unconscious longings for love, moral security, moral order. We react to the pleasure principle, to our desire to believe this, rather than the reality principle, which says, look, there's no such thing. Freud was very influenced by Nietzsche. He had a great admiration for Nietzsche. And there's the same ruthless Nietzschean drive towards the dissolution of our happy illusion. One of the things that Freud wants us to do, and this is something worth thinking about, Freud is sometimes read as a kind of crude moral hedonist. And there's a good bit of that in here. But I don't think that's an entirely fair reading. I believe that Freud is primarily concerned with the Delphic oracle and its utterance that we ought to know ourselves. What Freud wants us to do is say, stop being enslaved by the pleasure principle. Let me bring you to the reality principle. Let me tell you what you really are. I know you don't want to believe this, and I actually have a name for the fact that you don't want to believe this. It's called resistance. But the fact that I see resistance is a sort of bird dog. You know when someone goes hunting and you get a dog to find a bird that you can't see? Well, Dr. Freud talks to you until he finds resistance, and as soon as he finds resistance, that's the bird dog that points to your unconscious longings. Points out every time. There's never, whenever you see resistance, it's always pointing to something you can't see, but when Dr. Freud walks in there, up comes the bird. Up comes those unconscious feelings. Well, it's possible to read Freud as a crude moral hedonist, but I think that that's not entirely fair. What actually happens is that Freud wants us to know ourselves, and he thinks that truth is more important than pleasure, ultimately. This is obviously, in some ways, quite a grim philosophy. It is not a very edifying or pleasing set of organization of information about ourselves. But he says, come to yourself and stop kidding yourself. Stop believing there's a daddy in the sky. Come on, this is ridiculous. You're adults. Right? And you can kind of see how, yeah, we are anxious about moral order, and we do tend to project our longings for morality and for unity and for meaning onto the world. But Freud says, let us remove the pleasure principle and encounter the reality principle. It's a very fine thought, and I think that does justice to him. You know, it's easy to kind of read it in a reductive, hedonistic way. Well, after The Future of an Illusion, Freud then puts together one of his great little books. He's the master of the little work. And this is called Civilization and Its Discontents. And what goes on in Civilization and Discontents is that Freud says, here's the problem. We all want these pleasures, and we all have these desires, mostly sex and aggression. And in order for civilization to exist, we have to systematically frustrate these desires. In other words, you can't satisfy your desires outside of civilization, right? I mean, Hobbes is right. I mean, in the state of nature, people's lives are nasty, brutish, and short. So in order to have any kind of human existence, you need society, you need civilization, but civilization is going to tell you stuff like, you can't have sex with your parents, you can't have sex with your siblings, you can't have sex with your children. That's called incest, and we don't allow that. And what Freud says is the problem is that people are constructed so that they want this. And he says, look, If people were not constructed so that they desired it, we wouldn't have a universal taboo against it. Note that when we look at anthropologically through all cultures, we don't find a taboo against sprouting wings and flying. And the reason why we don't have a taboo against that is because nobody ever does it. We have a taboo against incest everywhere because people always have a desire to do that. Elsewise, it would be superfluous. He's right about that. So if this is not superfluous, but actually is a reflection of intrinsic human nature, what that means is that we are in a sort of double bind. We cannot find happiness outside of civilization, and alas, we cannot find happiness within it. So there's a deep pessimism here. There is an idea that the conflict between the individual and society ultimately can't be resolved. We find various way stations, and the best you're ever going to do, apparently according to Freud, is sublimation. Some small percentage of society is so gifted that they are able to take their unconscious sexual and aggressive desires and sublimate them, transform them into something creative and beautiful and socially desirable. This would be called things like art, religion, and philosophy. In other words, he's going to say that all the great artists are wounded, distorted psyches that are compensating for various kinds of psychic defects by projecting this beautiful stuff onto the Sistine Chapel. There is an argument to be made for that, although perhaps it is a little bit reductive. It is not at all clear that that's what all art is, sublimation of sexual desires. But even to bracket that problem, most people don't have that kind of talent. Most people simply don't have the possibility of sublimating their sexual desires in art or philosophy. Maybe you can get them to sublimate it in things like football on Sunday afternoons. A bunch of men feel aggressive and they don't want to go back to work feeling that way, so they all watch real big guys beat up each other, get a catharsis for their aggressive feelings, and then that way they don't punch out the boss Monday morning. Right? So that kind of sublimation, you can see how that might be a kind of way of channeling aggression in socially useful ways. The difficulty is that there is always a residue left over. We never perfectly do that. And this conflict, this leftover residue of unsatisfied longings, which are not only unsatisfied but unsatisfiable, that's the human condition. And there is a sort of grim anti-Rousseauian implication there. Rousseau wants to fundamentally change society. Why? Because we're all corrupted by an evil world. Freud says, look, you were evil to begin with. The world did with you what it could, and it made you better than you would be, and even that's not very good. Right? So there's a real negative kind of an emphasis here, and it shouldn't be seen as an epiphenomenon to Freud. The social theory is built right into the theory of the individual psyche.
2 hours of membership left. Let's just wait to see when it gets renewed, and then I'll do some dungeons with you, alright?
Alright. Holy Priest is the best for the dungeons.